This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 107 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Large numbers of people who had tried to rescue Robin for the bounty suddenly fainted together. In no time, the new trending topics exploded like a secondary blast after a supernova, sweeping through the network again. Penacony, Delight Pavilion. Sunday stood before a giant star chart on the table. His handsome face dark, as though it could drip water. He had just ordered all the family's forces to mobilize, to trace Robin's whereabouts no matter the cost. He had also tried to call his sister, but unfortunately, the service was out of range. Where could she have been taken? That she was beyond the reach of the Interastral Peace Network? What he didn't know was that it wasn't a loss of signal at all, but rather that AHA was intentionally jamming the connection. Being unable to contact his sister made him anxious and restless as he paced back and forth in the room, repeatedly urging his people to search for his sister's whereabouts. Miss Robin's back. As Sunday was still anxiously waiting for news, a shout suddenly rang out from the live stream on the high-definition holographic projection nearby. He immediately turned to look at it, his heart sinking. In that instant, he saw it. He saw his precious sister missing for several minutes, and now the center of a galaxy-wide manhunt standing perfectly unharmed on the stage under the spotlight, its glow making her look like a lost angel. What? Sunday's expression froze instantly. His face blank, he even subconsciously raised his hand to rub his eyes several times, trying to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Could this be another trick of those masked fools? It was hard to tell from the live stream, so he quickly picked up his phone and made a call. Epsilon, Golden Theater. Robin, having been suddenly sent back to the center of the stage, struggled to maintain her usual elegant smile, so she used a special segment as an excuse to momentarily calm the audience, which was on the verge of boiling over. Of course, she knew full well that this clumsy excuse wouldn't fool the real insiders. Especially, just as Robin thought of her brother, her phone suddenly vibrated, and when she peeked at the screen just as she feared, it was really her brother. Feeling her heart tighten, she quickly bid the audience farewell and almost fled backstage at a brisk pace. As soon as she entered the relatively quiet resting corridor, she immediately answered the call, causing a holographic projection to pop up from the phone, showing Sunday's handsome face. "Robin, are you all right?" Sunday's voice was hoarse, desperately trying to hold back his emotions, yet still on the verge of breaking. "Tell me every detail. Is it a masked fool? Where? What happened? Did they hurt you?" If one listened carefully, the last question carried a deep, trembling fear. Seeing her brother lose control like never before, Robin felt both guilty and helpless, not sure how to explain the situation properly. In the end, after taking a deep breath, she decided not to hide the truth. Back when she was in foreign territory, she had to feign weakness to avoid trouble. But now that she was back, surely she had to seek the family's help. "Right? Brother, I'm fine, really?" Robin reassured him first, then quickly and clearly explained what had happened. "It wasn't a masked fool who kidnapped me. It was, Sunday's brows furrowed into a tight knot, confusion flashing in his eyes. Which? He suddenly paused as an absurd thought flashed through his mind, one he didn't even dare believe. "You mean the Aeon of Elation?" Robin nodded heavily, a look of helplessness on her face. "It was them. They suddenly appeared on stage and shoved me into a sack." Sunday was truly at a loss for words. Aeon. An Aeon personally took his sister, like catching a kitten or puppy, stuffed into a sack. Where? Where did they take you? "A very, very distant star system, to a planet called Yari-Luvi. They treated me like a gift and sent me to an unknown man." "A gift to a man, you say?" Hearing something so absurd, Sunday felt as though something had gripped his throat tightly. An Aeon kidnapped his sister as a gift for an unknown man? How powerful must that man be for an Aeon to personally send him a gift? Do they need to kidnap his sister for that? Do they have no shame? Most importantly, did Aha have no shame in doing something so disgraceful like that? Brother, calm down. Robin, seeing her brother's enraged expression, hurriedly explained. Fortunately, that man didn't do anything. He was actually pretty nice. Really kind. He's the one who brought me back. Sunday, however, automatically filtered out all mentions of the man being nice or kind and focused on the key phrases. Kidnapping gift unknown man in a human trafficking context. A man being gifted a woman, and not just any woman, but an extraordinary woman like his sister. Moreover, if what his sister said was true, didn't that mean that man could send someone across faraway star systems in an instant? Teleportation? In Sunday's eyes, this in itself was clearly the biggest red flag and threat. Did that man hurt you? Sunday asked, his voice cold enough to freeze time and space. He just gently pushed my waist when he brought me back. Robin replied hesitantly, feeling a bit unnerved under her brother's icy gaze. There wasn't anything else. No rude behavior. Sunday fell silent for a few seconds, but in those brief moments, Robin could hear her brother's fingers cracking and the sound of some expensive object faintly breaking under his psychic pressure. Robin, you rest up and calm down the people first. As for the rest, just leave it to me. As he spoke, Sunday's eyes seemed locked on a certain man somewhere in that distant galaxy, as if scanning through the void. Brother, Robin wanted to say something more, but beep, beep, beep. Unfortunately, the call was unilaterally cut off by Sunday. Let's solve what's in front of me first, and then explain things to him later. Right after muttering this, Robin quickly returned to the stage and explained that the kidnapping had been a misunderstanding. Yeriluvi, Beluborg, Underverd. In a secluded alley, Sampo was rummaging through his collection of antiques for customers to browse when he suddenly felt a tightness in his butt. Where did this energy of elation come from? It's so strong. Sampo thought in surprise before his lax expression quickly turned serious. Did they come here? Not good. I gotta tell Lucian immediately. Can't let those nutheads come and wreck Jarilo. Cutting news projection, who called you? Herta crossed her arms and asked Lucian casually. A masked fool. Lucian replied after closing a call from Sampo, speaking just as casually. He warned me to watch out for other masked fools causing trouble in Jarilo. A masked fool warning you of other masked fools? Are you kidding me? Herta said skeptically, raising an eyebrow. Well, probably because he loves this place. Lucian explained briefly with a smile, then changed the topic. Anyway, are you heading back, or will you keep hanging out with me? I want to hang out with you. Herta huffed, turning her head away. Since you have free time, why don't you call Droidhead now? I want to meet them ASAP. Sure, but... Lucian paused, looking hesitant. We gotta do it somewhere else. It was said that when one did bad things, one shouldn't do them more than 3 times. Given that he already used disarm on Noose 3 times, he was afraid that something worse would happen if he continued messing with them. Considering this, it was better to summon Noose in an isolated place. He truly cared about Jarilo 6, after all. Why? Herta asked, not understanding Lucian's reason. Is summoning Droidhead to Jarilo dangerous or something? In her eyes, bringing an Aeon here would definitely attract a crowd, which would be good for Belobog's development and tourism. In that case, why did Lucian seem a bit resistant? Was the way he summoned Noose not as harmless as she thought? Would upset them? Herta started to make various guesses about Lucian's methods for summoning Noose. Don't worry about that. Just come with me. Lucian, not elaborating further, immediately teleported himself and Herta to a desolate planet with no life forms. On this desolate planet, even if Noose accidentally triggered an overwhelming energy tide, no innocents would be harmed. All right, you stand behind me this time. If Droidhead want to look at you, they will have to look at me first. Herta explained the plan she had just thought of to Lucian. If Noose ignored her again and still focused on him, they would have no choice but to look at her this time since he stood behind her, right? Lucian, understanding this, had no objections. In any case, if things went awry, He could always enter the script since the script cooldown had finished. As for Herta, she was an emanator of erudition, an emanator of nous, so he didn't need to worry about her safety. A few moments later, the two of them stood in their positions, with Herta in front, while Lucian was behind her, using disarm on nous projection as before. However, after a while, nothing happened. Hey, you still haven't started yet? Herta frowned and asked in a puzzled tone. Lucian was, in fact, also puzzled. Why wasn't nous responding this time? Had the previous encounters caused them to lose interest? Let's try something different. Lucian said thoughtfully before activating Sham Diviner to divine whether they could meet nous today. In the next second, the result was, fortunately, no, but given that the result of Sham Diviner was wrong, the answer instead changed to yes. Sure enough, in the next moment, a humming sound echoed briefly before nous' colossal projection instantly appeared in the sea of stars, their red gaze focused on the desolate planet where Lucian and Herta stood. A few moments ago, nous' metallic shell had been peeled off again. Nous, having already experienced it several times before, knew that it was the same mysterious power from that uncalculable life form. Unlike before, however, knowing that their first two attempts had yielded no results, they were reluctant to observe again and decided to simply ignore him. However, just then, the cosmos suddenly gained new data. There were new variables that would affect their previous calculations. Because of that, they decided to recalculate and soon found that it was actually another mysterious power that could interfere with their calculations. A new problem. Nous muttered to themselves, intrigued by the new interference. In the next second, their new calculations showed that a certain coordinate held the answer, and so their projection arrived at the coordinate of that new mysterious power, only to find that it was actually the power from the same life form, the emanator of abundance, who had defied their calculations before. They're here. Quickly. Stay close behind me. Herta immediately stepped closer in front of Lucian, to the point of almost touching, shielding him from nous' gaze. Droid head, let's see how you ignore me this time. As she spoke, Herta sounded and looked excited, but unfortunately, nous' gaze shifted. It seemed to pass through her body, ignoring her existence completely, and was completely focused on Lucian. Well, looks like they're still ignoring you. Not my fault, Lucian remarked with pity, instead of pure anger like before. However, Herta was now both amused and annoyed. Oof, just hold me tight, Herta whispered, pressing herself hard against Lucian. Lucian raised his brows, feeling surprised by her action. Did she ask to be embraced? Seeing Herta act so forward, Lucian naturally didn't resist, boldly wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into a tight embrace. Herta, equally bold, leaned back against his chest, causing her smooth, pale back to press firmly against him. In that instant, Lucian could smell the faint fragrance of her body and feel the pressure of their closeness, her waist against his arm, and even her rounded buttocks pressing awkwardly against his crotch, stimulating his senses. At this moment, they were so close, their position so awkward and unspeakable, that it felt as though they were about to merge into one. In this close now, let's see how you ignore me, Herta declared loudly, seemingly throwing a tantrum at nous and not caring at all about the physical closeness between her and Lucian. Sure enough, this tactic seemed to work as nous' gaze, now unavoidable, enveloped them both. Nous, I have a question for you, Herta called out from within Lucian's embrace, wanting to ask the question she had always wanted to ask, but before she could, the surrounding imaginary energy suddenly surged, and an overwhelming pressure struck them. Rumble dash. In the next moment, with a loud, rumbling sound, the planet beneath their feet began to disintegrate, turning into blocks of data. What the dash? Herta looked down in surprise, gazing at the trembling ground. Droid head is trying to calculate you. Their computational power just skyrocketed to billions of quadrillions. No, I can't even sense it anymore. Herta, her eyes widening with every second, paused for a moment, then turned her head to Lucian. What did you do to them? No, what are you? What's making an Aeon like Noose go through all this effort to calculate your existence? At her question, Lucian truly didn't know what to say. Why? Lucian smiled wryly. It's because I peeled her skin? Or maybe because I altered reality? Luckily, he hadn't summoned Noose on Jarilo 6, or it would have been restructured into data, just like this desolate planet. Damn it. No matter, let's get out of here first. Herta exclaimed, grabbing Lucian's hand tightly. Ian's power is beyond what we can withstand. Even if they're just a projection, this level of computational power is too much for us to handle. Even though she was an emanator of erudition, which made her chances of survival high, it was still better to be safe than sorry. Calculate me? Lucian raised his eyebrows, then smiled faintly. We'll see once the real one shows up. As his words fell, he took out a sword from the system's storage space one in the style of the Zyantis swords, then swung it vertically at Nu's projection with a calm expression. Seeing this, Herta froze, looking dumbfounded. Her expression, as she looked at Lucian, was as if she were staring at a lunatic. What was the point of attacking a projection of an Aeon? Would it even do anything? Besides, what was he even doing? He was merely swinging that sword, not even touching the projection. Did Nu's calculation already affect his mind, making him go crazy? As all these thoughts crossed her mind one after another, Herta, at a loss for words, suddenly noticed that something was off with the surging imaginary energy. Seeing Lucian still calmly gazing at Nu's projection, she followed his gaze and soon saw that their projection was actually cut in two. Yes, cut in two. Lucian, seeing that immortal Neil worked on Nu's projection, inwardly sighed in relief. Given that Noose had no hands to catch his sword, and that their projection was a unique life form of sorts, their projection evidently could only be cleaved apart by the effect of immortal Neil. Thanks to that, Noose calculation was interrupted, causing the surrounding energy tide to instantly calm. What just happened? Herta, looking dazed, thought in stunned silence, her mouth open wide, before quickly turning her head toward the culprit behind her. Did you just cut Droid Head into two? Herta asked softly, her tone skeptical. Lucian, holding his sword in his right hand while his left was still wrapped around her waist, shrugged helplessly. I had no choice, did I? They attacked me first. So this is self-defense. Hearing Lucian's absurd answer, Herta was so stunned that she didn't even care about the closeness between them, not struggling at all as he kept embracing her so naturally. Self-defense, you say? Herta muttered, the corner of her lips twitching. That's an Ian's projection, not a vegetable. How could you even cut it? Is your power close to conceptual? Are you the same existence as the Ians? Until today, she had never heard of someone damaging the projection of an Aeon. One should know that once a being ascended to Aeonhood, their life structure transcended all comprehension by sentient beings. In simple terms, what Lucian had just done was like a novel character coming to reality and slashing their own creator, literally breaking the fourth wall. Such a fact left Herta, a rational researcher, unable to hide her shock or make sense of it. Of all the possibilities she could think of, she could only arrive at one bold assumption: Lucian's power was close to or truly conceptual in nature. In other words, his power was at least on par with the Ians. Upon hearing Herta's assumption, Lucian couldn't help but chuckle, as expected of a genius. She had already figured out his true power so quickly. Want to know? He'll tell you later. Lucian teased casually. Anyway, this is beyond your involvement from here on out. Let me send you back first. As his words fell, he released his embrace on Herta, then gently pushed her back, teleporting her safely back to Herta space station with absolute hit. Now alone, Lucian sighed tiredly, then turned toward Nu's projection that had returned to normal. It seemed as though Nus was now trying to go all out by using the power of the path of erudition to trap him and slowly study him, not aiming for damage, just control. System, activate the script. Random character script starting. Robin 6 script, Herta space station. In the previous moment, Herta had been tightly embraced by Lucian, her back pressed against his warm chest, feeling the terrifying tide of energy as Nus projection was recovered. In the next instant, she found herself safely seated on the familiar sofa in her lap. Because the environment had shifted too quickly, her body still lingered with the sensation of being embraced tightly, along with the aftereffects of the overwhelming energy of news. But her mind had already returned to its cold, rational state. Herta crossed her arms, her expression blank as she sat silently, making the surroundings so quiet that only the soft hum of machinery could be heard. Before long, she glanced down at her smooth arm, then instinctively reached to touch her side, feeling as if Lucian's arm still lingered there. Lucian, that guy, Herta murmured to herself, her brows furrowing in rare contemplation. In the vast computational field of news, so overwhelming it could take one's breath away, with the entire planet beneath them beginning to deconstruct into data, Lucian's first reaction wasn't to escape, but to swing his sword at them. In the end, without even knowing whether news would retaliate. He didn't run away alone like before, but instead sent her back first to the absolute safety of Herta Space Station. Beyond your involvement, Herta repeated Lucian's final words to herself, unconsciously pulling out her phone. No matter how she thought about it, this made no sense at all. A person who dared to attack an Aeon, even splitting their projection in two, did their survival still need to be questioned? Such a power was so far beyond comprehension that even she could only describe it with vague terms like close to conceptual. Lucian clearly had enough means to protect himself. Maybe even some backup, but why, at such a critical moment, did he prioritize her safety as if something deadly would befall them? Was he worried that my presence there would risk his secrets? Herta's thoughts raced as she tried to find a logically consistent explanation for Lucian's action. Or was it simply some form of protective instinct? As this thought unconsciously surfaced in her mind, Herta found it somewhat absurd. Her relationship with Lucian was, at best, that of temporary collaborators with some shared secrets. Protecting her? Such a thing was far too tender. Yet deep down, she felt an inexplicable, almost unexplainable sense of restlessness. Could Lucian really escape unscathed after cutting this projection? Would he exhaust himself? Would he be injured? All these unnecessary worries quickly buzzed through Herta's mind like tiny electric currents, uncontrollable even within her precisely calibrated brain circuits. TCH, Herta clicked her tongue in annoyance as she experienced this strange feeling for the first time, so unlike her usual persona. In the end, after hesitating for about 3 seconds, Herta's finger tapped on her phone, finding the contact labeled pervert. Staring at the blank input field, she let her fingertips hover for a while, as if trying to form the right words, before quickly typing a line and hitting send. Herta, you still alive? Did Droidhead not tear you apart and recycle you as scrap metal? Right after sending this message, as if she had just completed a difficult task, Herta switched the screen to a complex stream of cosmic model data, pretending to be busy. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, still no reply. 10 minutes later, Herta, no longer able to sit still, stood up and called for her magic mirrors. First mirror, construct my data body. Second mirror, input coordinates. Third mirror, map the data body to the coordinate position. Fourth mirror, just shut up. Herta initiated her data body projection to the deserted planet where she and Lucian had confronted Noose to check the situation, but soon found that the result was, unfortunately, nothing. Noose was gone. Lucian was gone. Only some planet blocks, deconstructed by Noose, were floating in space. Droidhead, you'd better not let anything happen to him. Meanwhile, in the Epsilon's Golden Theater, Robin ultimately sang once more. Under the soothing, harmonious melody of harmony, it seemed that the earlier incident had been quickly forgotten as the audience, with the seats packed, was lost in the unparalleled visual and auditory feast. Some listeners closed their eyes to listen, their eyes moistening. Others stared at the dazzling figure on stage, forgetting to breathe. As the song was rising to an emotional climax, Robin tilted her head up slightly, stretching her arms as if trying to embrace the entire starry sky. But just then, her high notes suddenly fell lower, her voice growing quieter, until it stopped abruptly as her head lowered, her bangs covering her eyes. In that instant, the theater fell into utter silence. Now, the expressions of the audience infatuation, melancholy, and obsession froze, only to be replaced by confusion as they stared at the silent Robin on stage. What's going on? Can't hit the high notes anymore. I was almost to the climax. Why did it stop? Ugh. Is this how the song is supposed to be? Did she fall asleep? At first, the audience was calm, only murmuring questions and confusion. But when Robin's manager noticed that Robin's eyes were tightly closed and then rushed forward to check on Robin's condition, her hand passed right through Robin's shoulder. No matter what the manager did, she couldn't touch Robin and couldn't wake her up, which terrified everyone who was watching. However, given the previous incident, the audience was still somewhat restrained, wondering if this was just another gimmick. Penacony, Dual-Light Pavilion. Sunday was still watching his sister's concert through the live stream, so he also saw the strange situation. Remembering the previous incident that was still fresh in his mind, he immediately connected this strange situation with Aha. Again, that damn elation. How many more times do you have to mess with Robin? Sunday's fists trembled in anger. He could hardly wait to stand right in front of the Aeon of elation and punch them in the face twice. Of course, he also didn't forget the unknown man from Jarilo 6. How dare he have such thoughts about Robin? Before Robin was harmed, he had to make sure that he eliminated those two. What were they doing to Robin now? Bang! Sunday yelled while slamming his palm on the expensive mahogany desk, making the sturdy surface groan under the pressure. Even if that unknown man had Aha themselves backing him, anyone who dared to touch his sister had to pay the price. With this thought in mind, Sunday immediately left the dreamscape and arranged for a spaceship to depart for Epsilon. He needed to personally confirm Robin's condition before he could rest easy. Once the order revives, once I become an emanator of order, it'll be the first to deal with you. Aeon may have been untouchable, but an unknown man? Not so much. He had to let this raging feeling out, or he would lose his mind. He would definitely make that man kneel before him and call him father. Ironically, the very man Sunday held a grudge against was currently running his sister's script. Random character script starting. Robin randomly drawing a conceptual ability. BGM. Select any form of music as background music. When a music played, it granted immunity to all abnormal statuses and all damage within its sound wave range. Saving the day boom. Inside Penacony's dreamscape, the place that should have been peaceful and filled with happiness was now filled with despair. At this moment, the sky had collapsed and disintegrated inch by inch as a massive vortex leading to the memory zone appeared beneath the Holovian territory. Many grand and beautiful buildings, which carried the history and glory of the Holovians, crumbled like cookies bitten into by an invisible beast, instantly turning to dust before being sucked into the chaotic vortex of nothingness. In the sky of the dreamscape, a glowing yellowish gold meteor slowly fell, emitting terrifying energy. It's the Stellaron. It has been activated. Which damn fool threw the Stellaron into the dreamscape? And right in our Holovian lands. Damn it, run. A group of men, women, and children with wings behind their ears ran, while screaming in all directions, but sadly, as the ground beneath them collapsed. Some who were too slow fell into the abyss. Dreamscape was a world of sweet dreams, built by the blood and sweat of countless people of Penacony, a place where one could be considered immortal. However, when it involved Stellaron, any sane person knew that nothing good would come of those who fell into the abyss, especially when it was known that if one went to the memory zone inside the dreamscape, one could die in reality as well. As a result, panic spread, and people fled in all directions, wailing and screaming in terror. Some Holovians prayed in sorrowful songs for salvation, but unfortunately, their God's gaze never came. Mama, a little boy's voice, sounding sharp and filled with tears, resounded loudly. He was a cute boy with fair skin, golden eyes, soft silver gray hair, with wings of a similar color behind his ears. and a golden halo with details resembling eyes behind his head, which represented his Holovian heritage. Beside him was a cute little girl with long lilac silver hair and green eyes, and like the boy, wings could also be seen behind her ears, as well as a halo, which slightly tilted to the right. Any player who followed the original story of the game would instantly know who they were. Indeed, they were none other than Sunday and Robin, though they were still children now. However, unlike the teary Sunday, Robin, although younger, surprisingly looked more composed and did not shed a tear at all. Robin simply clung to their mother, Serafina, gripping her wrist tightly with one hand, while the other reached out for her brother. Serafina, the mother of the two little Holovians, was a beautiful and elegant Holovian woman with a fair complexion, long silver hair, a golden halo, and, just like other Holovians, a pair of wings behind her ears. At this moment, she spread her arms wide, using all her strength to pull her children into her embrace, trying to form a fragile shield, one as fragile as a candle flame in the wind, appearing so small in the face of the utter chaos brought about by the Stellaron's corrosion. Beneath her feet, the ground continued to collapse and fall, while above her, the Stellaron approached little by little, destroying everything in its path, making them like three small birds trapped in the eye of the storm, with no place left to escape. Oh, triple face soul, please protect my children. Let them be safe. Serafina, her body trembling and her breath coming in quick, uneven bursts, kept praying again and again, which, to the young Robin, who saw her mother's lips moving and her chest rising and falling, looked like singing. Sadly, Serafina's prayer was in vain, because the next moment, as if fate itself had laughed at her plea, the Stellaron descended directly behind them, severing their final escape route. No, Sunday muttered in hopelessness as a flash of despair passed through his eyes. Mama! Robin, finally overwhelmed by despair, exclaimed in fear, closing her eyes and burying her face deep into her mother's chest. Serafina held her children tightly, bracing herself to face their final destruction. Rumble dash! In that instant, the ground where they stood crumbled, causing them to fall, as the sensation of weightlessness immediately gripped them. They tumbled toward the vortex that led to the memory zone, the symbol of their end, along with countless fragments of the dreamscape. Ah dash! As the wind roared in their ears, Sunday and Robin screamed in fear as they saw they were getting closer to the vortex. Just as they neared the brink of doom, however, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, stepping firmly on the void beneath their falling path. The position was so precise, it was as if the person had already calculated their fall. Where the hell is this? Is this Penacony? Casually looking left and right, the newcomer, wearing exquisite black and gray robes, mumbled to himself, his tone light, as if complaining about Monday traffic. Looking as casual as ever, who else but Lucian? Just as his words fell, Lucian heard someone screaming above him, then looked up and saw three people falling from the sky toward where he was standing. A little girl, a little boy, and a gorgeous, beautiful woman. Wings behind their ears, no doubt. Lucian's face remained expressionless, but his movements were as quick as lightning. With a swift motion, his left hand shot up and grabbed Sunday by the back of his collar. Pulling him up with precise force, the action was so practiced that it was like picking up a squirming chick in a market. Triple AMPH. Sunday, being suddenly yanked into the air, had his scream muffled by his collar, his short legs flailing uselessly. At the same time, Lucian's right arm smoothly scooped up the closed-eyed Robin, pulling her into his chest, feeling her soft little face crash against his chest. In that instant, she went silent, her big eyes opening wide in fear as she stared at the unfamiliar chin. Of course, it didn't end there. As Serafina was still plummeting downward, Lucian, not even looking back, simply shifted slightly to the side, raised his shoulder, and bent his back. Thud! In that instant, two soft, fragrant lumps landed firmly on his back. Serafina let out a short gasp, instinctively clinging tightly to Lucian's neck. Thanks to the gravity pulling on them downward, He could clearly feel the soft, warm sensation of two lumps pressing against his back. Now Lucian held Sunday with his left hand, Robin with his right, and had Serafina on his back, with Serafina clinging to his neck. Thank you. Serafina, waking from her daze, expressed her gratitude tremblingly. She had thought it was the end, but who would have thought someone would be on her falling path and even be able to stand in midair? Sunday. Robin, are you all right? Suddenly remembering something, Serafina quickly turned to check on her children and saw that Sunday was still shaken, his eyes filled with tears, while Robin now looked relaxed. We're all right, Mama, Robin replied, nodding softly. Seeing the two of them, Lucian could tell that Sunday was not as strong as Robin when they were still children. Hold on tight. We got to move away from here first. As soon as these words left Lucian's mouth, he blinked, his figure flickering so quickly that only faint afterimages were left in the air. Strangely, the chaotic energy flows and falling debris seemed to have eyes, automatically avoiding him. Sunday, still in Lucian's grip, stared wide-eyed at this strange phenomenon, forgetting to even struggle. In just a few breaths, Lucian had already rushed out of the chaotic zone, landing on a relatively stable, floating ground at the edge of the dreamscape, which was filled with a group of Holovians still in shock. Lucian gently set Sunday down, then carefully placed Robin beside him. Serafina, who had been hanging on Lucian's back, quickly slid off, her legs weak, but she immediately pulled both of her children close to her. Mama, Sunday and Robin, having survived the catastrophe, threw themselves into their mother's arms. And only then did the tears fall from Robin's eyes, while Sunday pressed his lips tight in defiance, holding back his cry. Hey, you four, come over here, quickly. It's safer here. Seeing the four newcomers, one of the surviving Holovians called out to them. Lucian looked around and saw that the area was filled with people with wings behind their ears. Men, women, old, and young all were present. From what he knew, the well-dressed Holovians were like the stars of the universe, worshipped by many because they had enchanting voices and appearances since birth, and their radiant halos and wings made them appear sacred, which commanded the attention and admiration of other races. Now, he could see at firsthand all these Holovians were not only handsome and beautiful, but the aura they emitted was also truly sacred, making them look like natural-born holy priests or angels. Looking at the woman and her two children again, he assumed that since Robin was the protagonist of this script, he probably had to address Robin's childhood trauma. As for the beautiful woman before him, dressed in a holy and solemn gown, she had to be Robin and Sunday's mother. I gotta protect her in case it might turn out to be one of the conditions required to complete the script. Lucian thought seriously, thoughtfully stroking his chin while walking toward the group of Holovians alongside the family trio. But what if these Holovians are also one of the conditions? As this thought crossed his mind, Lucian felt that there were too many goals to focus on, which made him unsure about which one to prioritize. Just then, he finally noticed that some of the Holovians had gathered together, forming a prayer posture and singing a hymn in unison. Evidently, they were praying through their song, praying for their god, Zype the Harmony. Seeing the scene, Lucian's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, isn't this ready-made music? Lucian thought of a brilliant idea and then walked toward the singing Holovians. Holovians! He spread his hands wide and exclaimed with a solemn expression. I will grant you the power to become invincible immune to any harm. As long as you keep singing the hymn, you can protect your people, protect your homeland, and save Penacony. BGM, hey, isn't this ready-made music? Lucian thought of a brilliant idea and then walked toward the singing Holovians. Holovians! He spread his hands wide and exclaimed with a solemn expression. I will grant you the power to become invincible immune to any harm. As long as you keep singing the hymn, you can protect your people, protect your homeland, and save Penacony. In an instant, the singing Holovians stopped, looked at each other in confusion, then gazed at Lucian as if looking at a lunatic. Who is he? He's not a Holovian? What is he doing in this place? Does anyone know him? No. All the gathered Holovians whispered with each other. Some looked confused, some frowned, some were indifferent. Just then, Serafina, believing in the man who had saved her life and her children, opened her mouth and began singing a Holovian hymn without hesitation. Lucian glanced at Serafina with raised brows, then did not waste words and directly activated BGM, setting the Holovian hymn Serafina sang as the background music for BGM. In the next moment, what followed was a miracle triggered by the activation of a conceptual ability. Golden light began to radiate in circles from Serafina's throat, and as her singing fluctuated in volume, the light expanded and contracted accordingly. In an instant, a strong sense of security immediately filled the hearts of everyone within the range of her voice. No way. It's true. I feel invincible. They'll sing too. If this isn't the power of harmony, it's a miracle. One Holovian took the lead, and soon the others also began singing the same hymn that Serafina sang, one after another. Just like Serafina, as golden light began to radiate in circles from their throats and then expanded outward, everyone around them suddenly felt an invincible sensation, causing fear and panic to quickly fade, replaced by courage and fearlessness. Robin, listening to the people singing together and hearing her mother's voice, was no longer afraid as she watched those singing in awe. All right, next, everyone spread out. Lucian stated the next instruction. Remember, keep singing, and you will always be invincible. Even though his claim sounded absurd, the Holovians, in such a dire situation with no other alternatives, had no time to doubt it. If their god were not coming to save them, they had to cling to any hope they could. In the end, all the Holovians sang together, scattering to various places, and miraculously, wherever they went, the collapse would stop. Even fallen buildings could not harm them in the slightest. Help! Help us! Help! Suddenly, those who were still running away from the collapsing ground saw the miraculous power of the Holovians and cried out for help, rushing toward them as if grasping a lifeline. Before long, large groups of people gathered around the Holovians who had spread out. Just as Lucian had said, as long as they did not stop singing, they were invincible. Even the ground beneath their feet would not be torn apart by the vortex. Unfortunately, because the number of the Holovians was small, they were unable to protect everyone in the dreamscape. Seems like my BGM is better than the power of harmony. It's basically an invincible domain. Lucian noticed that within the range of the sound waves, everything abnormal and harmful was nullified. Wasn't that an invincible domain? It even protected everything within the range. Next time I meet Noose, they'll just set up a loudspeaker and use BGM on it. Let's see what you will do. Naturally, while casually musing, Lucian didn't remain idle. He knew that to solve this crisis, he needed to seal the Stellaron, or this chaos would never stop. Remember, don't stop singing. Lucian glanced at the beautiful mother beside him, then looked up. I'm going to handle the Stellaron. Stellaron? Serafina followed his gaze, her face changing slightly. You, please be careful. As her words fell, Lucian had already turned away, stepping off the edge of the floating ground as his figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight toward the terrifying vortex in the sky, one that could even devour the dreamscape itself. Even though his determined back was small in the eyes of countless fearful and desperate onlookers, it strangely emanated a sense of strength that brought comfort. Has he gone nuts? Hey, that's a Stellaron. It's the cancer of all worlds that can swallow even the dreamscape. It was only suppressed after countless lives were sacrificed. How's one person supposed to? It's over. The hero is done for. As those who had been saved by Lucian's power watched him jump into the vortex, their astonishment and worries were palpable. Sunday clenched his little fists tightly, staring at the spot where Lucian disappeared, his small face filled with tension. Robin peeked out from her mother's arms, her big eyes reflecting the scene of destruction in the distance. Mama, will that big brother save us? Robin asked softly. At this question, Serafina held her daughter tightly and could not give an answer. But even so, She knew that the stranger was their only hope at this moment. At this moment, the center area where the Stellaron erupted had already completely descended into a chaotic hell. A violent energy storm tore apart everything, warping the space itself, while the gaping hole in the dreamscape was further magnified by the Stellaron and began devouring everything around it. Several meters away, Lucian locked his gaze on the Stellaron for a moment, then activated Absolute Hit, piercing through the distorted space and appearing right in front of it. As soon as he appeared before it, the Stellaron seemed to sense the threat and began releasing even fiercer energy blasts. But, shut up. Lucian spoke calmly, his gaze sharpening while his right hand slowly reached out. Bah! He calmly gripped the Stellaron within the center of his palm. There was no earth-shattering aura, no dazzling light, just a casual grasp that had seized the Stellaron, with no immediate attempt to suppress it. Buzz dash. In that instant, however, the Stellaron's violent energy, upon making contact with Lucian's palm, eerily calmed and then vanished. As for what Lucian had done, he had merely used the power of the elation to seal the Stellaron. In just a few breaths, the terrifying Stellaron that had been devouring the dreamscape and causing devastation was now quietly resting in his palm. All the pulling forces, the destructive aura, and the raging energy storms disappeared without a trace, leaving the entire collapsed area of the dreamscape submerged in an eerie silence. Only the faint sound of the memory zone turbulence, now slowly calming, remained. A few seconds of silence later, from the distant floating ground, collective gasps echoed. Lucian weighed the docile golden stone in his hand, casually tucking it into his pocket like a pebble he had picked up off the road, before dusting off his hands and calmly returning to the others. In the next moment, when his figure reappeared on the edge of the floating ground, what greeted him was total silence. All the Holovians, Pepesher, Intellitrons, including Sunday, Robin, and Seraphina, all stood frozen, their gazes vacant as they looked at him, staring at the man who had just caught a Stellaron with his bare hands, treating it like an ordinary rock he kept in his pocket. "All right, you all are safe now." Lucian, long accustomed to being watched like this by countless eyes, spoke calmly, his expression nonchalant. Thud! Suddenly, one of the Holovians knelt on both knees. "Usavur, thank you for saving Penacony. Thank you for saving us." Like a domino effect, all the Holovians on the floating ground, regardless of age or gender, fell to their knees one by one, worshipping Lucian with devotion. Savior. All of them sang hymns to Lucian, treating him like a god's envoy. It couldn't be helped. Anyone who treated a Stellaron so casually was definitely not an ordinary being. And so, with the same belief, the other races present also followed suit, expressing their gratitude and making the scene quite spectacular. Once the fervor was ignited, how could it be so easily extinguished? Now, all the people looked at him with awe, gratitude, and fervent faith, as if he were a god. "Big brother, you're so amazing. You're everyone's hero." Robin, breaking free from Seraphina's hand, ran up to Lucian, gazing up at him with wide eyes full of pure admiration, offering praise after praise, while her tiny hand cautiously reached out to tug at his sleeve. Lucian had to admit that, compared to the beautiful and elegant Robin he met in reality, this Robin was so cute and funny. Following Robin, Sunday also approached, and though shy, he knelt and mimicked the others, then surprisingly bowed 3 times with loud thumps before Lucian. Seeing her children's actions, Seraphina stepped forward with grace and dignity, giving Lucian a deep bow. Her eyes filled with grateful tears. "Savior, you have saved our people, saved the foundation of Penacony. We will never forget this kindness." Lucian gazed at the crowd kneeling before him, at Robin's admiring eyes, at Sunday's bow, and then at the grateful Seraphina. Seeing the destruction around him and hearing the hymn of the Savior that echoed in his ears, he understood in his heart that he was, apparently, once again being forced into leadership. If that were the case, he definitely needed to find some elites like Mikhail to help him with the work, but sadly, He wasn't sure what timeline he was in now, so he wasn't sure where Mikhail was located at present. Regardless, his main targets were still the same Robin and Serafina. As for Sunday, he would just raise him along with Robin and go with the flow. Mikhail, Char legwork, the 5 great lineages. Accusation done dealing with the Stellaron, Lucian, under Serafina's guidance, led everyone out of Panakini's dreamscape and back into reality. At this moment, Panakini's reality was nothing compared to what it would become in the future. Since it was still in development, there were no neon lights and no indulgence in pleasures. After returning to Panakini's reality, he initially thought he had arrived at a colossal space station. But unlike a normal space station, metal cages were everywhere, as if every room had been built by modifying the spherical prison cells that had been left behind. Hard to imagine, this is the prototype of the Reverie Hotel. From what he remembered, the entire planet, or rather, the entire space station was actually a massive prison for the IPC's prisoners. One large enough to rival a planet in scale. Each prison cell would eventually become a future hotel room, and, fortunately, after some renovation, the prison would no longer look as oppressive. However, right now, countless small buildings have been flattened, and a gaping hole hovered above Penacony. Since the upper level had been demolished by the Stellaron, which could actually affect both the dreamscape and reality. Lucian had clearly arrived just in time. Had he been any later, Penacony would have been reduced to rubble. At this moment, a large group of people followed behind him. They were all people he had saved and brought along during their escape from the dreamscape, hailing from different races. Lucian held Robin in his arms, visibly doting on the child, while Serafina, holding Sunday, walked half a step behind him. Along the way, he asked Serafina about Penacony and soon learned about its current situation. It was now year 2150 of the Amber Era, and the War of Independence had ended over a decade ago. Now, every lineage of Penacony was in a period of civil war seemingly unified on the surface, but each was acting on its own, fighting for power and resources with endless infighting. Mikhail had gone to the frontier to pioneer, and because of this, his political enemies seized the opportunity to launch an internal rebellion, steal the Stellaron, and then activate it. Apparently, they had sought to use the power of the Stellaron to control Penacony and gain more power, but unfortunately, they had underestimated its danger, nearly destroying Penacony instead. A while later, while discussing the heads of various lineages with Serafina, Lucian soon spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was a man who looked like he was in his 20s, frantically shouting for help through his phone. "Hurry! Penacony can't hold out much longer." Just as the man grew increasingly anxious, he suddenly saw a group of people walking toward him. He immediately ended his call, then rushed over to ask about the situation. "How's the dreamscape? How many are still alive? To what extent has the Stellaron grown?" As he asked the same question over and over, the man's expression was anxious, his brow tightly furrowed, and his tone sharp with urgency. He was a handsome man with light blue hair, clad in a well-tailored white shirt beneath a deep blue vest accented with gold trim, black pants, and black gloves on both hands. Now that Lucian saw the man's appearance clearly, he confirmed his guess. The man was none other than Mikhail Char Legwork, the famous watchmaker of Penacony. "If you're asking about the Stellaron, it has grown to this extent." Lucian spoke nonchalantly and pulled the Stellaron out of his pocket before casually tossing it over. Mikhail jumped back in shock when he saw the Stellaron, scrambling to catch it as he was afraid it might fall and explode. Good God! Mikhail thought in shock, the corner of his lips twitching. A Stellaron was literally no different from a nuclear bomb that could easily explode with just the slightest movement. How could this young man just throw it around so casually? However, when Mikhail finally caught the Stellaron, he soon realized that it had actually calmed down, looking like an ordinary glowing stone. "It has been sealed? How? No, who did this?" In fact, he had been out looking for someone to deal with the Stellaron, and luckily, the family from the Montour system had agreed to help. He had called them earlier, and they should be on the way, but now, the Stellaron had actually been sealed? It's all thanks to the Savior. Mr. Savior did it. He's the one our savior. Facing Mikhail's question, the large group behind Lucian was all gazing at him, speaking one after another. Hearing their words, Mikhail had no choice but to take a closer look at the young man in front of him. Needless to say, anyone who could seal the so-called cancer of all worlds had extraordinary power and was clearly not an ordinary person. Mikhail couldn't help but wonder whether Penacony had finally found the perfect leader who could guide it to greatness. He was self-aware enough to know that he wasn't suited to politics or to leading people, since he was more of a pioneer. All right, I haven't introduced myself. Mikhail smiled helplessly and extended his hand toward Lucian. In Mikhail Char legwork. Just call me Mikhail. Lucian glanced at the hand for a moment, then shook it with his own. I'm Lucian, just Lucian. I came here after hearing a bird's call for help. Lucian said while giving Robin in his arms a doting glance. It was then that everyone finally learned the true name of their savior, especially Serafina, Robin, and Sunday, who firmly etched the name in their memories. Just then, a large group of people split into 5 smaller groups, each of them wearing a different crest on various parts of their clothes, approached Lucian and the others. Lucian, noticing them, knew instantly who they were. They were none other than the 5 great lineages of Penacony: the Oak family, the Bloodhound family, the Iris family, the Alfalfa family, and the Nightingale family. Mikhail, what's going on? Magnoy, the head of the Oak family, was the first to speak up. You should be asking yourself that. Mikhail responded with anger, and his expression darkened. Why was the Stellaron activated? Before I left, it was secured. He couldn't help it, no matter how he thought about it. The only logical explanation was that this had something to do with these ambitious former prisoners. Everyone calmed down. Asna, the head of the Iris family, stepped in as the peacemaker. Now that the disaster is over, we should first understand what happened. With that, the Holovians recounted the entire sequence of events, along with testimonies from the other surviving races. As a result, all the lineage heads turned to look at the exceptionally handsome young man who had stayed silent since the beginning and appeared composed. Everyone, this is the truth. The Stellaron in my hands is the proof. As I said before, we need a strong leader to guide Penacony. So, Mikhail raised the Stellaron, but before he could finish his sentence, someone interrupted him. Wait, this doesn't prove anything. Magnoy protested loudly, gazing sharply at Lucian. He couldn't accept this outcome. Penacony's power was severely divided right now. How could he allow anyone else, especially an outsider, to suddenly swoop in and take the spoils of victory? He had paid a hefty price to activate the Stellaron, and now an outsider appeared out of nowhere, just in time to reap the rewards? Maybe he's the one who activated the Stellaron, staged the whole thing, and now he's here to easily take Penacony. Magnoy accused with an angry expression. Why else would the so-called savior show up so conveniently? I suspect he was the cause of the Stellaron disaster. As soon as these words fell, the other lineage heads seemed to agree. Oh, I wouldn't rule out that suspicion. Odi Alfalfa, the head of the Alfalfa family, voiced his agreement. I'll reserve my opinion, but I'll remain skeptical. Glocks, the head of the Nightingale family, chimed in. Penacony was conquered by Hanunu, so it can't be handed over to outsiders. Don Wyatt, the head of the Bloodhound family, said solemnly. Mikhail, you can't decide this lightly. Asna stared at Lucian for a while, feeling that he didn't seem like a power-hungry person. Even though she didn't know the reason clearly, in her experienced eyes, his gaze and demeanor were somewhat different from those who lust for power. I think we can trust Mr. Lucian and Mikhail. Asna said softly, try to lighten the mood. I mean, the fact that so many lives were saved because of him is undeniable. Hell, look at you. Magnoy sneered at Asna, a woman who, in his eyes, only knew how to sing and dance. If everyone were as naive as you, Penacony would be easily handed to him. Who knows if he's just a puppet of the IPC? Don't you remember how the IPC boom? Before Magnoy could finish his words, his entire body exploded without warning, spraying blood and minced meat over everyone nearby. Why do I need to scheme in such a needlessly complicated and troublesome way just to rule this place. Lucian, who had stayed silent since the beginning, finally spoke. His calm and indifferent voice rang out faintly. Hey, don't you all think too highly of yourselves? As you all wished, I will rule Penacony. As Magnoi's body exploded, Lucian held Robin in his right arm, while his left hand gently covered her eyes to shield her from the gruesome and inappropriate scene. Serafina also hurriedly covered Sunday's eyes. As the scene was far too bloody and gory, it would surely frighten any children. In the temporary plaza, everyone present wore expressions of shock and confusion, their gazes all turned toward Magnoi's former position. However, instead of Magnoi, all that remained was a pool of blood, with drops of fresh crimson staining the faces of those around. In the blink of an eye, a living person had died. Ah, dash! Someone finally reacted, letting out a high-pitched scream of terror, and those standing nearby immediately took 3 steps back, afraid that the next explosion might target them as well. It's him. He killed Lord Magnoi. A member of the Oak family pointed at Lucian, fear written all over his face. Lucian calmly turned his gaze toward him, and in the next second, the man exploded just like Magnoi, blood splattering once again and thoroughly drenching everyone nearby. Seeing this scene, Mikhail was terrified, his blood draining from his face and leaving him looking pale. Why did this young man kill people so suddenly, and in such a cruel manner? At that, wasn't this a bit too much? I don't like being slandered, Lucian said calmly. His expression remained cold, his words slow and deliberate. Did you all hear me? Even though his voice was faint, it carried an undeniable weight, causing everyone to be stunned into silence and to listen patiently and carefully to each word he uttered. Yet no one answered. None dared to. Got it. In that moment, a soft child's voice rang out like thunder in this silent and tense atmosphere. Robin, in Lucian's arms, her eyes covered, snuggled up in his embrace, and, looking utterly adorable, answered the question no one dared to answer. Lucian smiled and finally understood why Robin was so beloved. Of course, we will reinvestigate this matter and ensure no one is wronged. Odie forced a smile and tried to appease Lucian, intending to slip away quietly. Unfortunately, just as Odie thought this matter would be brushed aside, Lucian suddenly changed his demeanor. No need. As soon as these words left Lucian's lips, an immense pressure suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping every one of the 5 great lineages. He channeled the path energy of the elation, directly imposing it upon all these people. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, those from the 5 great lineages were forced to their knees, unable to move, and only those around him were spared. Even some of the survivors he had saved, who had just returned to their respective lineages, were now similarly pinned to the ground, unable to budge. What kind of power is this? All the members of the Bloodhound family, known for their tenacity, tried to resist and attempted to rise, but the more they struggled and resisted, the heavier and more crushing the pressure became. Some were even unable to breathe, collapsing to the ground and falling unconscious. Bloodhound family, this lineage had been founded by the former lineage head, Penanu. They were known as the combat elite, the armed force of Penacony. Yet this strongest lineage was now only able to be helplessly flattened on the ground. If even the Bloodhound family was helplessly suppressed, the others were no better off. However, those who didn't resist fared somewhat better. To think even the hounds are easily beaten, and he didn't even lift a finger. Odie silently pondered, feeling grave. He's too strong, far stronger than Hanunu, far stronger than the IPC's troops. No, this is not someone we can contend with. Should he choose to surrender? No matter what he thought, at this point, it seemed that aligning with this mysterious powerhouse was the best option. Now, tell me, does ruling Penacony require me to play these petty games with you all? Lucian's cold voice shattered the silence. I was originally just passing through, but now I've changed my mind. As you all wished, I will rule Penacony, take the spoils from the War of Independence, protect you, and guide you. Who's for it? Who's against it? Hearing this, Everyone fell silent, not daring to respond. Even the members of the 5 great lineages, who were very furious inside, dared not voice any objection. It was only natural for them to be furious. Lucian's statement, "Take the spoils from the War of Independence," was truly the greatest insult to all the members of the 5 great lineages who had fought tooth and nail to regain their freedom from the IPC. A bunch of worthless fools squabbling over Penacony? Lucian scoffed, looking mockingly at the kneeling members of the 5 great lineages. If it had been Hanunu, he would have rushed at him and fought to the death, even knowing full well he couldn't win. Mikhail, standing beside Lucian, also said nothing. He could clearly see the situation and understood the current problems of these 5 great lineages. They lacked unity, and their goals were far too divided. For that reason, the need for a strong leader felt necessary in his eyes. He had originally planned to introduce the family of the Harmony to them, but it seemed a bit too late now. He wasn't sure if Lucian was the best choice, but it certainly seemed like the only choice now. I'm willing to follow you. At last, when no one else dared speak, Serafina was the first to do so, announcing in her melodious voice while kneeling on one knee before Lucian. Seeing this, Lucian found himself liking her more and more. Shortly after, the other Holovians also began to declare their allegiance, taking his side, and the others who had been saved by him followed suit soon after. Just the labels of savior and powerhouse were enough to make them decide whom to choose. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the people behind Lucian, who weren't affected by his pressure, knelt on a single knee. Alfalfa family, swear our allegiance. Odie pledged, placing his right hand over his chest. He was an old man with elf-like ears and a small stature, but his eyes were unfortunately sharp and shrewd, giving off the impression of a black-hearted capitalist. As an expert businessman, Odie felt certain he hadn't made a mistake. This tyrant-like young man was undoubtedly a rising star with immense potential, and aligning with him was the right move. Iris family, swear allegiance. Asna followed suit and placed her right hand over her chest. Having seen Lucian's affectionate gaze toward the little girl in his arms, she was convinced of his character. In her eyes, anyone who loved children couldn't be evil. Moreover, the Iris family, being singers and dancers, could only thrive by attaching themselves to the strong. And Lucian was undoubtedly a solid choice. Seeing the 2 lineages pledge allegiance, the members of the Bloodhound family, the Oak family, and the Nightingale family hesitated, but in the end, afraid of suffering a gruesome death like Magnoe, they decided to submit as well. Bloodhound family, swear allegiance. Oak family, swear allegiance. Nightingale family, swear allegiance. Who would have thought that less than half a day later, Penacony had officially changed hands? Many couldn't help but curse Magnoe in their hearts. It couldn't be helped. Had it not been for his foolish actions, Lucian wouldn't have taken control of Penacony. Thankfully, Magnoe died early, or else, after today, he would surely have been beaten to a pulp by them. Don't worry, I never shortchange my own people. Lucian spoke calmly, still not releasing the pressure on them despite the 5 great lineages already swearing allegiance, still keeping everyone on their knees. Now, for the judgment phase, those who activated the Stellaron, and all those who assisted or participated in the destruction of Penacony will die. Right after saying this, Lucian turned his head to Serafina. Serafina, you're from the family, right? Yes. Serafina nodded and replied respectfully. The other Holovians and I were sent to Penacony by the family in the Montor system to assist with Penacony's development and to spread the hymn of harmony. Good. Can you and your people perform the Harmony's consecration to find those who participated in activating the Stellaron? And so, at Lucian's command, some Holovians, who could perform the Harmony's consecration, the miraculous power of the Harmony to see truth and reveal lies beneath the illumination of Zyp's grace, began moving among the members of the 5 great lineages. An hour later, all the culprits were found. The Oak family had 1,000 participants. The Bloodhound family had 400 participants. The Nightingale family had 108 participants. The alfalfa family had 7 participants. The iris family had 1 participant. A total of 1,516 criminals. We should lock them. Mikhail was about to suggest how to handle them when he heard the sounds of explosions. Boom! 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 All the explosions, sounding like firecrackers, occurred in tandem as all of the criminals exploded on the spot. 516 explosion sounds in total. Who should I lock up again? Lucian asked nonchalantly, looking at Mikhail with a deadpan expression. Uncrowned king of Penacony, if it were to be described in one word, it would be brutal. After witnessing how Lucian executed over 1,000 people on the spot in such a bloody and ruthless manner, everyone had the same thought: they should never, under any circumstances, provoke him. In Lucian, every member of the 5 great lineages saw the iron will of Haninu, the leader of the War of Independence, who could kill without blinking and whose eyes never dried. Congratulations, everyone. Lucian spread his hands, his cold and brutal face suddenly softening, becoming kind and harmless. Becoming my subjects is the greatest fortune of your lives. At this, the 4 lineage heads were momentarily stunned by his sudden change of expression. Just a moment ago, he had been akin to a devil, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had become an angel. As the lineage heads were still thinking hard about how to respond to Lucian's declaration, a fleet of spaceships appeared over Penacony. They hovered in the sky for a moment before landing in the plaza. Seeing the spaceships, everyone fell silent and gazed at them, while Lucian narrowed his eyes, trying to sense the passengers. Soon enough, as the hatch of the leading and largest spaceship opened, a man clad in black, accompanied by many others, stepped onto the land of Penacony and looked around for a moment, then approached Lucian and the others. They're here to provide support the family of the Harmony. I called them earlier. Mikhail explained to Lucian, who remained silent. And the person at the front is the leader of the Holovians, named Gopherwood. He's very enthusiastic and friendly. Upon hearing this, Lucian's eyes narrowed. Gopherwood. At the name, Lucian's mind quickly pulled up information about Gopherwood. He was the future Dream Master of Penacony, who would later adopt Sunday and Robin. He was also once a devout follower of Harmony, even someone Mikhail regarded as a virtuous man who imparted various exemplary teachings. However, after facing countless assassinations and unjust treatments in Penacony, this pushed him into the Order, making him stubbornly pursue his own agenda and attempt to annex Penacony. He had turned many followers of Harmony into followers of Order, even gathering others from different places to resurrect the Order. Needless to say, this was a typical case of kind people who, after being betrayed and brokenhearted, fell and joined the dark side, becoming antagonists. Lucian honestly didn't care about what happened to Gopherwood later, but for now, he and his people were free labor. Now that they were here, they might as well work for him. Mikhail, how's the situation? Gopherwood asked seriously as he stood before Mikhail. We encountered the Antimatter Legion on the way. It seems they were attracted by the Stellaron. He was a middle-aged man with swept-back black hair, holding a black book, wearing glasses, and wearing a black priest-like uniform, with black wings behind his ears. But don't worry, the family had summoned Elenev the Eternal Centurion to annihilate the Antimatter Legion. They likely won't be back anytime soon. Hearing Gopherwood's words, Mikhail smiled in relief. Yes, on Penacony's behalf. Thank you for the family's help. Mikhail nodded gratefully, then turned to Lucian. By the way, the crisis in Penacony has been averted, and all thanks to our new leader. Gopherwood, I know you, Lucian said while calmly taking a step forward. In the future, you will become a follower of Order. Betraying the Harmony. He directly exposed Gopherwood, stunning everyone in the family and making Gopherwood's smile instantly disappear, as if he had eaten something foul. You slander me, Gopherwood exclaimed in anger, his gaze sharpening as he stared at Lucian. Of course, the members of the family wouldn't easily believe Lucian's words, but regardless, the seed of doubt had already been planted in their minds, which was exactly the effect he wanted. In the future, When Gopher would tempted the followers of harmony, they would recall Lucian's words from today. Naturally, it was best if Gopher didn't betray them. Having built such a magnificent Penacony, which later would be known as the planet of festivities in the original story, his abilities were undeniable. Calm down. I said it's in the future. Lucian smiled and patted Gopher Wood's shoulder in a friendly manner. For now, you're still a follower of harmony, so it's fine. I'm happy for the people of Penacony to follow the harmony, living in mutual love. How wonderful, right? So, does the family want to stay and spread the faith of harmony here? In the next moment, Lucian's tone suddenly shifted, his words sharp. Rebuilding a civilization is exactly the time when faith is needed. After all, not only was the family free labor, but they also brought their own supplies. Plus, they could even summon high-level tools, the so-called harmonic strings. Emanators of harmony. Lucian looked at Gopher Wood and the other strong-looking members of the family, his eyes shining with greed. He knew that spreading the faith of harmony and helping the weak was a mission the family could not resist. In the end, Gopher Wood took a deep breath, suppressing his turmoil and the uneasy feeling within him, and forced a proper smile. If it's to spread the faith of harmony, the family will naturally stay. Good decision. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. Now, the Penacony Reconstruction Committee had just gained a batch of high-quality workers. Handle the small matters yourself, the big ones, just ask Mikhail. Lucian, embracing the role of the hands-off manager, left the tedious tasks to the 5 great lineages while he did just one thing. What thing? He went down into the depths of the old prison structures with Mikhail following behind him, and then took the now completely docile Stellaron from Mikhail's hands. He observed the Stellaron for a moment, then flicked it casually, making it fall deep into the ground below. In the next moment, a flash of red and green light flickered at his fingertips, and in that instant, the seal on the Stellaron quietly began to open, with a tiny crack forming. Buzz. Suddenly, pure and vast memoria began to seep slowly from deep beneath the ground, spreading throughout Penacony. However, this energy no longer carried the violent, destructive force as before, but a gentle and nourishing force instead, the perfect building material for repairing Penacony's shattered dreamscape. Stellaron. Mikhail, feeling the power of the Stellaron, furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak. Using a Stellaron as an energy source? It was too crazy. However, looking at Lucian's confident and nonchalant expression, and also remembering the bloody massacre from before, Mikhail swallowed his worries. Yet the regret in his heart only deepened. Such a powerful person, why hadn't he arrived earlier? If he had arrived earlier, perhaps Rosalina and Tiernan would still be here. Lucian, not noticing Mikhail's inner turmoil, finally arranged everything and then returned to Robin's side. He glanced at the beautiful and dignified mother, Serafina, then crouched down to meet Sunday's and Robin's eyes. Well, would you two like to live with me? Lucian asked gently, like a next-door big brother. With your mama, just the 4 of us. For the 2 children, his offer meant little, but for Serafina, an adult, it was something else entirely. Is he asking to start a family with me? As this thought flashed across her mind, Serafina stared at Lucian in a daze, wondering what he meant by living together. Will you sing and tell me stories like Mama does to help me fall asleep? Robin asked innocently, her big, watery eyes blinking cutely. Of course. I know many interesting stories. Lucian smiled and nodded. Will you always protect Mama and my sister? Sunday asked with shining eyes. I will, kid. Lucian nodded with a confident smile. A year passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Penacony had gradually recovered, and new buildings in the dreamscape had already risen, tall and solid from the ground. In the dreamscape, inside a delicate little building made from pure memoria, Lucian lazily sank into a soft sofa. In his arms, Robin curled up, her small head resting on his arm, her long lashes fluttering gently with every soft word he spoke. One had to admit that the room was warm and peaceful, especially when one was also looking at the slowly flowing, rainbow-colored dream river outside the window. Any anxiety one had would instantly vanish. Finally, Lucian's voice, with a hint of bedtime tenderness, stood in stark contrast to the decisive and ruthless attitude he had shown a year ago. Thanks to Snow White's kindness, she, the seven dwarfs, and the evil stepmother live happily together ever after. As Lucian finished telling the story, there was only silence. He looked down and saw that Robin's little mouth pouted slightly, her breathing even as she drifted into a sweet sleep. He carefully adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, a gentle smile playing at the corner of his lips, a smile he didn't even realize he was wearing. Outside the window, the lights from the many tall buildings shimmered like countless stars, illuminating the room with their warm lights. Inside this warm and peaceful room, the ruthless man, known as the uncrowned king of Penacony, was actually diligently playing the role of a gentle father. Becoming a father, Lucian. I made some. Serafina entered the room, holding a tray of pastries. But before she could finish her words, Lucian raised a finger to his lips, making a quiet gesture, his eyes hinting at Robin, who was asleep in his arms. Seeing this, Serafina's eyes softened. Then, with a gentle smile, she quietly walked to the sofa, set the tray down, and carefully lifted the sleeping girl from Lucian's arms. As expected of a mother, her movements were truly fluid and practiced. Robin didn't stir at all. After a year of living together, Lucian had come to know this little family well. Serafina was known across the Holovians as a beauty, and also as a proud single woman, not because she was an arrogant, independent woman who didn't need men, but rather because fate had played a cruel joke on her. Many years ago, when she was still living in the Montour system, on a quiet Sunday morning, two swaddled babies were silently placed at the gate of her carefully tended garden. But sadly, their weak cries barely reached her ears, which made her not notice their existence. Thankfully, a little robin bird perched near the babies, chirping repeatedly as if calling for help on their behalf. In that moment, Serafina finally noticed the two babies thanks to the bird, and felt her heart melt completely. From that day on, she decided to become the mother of the two. However, raising two abandoned babies drained her strength and youth, which made love and marriage never cross her mind, since she poured all her love and gentleness into the two precious gifts that heaven had bestowed upon her. In the end, because the baby boy had been found on Sunday, he was named Sunday. Meanwhile, since a robin had called her for help that morning, the baby girl was named Robin. It was that simple, nothing more, nothing less. Putting Robin to sleep must have been tiring, Serafina said softly, then picked up the tray of pastries and offered it to Lucian. Here, have something to eat. Lucian took one pastry and put it in his mouth. In that instant, the crisp layers broke under his teeth, and the cool, smooth cream inside burst with the tangy sweetness of starlit berries. Even better now. Lucian narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Absolutely way better than that bitter drink Mikhail makes. Hearing this, Serafina chuckled, her lips curving faintly as she sat across from him. Seeing Lucian eat the pastry, she put the tray down again, then had her hands rest gracefully on her knees, her posture proper and elegant, as always, but her gaze couldn't help drifting toward him. You. Serafina hesitated, then spoke in a voice softer than usual. You've been really good to Robin and Sunday. Lucian raised his eyebrows, then looked up at her. Why are you saying that so suddenly? I've always been good to those who behave no matter their size, and no. At Lucian's slightly joking words, Serafina's fingers curled faintly, not denying his claim. It had been a year since she had started living with him. Although the heroic figure she had first met had shown his iron, ruthless side, she now also saw his gentleness. Now, the savior who had fallen from the sky with thunderous might had brought not only order and power to Penacony, but also something she thought she would never have. Why? Why did you choose us? I mean, there are so many others who want. Serafina paused, the words left unsaid, but Lucian understood what she wanted to say. In fact, over this past year, So many women had tried to win his favor. Holovians, Pepesher, Intellitrons, the list was endless. Yet he had chosen only Serfina, the single Holovian mother. Well, when I first came, you were the one who wouldn't let go of my neck, and also the one who believed in me, Lucian said with a smile, then blinked his right eye at Serfina. Now you're asking me why? Seeing this, Serfina's cheeks couldn't help but flush red. Now that he mentioned it, she remembered that first meeting, how she had clung to him, refusing to let go of his neck. Well, that was a special situation, Serfina stuttered as she made an excuse. Anyway, my life already belongs to you, that won't change. With that, she hurriedly stood up, turned, and then left the room without looking back. Lucian stayed silent, unable to shake the feeling that there was more behind her words. In the evening, like every other day, Lucian, Serfina, Robin, and Sunday gathered together in the dining room for a warm dinner. But unlike the past dinners, this time something unexpected happened. Mama, can Big Brother be my papa? Robin suddenly looked up at Serfina and asked a sensitive question out of nowhere. Other kids all have dads. I want one too. Hearing these innocent-sounding words, Serfina instantly froze, her body going rigid as color flooded her cheeks, spreading quickly to her ears and slender neck, while the wings behind her ears unfolded involuntarily. In the next moment, she covered her mouth and glanced at Lucian, her eyes flickering with panic and, surprisingly, a trace of hope. Mama can't decide that, Serfina replied softly, pretending to be calm. You have to ask your big brother yourself. Big brother, will you be my papa, please? Robin turned to Lucian, clutching his arm while looking at him with her big, puppy eyes. I like you. I want you to always tell me stories. Children's words were always simple, pure, and free of ulterior motives. So when she said she liked him, she truly did. As for Sunday's feelings toward Lucian, though similar to Robin's, they were also different. Unlike his sister, his feelings toward Lucian were not pure liking, but more like admiration, like when one saw a hero or an idol to look up to. Having your hero and idol as your father? For Sunday, that was undoubtedly the best thing ever. Big brother, I want to call you Papa too. Sunday ran over, grabbing Lucian's other arm with excitement and glittering eyes. Seeing him act like this, Lucian couldn't help but smile. Look at this little boy. One day, he would become the solemn head of the family in Penacony. But right now, he was just a cute little bean. Still, if he became Robin's father now, how would that even work later? Would this script become another Trivios script? However, if he refused, he would hurt these two kids' hearts, and that could distance them from him in the future. Well, damn it, I'll just go all in. I can deal with the consequences later. Lucian sighed inwardly, then nodded to the two kids. All right, I'll be your papa then. Papa, Robin immediately exclaimed with a big smile, then hugged Lucian's leg. Papa. Sunday followed his sister's example, wrapping his tiny arms around Lucian's other leg. Lucian chuckled, then picked both of them up, one in each hand, smiling helplessly. Who would have expected that he would become a father all of a sudden? Of course, he also had his own reasons for doing this. Maybe when the script ended, even the real Sunday would have to call him father. On the other side of the dining table, Serfina silently watched the three, a soft smile tugging at her lips, seeming as if she were relieved. As night deepened, Robin and Sunday had already drifted into sleep, and from their room came faint, murmuring dream talks. Done with her bath, Serfina stepped out of the bathroom in her bathrobe, and as she walked through the hallway and passed by Lucian's room, he happened to walk out of it. In that instant, the air thickened heavy and subtle. In the hallway, the light from the shooting star streamed in through the windows, gliding across her flushed cheeks and elegant collarbones. Thanks to the earlier dinner talk, she was now so flustered to the point that she was unable to meet Lucian's gaze. Ultimately, she leaned against the wall, her fingers twisting at the belt of her robe and betraying her nervousness, while Lucian's tall figure cast a shadow beneath the soft glow, exuding an imposing presence that carried an oddly compelling pull of attraction. In the next moment, he walked slowly toward her, each step steady, like a lion surveying its territory. And soon, his faint scent strong and masculine seeped into her senses. "Serafina," Lucian spoke up, his voice low and rough, like sanded velvet, scraping gently against her ears and heart. "Do you really want me to raise the kids with you?" Serafina, feeling her heart pound wildly and her throat go dry, nodded without thinking. I, of course I do." Under Lucian's hot gaze that seemed to burn through her, she couldn't help but feel her whole body go weak. "Earlier, you said your life belongs to me. Doesn't that mean you're mine?" Lucian stepped closer, closing the distance until their warmth brushed together, then reached out, not quite touching her, just tracing his fingertips along Serafina's flushed cheek, brushing past her wings and down to her chin, lifting it slightly. Serafina, feeling the spark his touch, shivered, her breath quickening. In her eyes, Lucian's gaze was too intense, too consuming. It reminded her of the overwhelming power he had shown back then, while sealing the Stellaron, and the cold cruelty and ruthlessness he had displayed when blood mist had filled the plaza. And now, that same strength was directed entirely at her, bare, undeniable, possessive. It wasn't a question. It was a declaration, a hunter's signal to his prey. Serafina's final wall of reason ultimately collapsed under that fierce, unspoken pull. In the next moment, she raised her head and met Lucian's deep, endless eyes, seeing no pity in them, only burning desire and a sense of belonging that made her heart tremble. Yes, immuous, clash of ideals. Mikhail's helplessness before long. The soft glow of stars in the hallway faded behind Lucian and Serafina as the master bedroom door shut with a sharp bang behind them, firmly sealing off the world outside along with all sense and restraint. Outside the window, the dream river flowed quietly, its seven-colored lights gently wrapping around the small building that carried new life. Lucian remained true to his usual style, efficient, direct, purposeful, and remarkably effective. As the first ray of morning sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtain, it fell upon the messy bed filled with a carnal scent, and then upon the naked Serafina, who lay curled in Lucian's burning, solid arms, looking utterly exhausted. At this moment, deep within her heart surged a sense of safety and belonging she had never felt before. Lucian, the Dream Master and the uncrowned king of Penacony, closed his eyes, one arm tightening possessively around the soft warmth in his embrace, while the corners of his lips curved with the faintest trace of satisfaction. "Now that we've reached this point, from today on, we're a real family. No need to hold back. I'm not the ruler of Penacony, I'm just the father of this family." Lucian's gentle words filled Serafina's heart with warmth, making her unable to help but press closer, craving more of that tenderness. Unfortunately, it was time to make breakfast for the children, so after a brief embrace and kiss, Serafina got up and dressed, while Lucian simply watched her in silence. It had to be said, Holovian women truly had their own special advantages and characteristics, especially those wings behind their ears, which resembled the sensitive ears of elves in some anime. Holovian women were sacred, possessing a noble kind of allure that no woman could compare to. Serafina's figure was incredible even though she hadn't given birth. She carried that graceful, mature aura that made things even more enticing. Lucian was convinced that his effort to recruit her as a follower had certainly been worth it. Of course, aside from desire, his true goal in making this mama bird his follower was to revive her once the script ended. When that time came, Sunday would have no choice but to call him father. "Papa." During breakfast, Robin, as always, ran straight into Lucian's arms while excitedly calling him, though this time, instead of big brother, she now called him Papa. No wonder many fathers were closer to their daughters than their sons. Honestly, when the daughters were as adorable as Robin, who wouldn't? Robin and Sunday, of course, had no idea what had happened last night to their mother and new father. All they knew was that today, their parents seemed closer than ever. Another year passed in the blink of an eye, and Robin and Sunday had grown another year older. On one bright morning, while they were playing in the garden, The two of them came across an injured Charmony dove on the verge of death. Sunday decided to build a bird cage to protect and care for it until its final breath, but Robin, gently cradling the bird, seemed to disagree with his idea. It didn't break out of its shell just to live in a cage. Robin said softly, her expression looking complicated. Papa said birds are born to belong to the sky. People think flying is a bird's nature because they've never seen one fall to its death. Sunday argued with a frown. I just want it to live, even if it means losing its freedom. In the end, since neither sibling could convince the other, they brought the Charmony dove to Lucian and asked for his opinion. Lucian was leisurely sitting at a garden table, sipping a cup of warm tea, when the two came running up to him. Papa, should we let this little one return to the sky? Robin asked while holding out the bird. But it can't fly. Sunday, standing beside his sister, voiced his opinion. It'll die. If we let it go, it should stay in the cage. Lucian looked at the earnest expressions of his two children, realizing this was their first true clash of ideals. Although still young, they had already shown their different traits. Robin was a brave, compassionate fighter type, while Sunday was a protective guardian type and had a slight impulse toward control. When it can't fly, of course, it should stay in the cage. However, once it learns to fly, let it choose for itself. Lucian explained calmly, then reached out and tapped the Charmony dove with his finger. In that instant, the power of abundance healed it back to its prime condition. Wow, it's all better. Robin giggled joyfully as she held the bird close to her face, rubbing it with her cheek. What if it chooses wrong? Sunday gazed at the Charmony dove and asked hesitantly. It doesn't matter. Lucian replied with a calm smile. All you need to do is give it the chance to choose. Whether the result is right or wrong has nothing to do with you. You don't have the power to control everyone, so don't try to lock others in cages without their consent. They'll struggle and overthrow you in the end. Even before transmigrating, his motto was always the same: might makes right. Needless to say, with absolute power, whatever you said or did became right, but of course, if you didn't have that absolute power, then forget it. Naturally, that wasn't something to teach a child just yet. I understand. Sunday nodded solemnly, his young mind turning over Lucian's words. In the end, Robin and Sunday built a birdcage together and took care of the Charmony dove until it could fly. Lucian didn't know what would happen to the future of his Sunday within this script, but he figured that any progress was better than none. Not long after the two children walked away, Mikhail came to visit, then plopped down in a chair next to Lucian, grabbed a teacup, and downed it in one go. Lucian, Panakini's reconstruction is finally complete, but now there's another problem. Mikhail spoke tiredly, his face looking utterly exhausted. He had thought he had found a capable leader, but it turned out he had instead found a total hands-off leader. Aside from scaring off external enemies, Lucian didn't handle anything. Granted, that much even he couldn't complain about whenever an enemy appeared. Lucian could wipe them out with a single gesture. What problem? Lucian asked casually, his face appearing nonchalant. You and Gopher could decide. No, we can't, Mikhail said, staring at Lucian seriously. Panakini's dreamscape is too small now. Too few resources, but too many people. We need to continue pioneering. Lucian stared at Mikhail and then noticed the dark circles under his eyes. He truly looked completely worn out. Look at him. As I thought, underlings are important. Lucian couldn't help but feel deep relief, feeling glad about his choice. If he had to do all the work himself, how could he enjoy such a relaxed life? He almost laughed, but managed to hold it in. So, you want to reopen the memory zone? Lucian asked, then nodded in understanding. Sure, the more, the better. Of course I know the more, the better, but it's just too hard. Mikhail sighed tiredly, then covered his face in helplessness. We not only need to expand the dreamscape, but also need to gather massive resources to expand the territory in reality. The memory zone is full of mimetic entities and soul-devouring vortexes. One wrong step, and you'll get lost and turned into a mimetic entity yourself. To make matters worse, because Astana has been blockaded by the IPC, no supplies can get in, and the memoria we mine can't be sold at all since we don't have the channel. Upon hearing this, Lucian stayed perfectly calm, not even slightly bothered. Mikhail, oh Mikhail, you should have said so earlier. Lucian sighed and rolled his eyes. If you had, it'd be solved already. For the IPC problem, just send a few planets to their headquarters, and they would behave. Back when Penacony had no one to back it, those corporate thugs naturally resorted to force to take over, but now that an emanator was here leading and protecting it, it was hardly a problem. As for the memory zone, even easier, just use BGM, and every place would be free of danger. Said so earlier? Mikhail couldn't help but roll his eyes as well. Thanks to Lucian, he was as busy as a dog, so where would he even find the time to report to him any earlier? He didn't even have time to get a proper rest. Exploring the memory zone at this point, the dreamscape of Penacony had been gradually expanding through continuous exploration and pioneering efforts within the memory zone. It was known that its unmapped areas were shrouded in dense mist and were filled with countless dangers. During the War of Independence, the exploration team was led by Rosalina Jane Estella, a nameless and Mikhail's best friend. From a young age, she had shown a deep interest in memoria, which led her to become a scholar specializing in memoria dynamics. Among all the people of Penacony, she was the one who understood the memory zone best, and only under her guidance could the exploration team make it out alive. Unfortunately, Rosalina had disappeared long ago and was assumed dead. It was precisely because of her absence that progress in developing the memory zone had become painstakingly slow. In the end, after much effort, they had finally secured a small portion of the memory zone for people to settle in, only for the second Stellaron disaster to strike and destroy much of it once again. Fortunately, with Lucian's help, their small home was rebuilt. Now, as the population continued to grow, the available land was no longer enough, and Penacony desperately needed to expand its territory. At the entrance of the memory zone, a group of people stood together fully armed, waiting for someone to arrive. Mikhail was also present, clad in proper exploration gear and acting as the leader of this exploration team. Strangely, even though the job was extremely dangerous, an eager grin actually stretched across his face, showing how excited he was. Finally, I can start pioneering again. No more sitting in the office all day dealing with damn paperwork. When Lucian had agreed to his suggestion to restart pioneering, this thought always filled Mikhail's mind. Back when Henanu and the other lineage heads shared the administrative work of Penacony, things hadn't been so exhausting. But ever since Lucian took control, it was as if Lucian trusted him unconditionally, letting him decide on everything. He was truly touched by that trust. But sadly, the workload was too inhumane, which made him somewhat regret accepting the role. Mikhail, the family has come to pray for you and grant you the blessing of Harmony until El, give you extra protection. Gopher would arrived with more than 10 members of the family. By now, they had already grown used to life in Penacony, spreading the teachings of Harmony every day and helping the weak, and this made them the very definition of good people, which in turn caused many others to become believers in Zype the Harmony. Needless to say, before they had fallen into the order, Gopher Wood and his people were genuine, pure-hearted individuals. No need. Mikhail casually waved his hand. "I'm waiting for Lucian. He said he'll be using his so-called BGM for the exploration team, so we won't take any damage." Upon hearing this, Gopher Wood looked puzzled. BGM? No damage? We've been in Penacony for so long. How come we've never heard of that? Gopherwood stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wait, do you mean the Song of Harmony? He had heard that during the Stellaron disaster, Lucian led the Holovians in singing to save countless people. He had always thought that this was the power of Harmony, because those Holovians were, after all, the members of the family of Harmony. Well, I'm not sure. Mikhail shook his head. I've never seen it myself, so I don't know whether it's the Song of Harmony or something else. Just as his words fell, Lucian finally arrived, appearing out of nowhere as always. Dreammaster. As soon as everyone saw Lucian, they quickly greeted him respectfully, bowing their heads slightly. Good work, everyone. Lucian nodded appreciatively to them, then walked up to Mikhail. Did everyone bring a music player as I instructed? Make sure each person has one. If yours breaks, sing it yourself, but remember, only the song I picked works. Nothing else will. Don't worry, we've memorized the song. Mikhail nodded seriously. Good. Lucian smiled and patted Mikhail's shoulder. All right, all of you play the music. As long as it's on, you'll be invincible. Upon hearing this, every member of the exploration team switched on their music players, and at once, the same song began to play. Lucian, after confirming that everyone had already switched on their music players, activated BGM, designating the song being played as BGM's background music. In the next second, golden sound waves spread from each person's body, and those enveloped by the sound waves immediately felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Gopher Wood, caught within the sound waves' range, felt something strange stirring inside him. What on earth is this power? Gopher Wood muttered in shock, stammering. In no way. It even outshines the power of harmony. As a devout believer of harmony, he had always believed that the songs of harmony were the most soothing force in existence. Now, however, there was something far greater, so powerful that even he, a loyal follower of harmony, couldn't help but think that harmony was nothing compared to this, which would have been considered blasphemy if heard by the other followers of harmony. With this BGM, I could even fight Elenev, the eternal centurion, maybe even the other emanators of harmony. As this somewhat blasphemous thought emerged in his mind, Gopherwood quickly shook his head violently, trying to banish it from his mind. Dream Master, Gopherwood said with reverent awe, bowing his head deeply. Your ability, does it come from an Aeon's power? Could it be the Order? It has nothing to do with the Aeons. Lucian answered casually. It's my own special ability. Don't ask for details. All you need to know is that under my protection, even an Aeon couldn't harm you. It sounded like bragging, but strangely, Gopherwood didn't feel that way since, in his eyes, Lucian did seem like someone who truly had that kind of confidence. Whether Lucian could really defy an Aeon was impossible to verify, but the possibility alone was terrifying. Soon enough, once everything was ready, Lucian, having nothing to do, ultimately decided to join the exploration team as well. He had never seen what the memory zone looked like before, and he was also curious to find out just how difficult pioneering truly was. Inside the memory zone, he led the exploration team forward, while Mikhail and the others moved cautiously behind him. Because of Razalina's disappearance, countless tragedies had followed, which was, honestly, understandable. In Penacony, she was the only one who truly understood the memory zone and Memoria, so without her guidance, the death rate among pioneers had soared drastically. If not for the generous rewards Lucian had offered, no one would have even volunteered to join this pioneering effort. Among the exploration team, only Lucian strode forward confidently, his steps steady and fearless. After walking for a while, thick mist gradually surrounded everyone. It was so dense that even an emanator like Lucian couldn't see through it. The realm of memories really needs the authority of remembrance to move freely in it. Huh? Lucian thought with a frown. Maybe I should become an emanator of remembrance someday. Thankfully, each time he stepped forward, the mist dispersed, revealing barren soil beneath his feet. It wasn't actual soil, but a landform from Memoria. Not gonna lie, this kind of feels like playing RTS games, uncovering the map one step at a time. Row or dash? Just as Lucian was starting to enjoy the exploration, a sharp roar suddenly pierced everyone's ears. Whoosh! From within the mist, a twisted mimetic entity known as Memory Zone Meme lunged out, its massive claws slashing toward Mikhail. Huh! Mikhail, not knowing where his courage came from, shouted and charged forward to punch the Memory Zone Meme. Bang! Surprisingly, the Memory Zone Meme's attack passed harmlessly through Mikhail's body, but his fist actually landed squarely on the Memory Zone Meme's head. Row or dash? After being punched in the face, the Memory Zone Meme roared in pain, trying to retreat into the mist. But before it could even take a step, boom, Lucian crushed it effortlessly with a simple clutching gesture from afar. After seeing how even the non-fighter Mikhail could fight back, the members of the exploration team finally realized just how incredible Lucian's so-called BGM really was. Holy crap, its claws totally went through Mr. Mikhail's body, but he's kind of just fine. And he straight up smacked it back. Dream Master's ability is amazing. We can't even get hurt. I can't believe pioneering ain't dangerous anymore. Feels real good having a big shot watching over us. I'm never letting go of Dream Master's thigh. We're basically invincible with Dream Master watching our backs. Let's push forward full speed, no more messing around. In an instant, everyone's courage and morale soared, causing the exploration team to pick up their pace and press deeper into the memory zone. An hour later, Lucian and the exploration team encountered another memory zone meme that tried to ambush them. But just as he was about to crush it, Mikhail suddenly grabbed his hand, stopping him. Wait, don't kill her. Please, please don't kill her. Rosalina Jane Estella, Brooklyn Tiernan. An hour later, Lucian and the exploration team encountered another memory zone meme that tried to ambush them. But just as he was about to crush it, Mikhail suddenly grabbed his hand, stopping him. Wait, don't kill her. Please, please don't kill her. Her? Lucian turned back and glanced at Mikhail, seeing the shock and sorrow on his face. In that instant, Lucian roughly guessed the reason, then glanced back toward the memory zone meme and noticed a yellow ribbon hanging around it. Evidently, from Mikhail's reaction and the yellow ribbon, this memory zone meme must be the lost, nameless Rosalina Jane Estella. She was my friend, Mikhail said sorrowfully as tears welled in the corners of his eyes. She's Rosalina Jane Estella, a nameless like me. If not for that familiar yellow ribbon, he wouldn't have recognized her. Seeing his friend turned into a monster tore his heart apart. If he had to kill her with his own hands, that would truly drive him mad. A talented scholar and a surveyor of the Astral Express, huh? Lucian remarked calmly. At the end of the War of Independence, she piloted a shuttle alone into the memory zone to study the secrets of the primordial dreamscape. But sadly, she vanished suddenly, never coming back. Looks like she has become a memory zone meme. How do you know all that? Mikhail asked, frowning. Nah, don't worry about the details. Lucian replied, looking nonchalant. All you need to know is when you follow me, you won't have to suffer from loss again. Hearing this, Mikhail couldn't comprehend it for a moment. What's that supposed to mean? As Mikhail stood there in a daze, pondering Lucian's meaning, Lucian suddenly moved, grabbing the memory zone meme in one swift motion. Row or dash? Suddenly grasped, the memory zone meme struggled and howled. But no matter how hard it resisted, it couldn't escape Lucian's grasp. Guess you're lucky you ran into me, Lucian said with a faint smirk. You'll have to repay me with the rest of your life. In the next moment, he created a white bandage using the godly bandage, then tightly wrapped the memory zone meme with it. Why are you wrapping her with a bandage? Mikhail asked in confusion, having never seen Lucian use such a method before. Lucian didn't explain. He just casually yanked a massive chunk of memoria from the ground and turned it into a wall, blocking Mikhail and the others on the other side. Don't come over, Lucian ordered calmly. No one knew why, but they all obeyed his order without question. Lucian then created a set of clothes while waiting for the godly bandage to complete its work. Soon enough, the twisted form of the memory zone meme began to change, its monstrous body gradually shrinking and reshaping into that of an adult woman. Rip! A moment later, the bandage unraveled, showing a graceful, delicate woman with long dark brown hair. Her body was slender and well-proportioned, neither too tall nor too short. And her looks weren't otherworldly, but she had a soft, pleasant kind of beauty. Needless to say, the woman was indeed the nameless known as Rosalina Jane Estella. Lucian immediately covered her bare body with the clothes he had prepared, but just as he released his hand, Rosalina suddenly stirred awake. Ugh! Who? Who are? When Rosalina opened her eyes and saw Lucian's handsome face hovering above hers, Her heart skipped a beat before she asked instinctively, but then paused as she realized she was actually wearing nothing. Her face instantly flushed red as she curled up in embarrassment, ready to scream. But fortunately, Lucian's hand shot out quickly, covering her mouth before the sound could escape. MMPH dash. Shut up, Lucian said indifferently in a low voice. You don't want everyone out there to see you naked, do you? Such a sudden, devilish threat made Rosalina tremble all over before she frantically nodded to show her understanding. As Lucian let her go, Rosalina's hands moved quickly to dress herself, wrapping herself in the clothes he gave her. Who are you? What happened to me? Rosalina, finally dressed properly, asked again, her face blushing and her voice flustered. She remembered that she had gotten lost in the memory zone, wandering aimlessly and unable to find an exit, when her vision suddenly dimmed before her body began to twist, and after that, everything went blank. You were dead, Lucian replied calmly, his eyes fixed on her body, moving up and down before settling on her face. You turned into a memory zone meme and attacked my people, but I brought you back. What do you think that makes me? You saved me. Rosalina's eyes widened for a moment. Then she immediately bowed her head. You're my lifesaver then. Thank you very much. Seeing this, Lucian couldn't help but chuckle. Rosalina, is that you? Apparently, Rosalina's voice as she thanked Lucian was so loud that everyone behind the wall heard it, and Mikhail, who heard it, froze for a moment before shouting frantically toward the wall. He wanted to rush over, but didn't dare disobey Lucian's order, so he could only shout from behind the wall. Instead of a reply, a familiar figure soon appeared. As the wall crumbled, Mikhail stared blankly at the approaching figure, hardly daring to believe his own eyes. It really was his fellow, nameless companion. Rosalina Jane Estella. Our Rosalina is alive. Shock instantly filled Mikhail's heart. He hadn't imagined that Lucian possessed such incredible and miraculous power, to the point that he could even restore someone who had become a memory zone meme. Now, he was 100% convinced backing Lucian as Penacony's true leader had been the right choice. Only Lucian could make Penacony shine brighter. Hey, legwork, you're still alive? Rosalina teased lightly, smiling sweetly. By the way, where's Tiernan? Why didn't he come and welcome me? At this, Mikhail only gave a bitter smile. Tiernan, he sacrificed himself. He explained how Tiernan had led the Lampmoth family to expand outward, only for him and the entire Lampmoth family to be wiped out by the swarm. Because no corpse was ever found, they were likely devoured by the swarm. As the two mourned for their friend, Lucian interjected. As far as I know, Tiernan isn't dead yet. He should have joined the Galaxy Rangers, and a few years from now, he'll die while fighting a Lord Ravager. Lucian's sudden words hit Mikhail like a thunderbolt. Are you sure? You're not lying? Mikhail asked skeptically, yet his heart was telling him it was not a lie. What would I gain from lying to you? Lucian asked back, raising his eyebrows. No gain, Mikhail muttered, speechless. If that's the case, does that mean we can see him again? Yeah. When he returns to Penacony, you'll see him. Lucian soothed Mikhail's shaken emotions, considering it a reward for being a reliable underling. If tragedy and reality could be amended in the script, so be it. In the original story, when Tiernan returned to Penacony, the 5 great lineages had stopped him from meeting Mikhail, but not this time. He would make sure every lineage knew that, if a man named Tiernan appeared, he was to be welcomed warmly. No one dared bar a guest personally named by the Dream Master and the uncrowned king of Penacony. After all, sometime later, the exploration team finally completed its pioneering effort. Thanks to Lucian's protection, not only was the efficiency high, but there were also 0 casualties. Now, Penacony's dreamscape had expanded by a wide margin. For future pioneering, remember to contact me to set the music. As for the rest, Mikhail, you'll handle it. I'm going. As always, Lucian tossed every troublesome thing onto Mikhail, then vanished on the spot, going back to enjoy life. Has he always been this carefree? Rosalina glanced at Mikhail and asked with a blank expression. Yeah, you'll get used to it. Mikhail smiled helplessly. As long as you don't cross his bottom line, he's easy to talk to. You can even call him by name directly. And if I do cross it, well, even calling him Daddy won't save you. You're dead. Hearing this, Rosalina flinched, then let out a helpless sigh. Hey, do you think Tiernan will really come back? Rosalina asked softly, changing the topic. I don't know. Mikhail replied with a complicated expression. But since I met Lucian, he's never lied to me. So if he said Tiernan would come back, he will definitely come back. 1 year later, within one of Penacony's ports, a Galaxy Ranger wearing a brown robe with a hood that concealed his appearance stepped off his spaceship and approached the entrance gate. Halt! Who are you? What business do you have in Penacony? One of the members of the Bloodhound family guarding the gate inquired with a stern expression and tone upon noticing the suspicious-looking Galaxy Ranger. Are they new recruits? Has the Bloodhound family forgotten me? Muttering in wonder, the Galaxy Ranger glanced around at the surroundings, which now looked more prosperous than he remembered, then looked at the members of the Bloodhound family guarding the gate one by one before pulling down his hood. Tiernan, Brooklyn Tiernan the Nameless, who helped you build Penacony with Mikhail and Rosalina. You don't know me? Indeed, he was none other than Brooklyn Tiernan, the nameless companion of Mikhail and Rosalina. Tiernan? Wait, you're Mr. Tiernan. Please come with me. Every lineage head ordered that you be given the warmest welcome. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Tiernan, this way, please. He'll escort you. Seeing all the members of the Bloodhound family suddenly become respectful and even give him a grand and warm reception, Tiernan couldn't help but feel bewildered. Mikhail, you really went all out with this awkward fanfare. Tiernan muttered, speechless, while looking around. Seeing the current Penacony, plus his skills, he must be living a good life now. At the same time, somewhere in Penacony, inside a classical-looking office, the weary-looking Mikhail suddenly sneezed mid-work. Is someone talking behind my back? Mikhail muttered tiredly while massaging his temple. Tiernan's decision. Robin's strange behavior. Mikhail, what happened to you? When Tiernan arrived at Mikhail's office and finally met his old friend, he quickly held Mikhail, who looked barely alive. Tiernan, you finally came back. Lucian said you would, so I kept waiting. Mikhail said hoarsely, his eyelids feeling heavy, as if he were about to die. Don't become Lucian's worker. Absolutely. Right after saying this, he fell unconscious. Lucian? Who's that? Tiernan muttered with a frown. What kind of torture did you go through? He truly couldn't bear to see Mikhail's haggard face, especially those dark circles, and that thin face. Mikhail literally looked like a zombie right now. Brother Tiernan, you finally came back. Rosalina, who also had dark circles under her eyes, entered the office and greeted Tiernan, who had just laid Mikhail down on the nearby sofa. Rosalina, Tiernan shouted in shock. Wait, you aren't you dead? Rosalina chuckled, then sat down on another sofa. But Lucian brought me back. Well, I haven't slept for 3 days. Let's talk after I get some rest. Right after saying this, she closed her eyes and fell asleep almost instantly. What the hell? Tiernan muttered, feeling completely speechless. Is this Lucian guy a good guy or a bad guy? What's going on with you two? Everything felt so surreal to him. He didn't know why both of his friends had ended up in such miserable states. So he ultimately didn't dare to go anywhere and simply stayed in the room to watch over them. Half an hour later, when the two finally woke up, the three nameless reunited at last and shared what they had all gone through. It turned out that Tiernan had barely survived the swarm and had been rescued by the Galaxy Rangers. It was not until recently, after he had finally recovered from his wounds, that he was able to return to Penacony at last. Come on, let's take you to see Lucian, Rosalina said with a smile. He's the savior of Penacony. Without him, none of this would exist. Just like that, since they had already arranged to meet Lucian beforehand, the three nameless immediately went to meet him in the Dream Master's chamber. Several hours later, after some extended chatting with Lucian, Tiernan ultimately decided to return to the Galaxy Rangers. Don't worry, he'll come back often. Tiernan reassured his two friends. If you ever run into trouble, just call me. At this decision, Lucian wasn't surprised and didn't try to stop him, though he did give Tiernan a piece of information about how he would encounter a Lord Ravager. If you ever encounter Lord Ravager Zillow, you may seek my help, but in exchange for my help, you'll serve me until death. Even though he didn't know why he would encounter a Lord Ravager, or whether that information was even true at all, Tiernan still decided to believe it anyway, and agreed to Lucian's offer as he saw that both of his friends trusted Lucian deeply. With that, Lucian then left gracefully, leaving the remaining reunion time entirely to the three of them. If all three of them survived, Pom-Pom would probably cry to death, begging me to become a trailblazer. Lucian couldn't help but picture Pom-Pom's teary face in his mind. Just as Lucian returned home and stepped inside, he heard a beautiful child's singing voice. He walked farther in, and as he stepped into the living room, he saw Robin singing by herself, standing before a tall window that let sunlight spill across her figure as she sang. Now, Robin was already 8 years old. Unlike when they first met, when her height had only reached his waist, not only had she grown to his chest now, but her beauty had also begun to bloom. Papa. As soon as Robin saw Lucian come in, she stopped singing and ran toward him with all her strength, her short legs moving fast, and the wings behind her ears fluttering up and down. I want to sing for you. Hearing this, Lucian immediately crouched down, letting her leap into his arms. All right, let's hear it. Lucian agreed with a gentle smile, knowing that Robin had a natural gift for singing, or rather, that she was basically born to sing. Several minutes later, Lucian clapped his hands in applause at Robin's singing performance. Little bird, do you like singing? Lucian asked while holding Robin in his arms. Do you want to sing everywhere in the future? Robin nodded repeatedly. Papa, I love singing. He'll sing for you every day. All right, they'll find you a professional teacher then, Lucian said with a chuckle. Knowing that his little daughter loved singing, he would naturally support her. And so, with just a single command, a professional female singer came knocking the very next day, a beautiful, mature woman named Cash. However, on the same day Robin began her music lessons, Sunday, having learned that his sister's request had been granted by their father, immediately ran to Lucian to make his own request as well. Father, I want to be as strong as you. Ever since Lucian saved him and his family, Sunday had always admired Lucian to the point of blind obsession. He had no interest in anything else, and he tried to imitate Lucian in every possible way. Lucian, upon hearing his little son's request, couldn't help but chuckle, feeling quietly amused. Sonny, if you want to be like me, you got to read more books, read the news, eat less junk, and get more sleep. Okay, father, I will. From that day on, Sunday read books and the news all day, went to bed on time, and followed a strict and disciplined schedule. He was also diligent in school, though he still loved sneaking snacks during class. Year after year passed peacefully like this. Penacony developed rapidly under Lucian's leadership and soon became known as the planet of festivities, just like in the original story. During this time, he naturally didn't forget to handle the IPC's affairs. He not only made Penacony's trade routes smooth, but also managed to get the IPC to actually invest in Penacony. Likewise, with the invincible field provided by BGM, the exploration of the memory zone also became highly efficient. Additionally, with Razelina's expertise in Memoria, many new technologies appeared within the dreamscape, and the Dreamweavers finally succeeded in building a magnificent city inside it. One day, as noon approached, Lucian was in a school music room, accompanying Robin, now clad in an elegant black school uniform and a black beret. During her music practice, Lucian stood behind her as she played the piano and sang, filling the room with her melodious voice and the beautiful harmony of piano notes. Robin suddenly hit the wrong key again, creating a sharp tone that broke the song's balance. In the next moment, while pouting, she left the piano and, like a little bird seeking comfort, turned around, opened her arms, and dove straight into Lucian's embrace, burying her sweaty little forehead against his chest. Father hug. Robin's muffled voice carried a hint of playful whimpering. which caused Lucian to chuckle lightly as he wrapped his arms around her, holding her soft, warm body firmly. For Robin, her father's solid chest was her safest harbor, and his steady heartbeat was the most soothing metronome in the world. Lucian's hand rested around her back, while the other gently stroked her silky hair and those slightly trembling wings, just like how he used to soothe her mother's silver hair. Robin was 14 now, and her body had grown, showing traces of maturity. Even though, just like Sunday, she no longer called Lucian Papa, she was still as clingy as ever, loving to stay close to him without any sense of boundaries. Who said daughters avoided their fathers after growing up? Robin didn't avoid him at all. If you're tired, then don't practice anymore, Lucian said softly, comforting the girl in his arms. No, I promised I will play the most perfect song for you. Robin gently shook her head. You'll stay with me, right? Of course, Lucian replied with a smile and gently patted her head. They'll always be with you. Hearing this, Robin gave a beautiful smile, then returned to the piano and continued practicing. Several days later, Lucian was called away by Mikhail for something urgent and didn't accompany Robin to her music lesson as usual. Robin, you're spacing out again. Cash, Robin's music teacher, tapped her shoulder with a helpless expression. Sorry, teacher. Robin snapped out of it and looked apologetic. It was already the umpteenth time she had lost focus today. Why? Simply because every time she started playing the piano or singing, she always ended up thinking of her father. Whenever she thought of him and then looked around the room, realizing he wasn't there, she began to worry, her mind drifting toward all kinds of negative thoughts. Was her father in danger? Did he not want her anymore? Once her thoughts started running wild, her mind filled with chaos, leaving her unable to concentrate and constantly distracted. When she thought her father wasn't around, she looked gloomy. When she imagined him waiting at home, she smiled brightly again. Such was the current Robin. You're not in good shape today. Let's stop here. Cash, being a mature and experienced woman, recognized the signs in Robin's strange behavior. In her eyes, Robin right now clearly looked exactly like a young girl falling in love daydreaming and smiling one moment, sighing the next. Of course, she didn't expose Robin's girlish thoughts, but decided to talk to her father about it. Coincidentally, when Cash left the music room, she ran right into Lucian, who had come to pick Robin up. Dream Master, I have something to tell you. Cash cautiously glanced around, then leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Robin's acting strange today, like she's in early love. You might want to look into it. Lucian stared at the woman before him, puzzled. Love? Robin? Who? He thought with a slight frown, irritation flashing across his face. Who dared to hit on his little bird? Robin's crush and determination in the end. After a brief chat, Lucian, feeling irritated inside, forced a faint smile on the outside and sent Cash away. He'll see which damned fool dares to mess with my little bird. Soon, before the door of the music room, Lucian calmed himself, formed a smiling expression, and then pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, what came into view was the lone figure of Robin sitting by the window, seemingly lost in thought, completely unaware that someone had entered the room. Even when he approached her from behind, she didn't notice at all. It's been 7 hours, 49 minutes, and 20 seconds since I left, Father. I miss him so much. As Lucian arrived behind her, he accidentally heard Robin's quiet mumbling, which made him pause for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle. Well, so you were zoning out because you were thinking about me? Kia. Robin jumped up in fright, only to see that it was her father she had been longing for. In that instant, she instinctively stepped forward and threw herself into his arms, her hands pressing tightly against his back. Father, you're finally here. Robin's voice trembled slightly, filled with relief and warmth. I missed you so much. Lucian couldn't help but feel a mix of joy and amusement at her straightforward show of affection. Silly, it's only been half a day. How did my little bird turn into one that can't live on her own? Lucian teased with a soft chuckle. Being called someone who couldn't live on her own, Robin's cheeks gradually turned red, feeling a little embarrassed. I can be independent, Robin murmured with a pout. I I just worried about you. That's all." Hearing her excuse, Lucian's eyes were unconsciously drawn to her soft, pink lips, especially when she pouted. They looked so round and tender that it made one want to take a bite. Moreover, as she hugged his torso so tightly, her chest, which had already developed well, pressed against his, carrying a subtle temptation. Thankfully, his self-control was super strong. If it were anyone else, facing the current cute-looking Robin, even if they were women, they would have lost it by now. All right, you could be independent." Lucian helplessly shook his head. "In that case, I won't come to see you anymore." As soon as these words fell, he felt Robin's arms tighten around his waist. "No, I'm not independent at all." Robin immediately whined and hugged him tighter. "You have to stay with me." Seeing that her true nature was finally showing, Lucian laughed softly and patted her back. "Fine. Then I'll keep you company every day. Happy? Happy." Robin giggled and buried her face deeply into his chest, taking in his scent. "Thank you, father. You're the best." "Little bird, be honest with me," Lucian said, suddenly changing the topic and his tone. "Are you having a crush already? Which Basta boy is it?" At this sudden question, Robin froze in shock. "See, crush? No, I don't have one." Robin looked up and met his gaze earnestly. "ID never liked those boys. I just anyway, am not in love with anyone. Please believe me." "A crush? No way." Having known a perfect man like her father, was there any man in all of Penacony worthy of her eyes? Needless to say, with her standards having risen, the only man Robin ever thought about was right here before her, the one she hugged. Unless someone could exceed him in both looks and temperament, it was almost impossible to get her heart. Lucian looked into Robin's sincere eyes and felt that she didn't seem to be lying, which reassured him. If what she said was the truth, it was a good thing. No crush meant one less dead man, and Penacony truly worth celebrating. "Okay, I believe you." Lucian took a step back, freeing himself from Robin's embrace, then grabbed her hand. "Let's go home. I drank Mikhail's bitter drink again today. It's killing me." He must be getting back at you." Robin giggled softly, her eyes turning crescent-shaped. "You always dump all your work on him. After all, what else can I do?" Lucian rolled his eyes. "If I go to work, I won't have time for you or your mama. Would you like that?" "No way." Robin clung to his arm, her face glowing with happiness. "Keep giving everything to Uncle Mikhail. I want you with us every day." One had to admit, at this age, she was already stunningly beautiful, but her smile made her even more beautiful, drawing the eyes of every boy and even some girls in the school to her. Yet none of them dared to approach. At this moment, a group of boys gathered at a distance, silently watching Robin and Lucian as they walked away together. "Mun, she's so pretty. I kind of wish I could just talk to her once. If I could say even one word to her, I'd straight up trade like 3 years of my life." "Then go talk to her, dude. What are you waiting for?" "No way. I'm not trying to die early. Her dad's Lord Lucian, the strongest guy in all of Penacony. I'm not worthy. Oh, I'm so jealous." Robin gets to cling to Lord Lucian's arm like that. "Bro, shut up. You sound kind of gay right now." 10 years later, in the Epsilon system, a grand concert was being held on one of the planets known as Epsilon X. Robin, now a rising star, had earned the chance to perform one song in this concert and was waiting for her turn. Inside the largest theater on Epsilon X, lights shimmered and brilliance filled the air as many celebrities, influential people, and music lovers from across the cosmos gathered together. "Father, can I really do this?" Backstage, Robin asked Lucian, who was standing beside her, her voice trembling with nervousness. At this moment, she was wearing a beautiful stage dress custom-made by Lucian himself, a dreamy gradient of starry blue. However, compared to the dresses the other singers wore, hers felt a little different because it wrapped her body completely, leaving only her neck and wrists exposed, while the rest of her skin was covered by the elegant fabric. "Don't be nervous. I'm right here with you." Lucian reassured Robin calmly, feeling quite pleased with his work. Considering that many people would be watching his little bird, he naturally wouldn't let her dress lightly clad and allow the audience to ogle her. Her dream was to sing for the world, to bring people hope and courage, not to please people's lust. Father, why are those big sisters dressed so little? Robin pointed at the other singers in short skirts and deep V-necks, showcasing their beautiful cleavages and legs. They're doing it to please certain people. Lucian scoffed with disdain. You're not like them. Remember, little bird, you sing to share hope, not to please anyone. I understand, Father, Robin replied, nodding earnestly. I won't be like them. Satisfied with her answer, Lucian pulled her into his arms. Today, he was not wearing his usual robes or coat, but a finely tailored black tuxedo that perfectly matched his aura as the Dream Master and the uncrowned king of Penacony. Robin, embraced by her beloved father, felt her anxiety gradually melt away under his confident warmth as she quietly gripped the edge of his tuxedo. Robin murmured, her voice muffled and gentle. As long as you're here, I can do anything. For 10 years, every step of her musical journey had been guided by her father's presence. And now, the song she was about to sing was the song they had written together. Just then, the host finally announced the next performance. Next, please welcome a singer from Penacony, the rising star. Robin, performing If I Can Stop One Heart from Breaking. As soon as the host's voice fell, the entire theater went silent. Robin took a deep breath, nodded at the smiling Lucian, then stepped onto the stage. In that instant, seeing her modest outfit formed a striking contrast to the other singers. The audience murmured among themselves, quietly commenting on her appearance. Some praised it, some criticized it. Soon enough, however, as she began to sing the song, the entire audience gradually fell silent, their expressions growing captivated. Birds are born with no shackles then, what fetters my fate blown away. The white petals leave me, trapped in the cage. Robin had spent years learning music for this very moment, to let the world hear her voice, to let them feel hope and courage. Just like that day long ago, when she, her mother, and her brother, in despair, had heard her father's confident voice and the hymn he made invincible, the one that saved her world and her people. Now, she was determined to follow in his path to save others with her voice. Robin's rise, Sunday's resolve in the center of the stage, as Robin sang with all her heart. The audience was overcome with emotion. Some wept without realizing it. Some closed their eyes, lost in the sound, while others clenched their fists in excitement. Among the crowd, a renowned music critic from a distant star system, who had been watching Robin's performance with a discerning eye, was now left with nothing but shock and fascination. His pen slipped from his hand to the floor, yet he did not notice it at all. As the final note drifted down like a feather, silence filled the theater, absolute silence that lasted for a full 3 seconds. Until bravo, marvelous, what a heavenly voice, encore, unbelievable. Thunderous applause and cheers suddenly erupted, like waves crashing against the Grand Theater's ornate dome, nearly shaking it apart as the audience rose to their feet, waving their arms and expressing their awe and emotion with unrestrained passion. Robin stood at the center of the stage, breathing lightly, the wings behind her ears trembling with excitement. As her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, her gaze swept past the flying flowers and the roaring crowd, before locking precisely onto Lucian, who was sitting in the VIP seat. In that instant, she smiled more radiant than any spotlight, and her beautiful eyes seemed to say, "Father, did you see? I did it." Lucian, understanding her gaze, smiled and silently gave her a thumbs up. Truth be told, this scene had long been within his expectations. A galactic superstar? He had pulled out a song worthy of legend. So how could it possibly not blow up? However, when he thought about If I Can Stop One Heart from Breaking, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty toward his little bird. He had copied her own song from the original story and given it to her to sing, yet she believed they were simply connected in spirit, because of that, sharing the same passion and the same principle. A while later, just as Lucian stood before the dressing room door, his thoughts beginning to wander while he waited for Robin, a voice called him, "Father." Before the staff could even fully open the dressing room door, Robin, wrapped in a starry blue dress, shot out like an arrow straight toward him. Lucian stood just a few steps away, lost in thought, when something soft, warm, and fragrant collided into his arms. "Did you see it? Did you hear it?" Robin looked up, her flushed face glowing with excitement, her eyes dazzlingly bright as she asked eagerly. Ignoring everyone around them, she hugged Lucian's waist tightly, as if she wanted to melt into his embrace. "Of course. I was watching you the whole time. You saw me, right?" Lucian smiled as he naturally wrapped his arms around Robin, then lowered his head until his nose nearly brushed against her damp bangs and trembling wings, shielding her from the curious yet cautious gazes of the nearby staff. "Father, can you praise me like always?" Robin asked in a whisper. Hearing this, Lucian raised his eyebrows, then chuckled. "My little bird flew so high and sang so beautifully. I'm so proud of you." At this praise, Robin's eyes turned into crescents while her lips formed a beautiful smile. For her father's simple praise made her even happier than all the applause and cheers given by millions of people combined. Feeling her heart burst with happiness, she buried her burning face into Lucian's chest, inhaling deeply, as if trying to carve his scent into her very lungs. "If it weren't for you, I could have never done it," Robin whispered, sounding like a spoiled kitten, unusually gentle. Lucian couldn't help but wonder if his little bird had unconsciously awakened a rather special fondness, considering she was hugging him in front of so many people and not caring one bit. "All right, let's go home." Lucian shook his head and chuckled. "Call your mother and your brother, too. Well, celebrate you've just taken another step closer to your dream, after all." In the next moment, with Robin in his arms, he used absolute hit to teleport back to Penacony. At the same time, all the people who witnessed the scene from staff to talent scouts hurriedly rushed toward the now empty spot where Lucian and Robin had previously been standing. Unfortunately, they were unable to find any trace of them at all. Where did Miss Robin go? Not good the audience is shouting for another song. Seriously, this is such a golden opportunity to go viral. Why isn't she seizing it? Hurry, find Miss Robin. I have a feeling she's going to be huge. We need to work with her before she blows up. I heard she's from Penacony. Change of plans, let's head to Penacony. Robin had never imagined she would become a legend with just one song, as overnight, her name had not only spread across every planet in the Epsilon system, but it also reached several other star systems. Thanks to this, countless people came to Penacony just to see her, bringing a massive surge of visitors to the planet. Oak family's Harmony Church. Not long after Gopher Wood became the head of the Oak family, he built a church dedicated to guiding, comforting, and offering aid to the common people. Inside the church, a young man sat alone in what appeared to be a dim, narrow, and silent wooden booth, half hidden within the warm latticework of light that filtered through the wooden window. In the booth, the young man's upper half remained in shadow, deep and impenetrable, as though it were waiting for a confession that refused to be spoken. He was none other than Sunday. At this moment, he was serving as Bronze Melodia, a special position in the church meant to listen to people's troubles. He sat properly before a small desk, holding his phone, which displayed a video of Robin singing in Epsilon. Hearing his sister's graceful voice and seeing how brightly she shone as she sang, he felt genuinely happy, the corners of his lips lifting into a smile. He, too, had studied music since childhood and could play many instruments, and at home, he often played duets with his sister while their parents watched. He knew well that his sister possessed greater musical talent than he did, while he himself excelled more in politics, which was why he had been tasked with learning to govern Penacony. However, every time he saw Mikhail working tirelessly, he couldn't help but feel as if his father had sent him down the same endless road of labor. No, Father would never harm me. He entrusted me with Penacony because he believes in me. Whenever such a worrisome thought emerged in his mind, this was how Sunday always consoled himself. A few moments later, as he remained lost in thought while watching Robin's singing video, a middle-aged man sat down in front of the wooden window, looking dejected. "Mr. Bronze Melodia, I'm troubled. The idol I admire just got canceled and then quit. I've lost my will to live. I want to end it all. Hearing this, Sunday smiled mysteriously. It's fine, just pick another one then. Sunday said gently and handed his phone over through a small hole below the window. Look, this new star named Robin is really something. As the bronze melodia of the Oak family, I guarantee she'll never be canceled. Right after his words fell, Robin's singing began to play from the phone. Soon enough, the man, hearing that the melody sounded divine and that the singer was breathtakingly beautiful, had his body frozen in place. My God, what was I even listening to before? Robin, she's the one, definitely the one. Thank you, Mr. Bronze Melodia. I found hope again. Do you admit that Robin's beauty is unmatched in the world? Sunday asked calmly, a smile on his face. Yes, of course, unmatched. Not long after saying this with high spirits, the man who had come in hopelessness left the church, skipping with joy. Sunday felt a deep sense of satisfaction as, once again, he had helped a lost soul find hope in life. A short while later, a middle-aged man came in and sat before the booth, looking disheveled and miserable. I'm truly desperate. To keep my 2 kids from starving, I had no choice but to sell them off, since that was better than letting them die. Afterward, I smuggled myself into Penacony to earn enough money to buy them back someday. But the hounds are after me. Please help me. As the middle-aged man explained his plight, he wept openly, then begged for aid. Sunday listened quietly, feeling both sad and deeply sympathetic. Needless to say, the man was a textbook example of the weak, the kind of person the harmony should help. However, instead of answering right away, Sunday calmly threw out a question. I can give you 2 options. I can provide enough money to buy your children back and start anew elsewhere, or I can lift the hound pursuit and grant you legal status in Penacony. Which one will you choose? I want to stay in Penacony. Please stop the hounds. Hearing the man instantly choose the second option without any hesitation. Sunday's smile immediately faded, his face turning cold. I see, Sunday said emotionlessly. In that case, you're not the kind of weakling I'm meant to help, you're just a fallen opportunist. Either you lack a sense of responsibility, or you never had any children at all. You're lying to me. Immediately after saying this, he called in the hounds and had the man expelled from Penacony without hesitation. He still remembered that, back then, his father had told him the Harmony's aid for the weak had limits. Charity must be precise. Simply put, before helping others, one must first discern whether the weak were truly weak, truly helpless, and truly deserving of help. Perfect. Today, I've taken another step closer to Father. Sunday, thinking of his amazing father, spoke with satisfaction. A dangerous thought and yearning inside a refined and artistic-looking house. One man and 3 Holovians were spending a warm, peaceful evening together in the living room. Father, I've been studying the management of Penacony. I want to share your political burden as soon as possible. Sitting on a nearby sofa, Sunday spoke softly and respectfully to Lucian, who sat on a long sofa with Serafina and Robin on each of his sides. Omo, you're doing great. Lucian nodded with a smile. You've grown up almost catching up to me. Being praised, Sunday couldn't help but grin. Father, you'll work hard to reach your level. I won't let you down. Children, after all, just needed praise. Especially since Sunday's way of doing things in the script was a bit different from the original him in reality. It was incredibly effective, particularly when it came to Lucian, whom he deeply respected. Unlike Robin, who liked to cling to Lucian, Sunday showed a kind of respectful admiration whenever Lucian's name came up. Now, let's not talk about work. Let me see if your piano skills have gotten rusty. Lucian asked Sunday to play the piano, and Sunday, already used to this request, didn't hesitate and went straight to the piano in the corner of the living room. Robin joined in as well, standing beside the piano, taking on a role of lead singer. Lucian, holding Serafina in his arms, sat on the sofa and watched his 2 children perform, a faint smile adorning his face. Just like that, the night went on peacefully, stretching onward until late into the night. Not long after the family gathering ended, Robin came to Lucian. Father, can you wake me up tomorrow morning? I have an important speech at school. Got it. already used to Robin's request. Lucian nodded and instinctively reached out to pat Robin's head, but stopped halfway. In the end, his hand moved to her shoulder and gently tapped it. "Go to sleep, little bird." Good night, father." Smiling brightly, Robin walked back to her room with light steps. Early the next morning, Lucian, having already made a promise to Robin yesterday, arrived at her bedroom door. Thud thud, he gave 2 symbolic knocks before pushing it open, a door that had never been guarded against him. As soon as he stepped inside, a fragrance filled with a sweet warmth unique to a girl instantly drifted into his nose. In the bedroom, the thick curtains blocked most of the morning light, leaving only a small bedside lamp to cast a hazy, golden glow. On the large bed, Robin was still sound asleep, curled slightly on her side, the thin velvet blanket covering only her waist and leaving her upper body exposed to the cool air. Seeing this, Lucian's gaze froze in place. Her cute pajama top had somehow come undone during sleep. 2 small shell buttons at the collar had come loose, and one side of her pajama collar had slipped open, revealing a smooth stretch of delicate shoulder and the graceful lines of her collarbone. Even more distracting was how the soft fabric of her pajama top had slid lower, tracing the gentle, well-shaped curves of her developing chest, showing a faint glimpse of pale skin and the alluring edge of that tempting hidden valley. In the dim morning light, that unintentional, spring-like scene carried a subtle, unconscious allure that made Lucian's breath hitch almost imperceptibly, his deep eyes glinting faintly. Sure enough, his lucky pervert trait was working its magic again. Before I knew it, my little bird had grown up, huh? As this thought crossed his mind, Lucian sighed and shook his head, then walked to the bed, leaned down, and spoke in a low, steady voice. "Little bird, time to wake up." Robin mumbled a sleepy response, her long lashes fluttering a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her green pupils focused in confusion at first, but the moment she saw that familiar, handsome face right in front of her, her consciousness snapped back. "Morning." Father Robin pushed herself up, rubbing her eyes and letting out a yawn, which made her curves even more visible, though she herself was completely unaware of it. Right afterward, she even began to do a light stretch, making her curves stand out even more. Had she done it fully, Lucian would have been treated to quite a sight. Right after stretching, however, Robin suddenly felt a chill brush across her chest, which made her realize that something was wrong with her clothes. As she slowly looked down, "Kia!" a short cry caught in Robin's throat. Her face flushed red instantly, the color spreading from her ears down to her neck. Even the wings behind her ears turned slightly pink. In the next moment, she scrambled to pull up the slipped collar and fasten the buttons. But the more she panicked, the clumsier her fingers became, as no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get the small shell buttons through the holes. In fact, her frantic movements only made the open neckline sway, revealing even more of her 2 soft bunnies. "Father, could you please turn around?" Robin asked the silent Lucian in a trembling voice, on the verge of tears from embarrassment. Watching her flustered and helpless state, Lucian couldn't help but chuckle softly before calmly turning his back. A few moments later, Robin finally said she was ready, and he turned around. "Don't worry, I didn't see anything." Lucian's statement, of course, was the oldest. I totally saw it in the book. "Please, don't say that, Father." Robin's cheeks turned red again as she covered her face, too shy to look at him. However, because of that, she didn't even realize Lucian had stepped closer. "Hold still." Suddenly hearing Lucian's commanding voice, Robin froze and instinctively looked up at him. In the next moment, she felt his hand tug lightly at the collar of her pajama top, making her body go rigid as if she had been struck by a binding spell, her heart pounding wildly. Could it be that father? Just as a dangerous thought began to take shape in Robin's mind, it was immediately interrupted. "Yeah, there's still one button left undone." Lucian spoke calmly, his eyes fixed intently on a particular button of Robin's pajama top. In the next moment, he leaned forward to fasten the button, causing Robin's body to tremble lightly, her breathing quickening. Robin didn't dare look into his eyes and could only stare fixedly at his chin so close she could almost feel his breath as a warm, guilty rush spread through every inch of her body. However, unable to hold back her urge anymore, she finally looked up, and in that instant, her father's impossibly handsome face and beautiful golden eyes were reflected clearly in her wide eyes. A few moments later, when Lucian finally fastened the button, his gaze accidentally moved downward and met Robin's. In that instant, the room fell silent. Only the faint chirping of birds could be heard from outside the window. He had to admit that the girl before his eyes somehow looked like a beautiful porcelain doll, delicate and perfect. A beautiful face, a tall nose, and soft, rosy lips, as pink as cherries. All of it was the fruit he had personally nurtured. Lucian slowly raised his hand and brushed his fingers along Robin's cheek, causing her heart to pound so fast it felt like it might explode. Yet at the same time, a wave of panic and a strange, dangerous yearning suddenly filled Robin's chest, something she both feared and secretly longed for. Instinctively, Robin closed her eyes. Her long lashes trembled violently, fluttering like frightened wings in the wind, while her body leaned forward slightly, as if unconsciously responding to what was about to come. Seeing Robin close her eyes, Lucian leaned in as well, almost instinctively, without realizing it himself. Just as the heavy, suffocating tension between them was about to cross a certain line, thud-thud, two crisp, rhythmic knocks on the door shattered the suffocating, hazy air like an ice pick. "Robin, breakfast is ready." Serfina's gentle voice came through the door. As if yanked out of a vivid dream, Robin jolted violently. Her eyes snapped open wide, panic and shame flooding her gaze. Lucian's hand, which had been resting on her cheek, withdrew instantly, so fast it left a blur. Meanwhile, the dark, almost dominating aura that had surrounded him moments before vanished completely, replaced once more by the calm, composed warmth of a gentle father. "Why, yes, mother. Independent Illinois, be right there." Robin responded to her mother, but her voice shot up in pitch from nervousness. Immediately after, she fumbled to adjust the collar of her already buttoned pajamas, then ran her fingers through her hair in a rush while keeping her gaze down, not daring to glance at Lucian beside her. "Let go. We shouldn't keep mother waiting." Stepping away from Fame, leaving Penacony, thud-thud. Two crisp, rhythmic knocks on the door shattered the suffocating, hazy air like an ice pick. "Robin, breakfast is ready." Serfina's gentle voice came through the door. As if yanked out of vivid dream, Robin jolted violently. Her eyes snapped open wide, panic and shame flooding her gaze. Lucian's hand, which had been resting on her cheek, withdrew instantly, so fast it left a blur. Meanwhile, the dark, almost dominating aura that had surrounded him moments before vanished completely, replaced once more by the calm, composed warmth of a gentle father. "Igrejas. Mother, Independent Illinois, be right there." Robin responded to her mother, but her voice shot up in pitch from nervousness. Immediately after, she fumbled to adjust the collar of her already buttoned pajamas, then ran her fingers through her hair in a rush while keeping her gaze down, not daring to glance at Lucian beside her. "Let go. We shouldn't keep mother waiting." Robin spoke rapidly, her head lowered like a startled fawn as she grabbed Lucian's wrist and nearly dragged him toward the door. Lucian let her pull him along, his gaze quietly lingering on the flushed tips of her ears and the tense curve of her neck, his eyes deep and unreadable. At the dining table, the delicate breakfast Serafina had made gave off a tempting aroma. Robin kept her head down, sipping her drink in small gulps. Her long lashes drooped low, hiding the chaos roiling beneath her calm surface. "Oh my God, what has happened? How could I get that close to father? And I even closed my eyes? What was I expecting?" As this thought crossed her mind, a tiny angel with her face wearing a white robe, a glowing halo floating above her head, and holding a little staff appeared inside her mind and yelled cutely while clenching her tiny fists. "What are you thinking? It's sinful. Shameful. Snap out of it." In the next second, however, a tiny devil with her face waving a tiny black fork and flicking her pointed tail jumped out to argue. "You know what's in your heart. He treats you so well, so differently. Don't you like it when he's close to you? Didn't it feel amazing? Your heart racing, your body turning weak like jelly." Upon hearing this, the angel, furious, brandished her little staff. "No, that's an illusion. It's dependence, not love. Don't let it twist." At this, the devil snorted. "You're just lying to yourself. Look at you, your face is still red like a boiled shrimp. Even Mother across the table could probably hear your heartbeat. Shut up, you wicked creature. Tell me, then when Father did all that just now, why didn't you stop him? Why didn't you? As the devil's voice resounded in her mind, Robin's hand tightened around her mug. Indeed, why? Why hadn't she pulled away when her father's fingers brushed against her cheek? Why, when his breath surrounded her, hadn't she pushed him aside but instead closed her eyes in anticipation? What exactly did she anticipate? Robin lifted her gaze and quickly glanced at the young-looking father beside her, still looking exactly the same as when they first met. Lucian was eating breakfast with perfect grace, his movements neat and measured, as if that nearly burning moment in the bedroom had never happened. Seeing this, Robin's mind was thrown into a daze. Could it be that my affection for Father has changed? Robin thought about this question for a long time, but never found an answer, nor did she dare confess it to Lucian. In the end, all she could do was pretend nothing had happened. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and at this point, Robin had become a famous galactic singer in the Epsilon system, just like in the original story. 3 albums alone had earned her countless fans, and because of her uniquely conservative, wrapped, and layered stage outfits, she was affectionately nicknamed the Bundlebird by her fans. Yet, just when she had begun shining at her brightest, Robin actually chose to step away from fame. Why? Simply because she realized that singing on a glamorous stage could not save the weak. Even though her songs gave many people the courage to face life, there were still endless refugees crying out for aid. For this reason, she felt her singing no longer had much purpose, since, to her, it would be far more meaningful to go there herself, to those disaster-stricken places. Mother and brother would never agree, but Father loves me the most, so he'll understand and support me. Deep down, Robin always believed that Lucian would understand her in her decision, because, ever since she was a child, as long as her choices were for the good, he had never once disagreed with her and had instead supported her. Ultimately, Robin went to Lucian and spoke her mind. "What you want to do, just go ahead." Lucian said gently, showing not a trace of objection. "You know I'll always support you." If his little bird wanted to sing on stage, he let her sing. If she no longer wished to, she could retire. If she wanted to go to war-torn places to help the helpless and the weak, of course she could. No matter what she chose to do, he would respect her choice, though his only condition was that he would be part of every moment of her life. "Thank you, Father," Robin exclaimed with a beautiful smile, then happily hugged Lucian. "Umo." Lucian nodded softly and gently rested his hand on her back. "Once I finish handling matters in Penacony, we'll set out." Robin paused, blinked her eyes in surprise, then looked up at her father's face. "You mean you'll go with me to those war-torn places?" "Of course. I obviously will never let you go alone to such dangerous places." Lucian replied with a chuckle. "Or, don't you want me to come with you?" "Of course I do. I was just afraid you might not want to." "Silly. When have I ever refused you? Whatever you ask, I always agree, just like always, no?" Hearing this, Robin gave another beautiful smile, then suddenly rose on her toes and pressed her soft lips against Lucian's cheek. "Father, you're the best. I love you," Robin whispered gently right next to Lucian's ear. "Ha! I love you too, little bird." Lucian chuckled, having not expected such an unexpected bonus at all. He had to admit that the sudden, warm, tender touch against his cheek sent a faint shiver down his spine. Even for someone like him, who had mingled with many women over the years, This sensation felt strangely new to him. And so, while Robin packed her things, Lucian went to inform Serafina about their plan. As expected, when Serafina heard that her daughter wanted to go to war-torn places, she immediately objected without hesitation. It was not until she learned that Lucian would be accompanying her that she finally had no objections anymore. As for Sunday, just like Serafina, he was also utterly against it first, but the moment Lucian said he would go along with her, he ran out of reasons to continue protesting, muttering only for them to come back soon. In Sunday's eyes, Lucian was an invincible, omnipotent being, so with him by his sister's side, there could be no danger whatsoever. Lucian naturally did not forget to inform Mikhail, Rosalina, and Gopher Wood about his departure and entrusted them with Panakini's affairs. Several days later, in the morning, Lucian and Robin finally left Penacony. When they were still in Penacony, the morning light always carried a sweet tinge of festivities, but outside their spaceship windows now lay a starkly different scene of purgatory's scorched earth, smoke, and twisted metal wreckage jutting toward the leaden sky like the bones of colossal beasts. Even worse, the air was thick with the stench of rust, lingering gunpowder, and a far more revolting odor of decay. Boom! Boom! In the distance, muffled explosions echoed like the cries of dying giants, and the ground occasionally trembled with ominous force. "Father," Robin spoke softly, her fingers instinctively clutching Lucian's sleeve. It couldn't be helped. For a maiden like her, who had never directly visited places like these, the sight before her was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the spark of excitement she had felt from her father's company. Lucian didn't answer her call and merely turned his hand over, enclosing her cold fingers completely within his warm, dry palm. Robin was deeply grateful for in this hellish landscape. Her father's presence alone gave her an unshakable sense of safety and courage. Reduce everything to dust scared? Sensing Robin's anxiety, Lucian turned his head slightly toward her and asked with a faint smile, his voice low and steady, revealing no emotion at all. Robin straightened her back at once and shook her head hard, causing the wings behind her ears to sway along with emotion. "No, I just kind of need to get used to it." Robin took a deep breath, forcing down the lump in her throat before her gaze gradually turned firm and resolute. "Where should we go first?" Hearing this, Lucian's eyes fell on a few thin trails of smoke rising peacefully in the distance, drifting upward against the gloomy sky. Over there, the temporary shelter. Even though it was called a shelter, it was nothing more than a few tents barely standing among the shattered ruins, looking fragile and pitiful. Several minutes later, when Lucian and Robin arrived at the so-called temporary shelter, Robin couldn't help but gasp and hurriedly cover her mouth. Groans, stifled sobs, and children's helpless cries blended into a symphony of despair, while the thick smell of blood and disinfectant filled the air, making one's body tense up involuntarily. Robin's heart tightened painfully as she saw a man with a severed arm staring blankly at the gloomy sky, a mother holding her feverish child, too dry-eyed to shed a tear, and an old man curled up in a corner, his wound infected and stinking, flies buzzing relentlessly around him. Seeing such a tragic sight laid out so vividly before her eyes, Robin almost rushed forward instinctively, but Lucian quickly caught her wrist and stopped her. "Don't rush," Lucian said calmly, his voice carrying an unmistakable authority as his gaze swept over the chaotic crowd. "Observe first, then act. Blind passion only makes things worse." With that, he led Robin to the busiest-looking tent, and once inside, they saw a gray-haired doctor in a blood-stained coat desperately trying to keep up with treating the injured, his movements hurried and strained. "Doctor, do you need any help?" Lucian's voice wasn't loud, but it somehow cut through the painful, groaning noises of the injured. Hearing such a sudden question in this godforsaken place, the doctor snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes wary at first. Once he saw Lucian's composed demeanor and Robin's pure, worried expression, however, The wariness faded into deep exhaustion and a faint glimmer of hope. "You too. Are you relief workers? What can you do?" Gazing at the two newcomers, the doctor asked in a tired tone, his voice hoarse and strained. I can sing." Robin took a step forward and said gently, Maybe I can calm everyone down a little." Hearing this, a bitter smile tugged at the corners of the doctor's tired face. "Sing? Missy, what we need here isn't songs." Even though he said this, as the doctor looked into Robin's clear yet stubborn eyes, he finally sighed and decided to relent. "Fine. If you think ITLL help, go teach the children to sing. Honestly, the school probably needs something to lift their spirits." At this, Robin sighed in relief. Indeed, while what the doctor said that songs weren't needed was not wrong, it wasn't exactly true either. In this despair-laden place, she understood better than anyone that the war victims, especially the children, needed something, some form of entertainment to keep their sanity, and songs were among them, which was exactly why her choice to sing had been right. With that, Lucian and Robin turned to head toward the local school, but before they left the tent, Lucian suddenly stopped and spoke up. "If you don't believe in the harmony, then believe in the abundance. In desperation, faith is what keeps you going." Right after saying this, Lucian waved his hand casually, and the next moment, the injured people in the camp were healed within seconds. "Im healed? WH, what happened? My wounds, they're gone. Im alive? Im alive?" Witnessing such a miraculous scene directly with his own eyes, the doctor froze in place, staring at his suddenly healthy patients in utter disbelief. "What's this? Abundance? Was it that abundance, the one from the IPC's broadcasts, the abominations of abundance?" As this thought crossed his mind, the doctor immediately fell to his knees, facing Lucian's departing figure. "Thank you, abundance. Thank you." A while later, Lucian and Robin finally arrived at the local school. Unfortunately, instead of a proper school building, ruins surrounded them, with only one classroom still intact. Inside, 3 to 5 dozen children huddled together, shivering. Surprisingly, no adults were around, which meant they had likely perished, leaving these surviving children behind. It should be noted that the world of Honkai Star Rail was far too vast, encompassing an enormous cosmos filled with countless star systems. And thus, wars within this world were far too numerous to count, which in turn made pitiful souls like these children equally countless, rendering it impossible to save all of them. Lucian never wished to save everyone, for he understood that he wasn't some saint nor hero. However, if he crossed paths with those who deserved to be helped, he didn't mind saving them if he had the capability. Right now, meeting these children was fate. "Big brother, big sister, are you teachers?" One brave child approached Lucian and Robin, asking nervously. "Yes, we're teachers. We'll keep you safe." Robin, unable to bear seeing children suffer, squatted down and replied with a gentle smile before grabbing Lucian's hand. "Father, I want to help these kids." "Do as you wish." Lucian nodded with a smile. And so, just like that, Robin became the school's temporary teacher, calming the children's restless hearts with a single song. Lucian, having nothing to teach and aware that he sucked at teaching, simply played the role of Robin's student sitting in the classroom with the other children, listening as she taught the children how to sing. Boom! Suddenly, another explosion roared once again, signaling that the war had resumed. Boom! Unfortunately, a missile struck not far from the school, exploding with a thunderous blast and causing the shock wave to surge toward the classroom. Ah dash! As a result, the sound of the explosion drowned out Robin's singing, while the children screamed and curled up on the floor in terror. "Father!" Robin cried out in panic. Snap! Lucian simply snapped his fingers, and in that instant, the immense power of 2 paths surged forth, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire school even when the shock wave hit. It never stirred a ripple inside. Now that the noise was cut off, peace returned to the classroom. Needless to say, this was exactly why Serafina and Sunday never agreed to let Robin go to war-torn places like this. It was far too dangerous. One mistake, and she could be hurt or worse, die. Lucian, understanding this, couldn't help recalling the original story. He remembered that it was mentioned that Robin had once been caught in a battlefield crossfire, a stray bullet piercing her neck, nearly killing her. Honestly, I don't give a damn about these foolish wars, Lucian muttered quietly. But when they harm my little bird, that's when I give a damn. Right after this mutter left his mouth, he rose and left the ruined school under the confused gaze of Robin and the children. Several minutes later, Lucian finally found one of the warring factions and stood alone before the entrance to their military base. "Stop right there. Who are you?" One of the patrolling soldiers spotted Lucian and shouted, which caused a dozen soldiers to immediately surround him, pointing strange thermal guns at his head. Lucian couldn't help but smile. "It doesn't matter who I am," Lucian said indifferently, looking relaxed and composed. "What you should know is the missile that hit near a school you mongrels fired it, right? Well, doesn't need to know my name." As his words fell, the powers of his two paths intertwined. Then, rumble centered on Lucian. Everything around him was soon reduced to dust by an invisible force, resembled the almighty push from Naruto. In just seconds, the massive military base was gone, the ground bare and empty. Seeing his handiwork, Lucian patted his hands, then casually turned and left, as if he had merely set off a firework in the backyard. In another place, the opposing faction's command post fell silent. Just now, they had seen it all through the surveillance monitors, a young man erasing the military base of their opposing faction in a single move. Seeing such an absurd scene, their minds couldn't help but go blank in fear. Because the local rulers had oppressed the people, they, the rebels, had risen to fight back. But who would have thought that after years of endless battles with no victory, today they woke up to find that the war with those rulers was over? He's our hero, the one who brought us peace. Everyone who witnessed the incident immediately recorded Lucian's appearance in their minds. A while later, when Lucian appeared before the gate of the rebels' military base, the rebel commander rushed out to greet him with enthusiasm. He knew well that it was better to make friends than enemies, especially with someone who had just obliterated an entire military base of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in mere seconds, leaving nothing behind but dust. Seeing the rebels' respectful attitude and understanding their justified cause for war, Lucian ultimately didn't say much and only left one line behind. "Am Robin's emissary of peace. I don't like wars." Hearing these words, everyone paused, looking confused. Robin? Did he mean the singer Robin? As this same thought ran through everyone's minds, they stared in stunned silence at Lucian's fading silhouette. All that massacre, just for a woman? He stopped a planet-wide war single-handedly just for her? Because he didn't like wars. He erased all his enemies? "My voice is only meant for those who need it. Are you tired?" Lucian asked Robin. Standing beside him, his voice echoed across the fading winds of the ruined wasteland, calm and unshaken. "No, not at all," Robin replied, while wiping the sweat from her forehead. Strands of hair clung to her cheeks, and the wings behind her ears were dusted with ash. But she shook her head hard. "I'm glad the kids, they're finally all settled." As she spoke, Robin looked toward the distant school building, still perfectly intact thanks to Lucian's protection. Several days had passed since Lucian obliterated one of the warring factions, and now the new teacher had already taken over and was caring for the children in the ruined school building. In the classroom, faint voices of children singing the song Robin had taught them drifted out, a fragile melody that clashed with the broken ruins around it. "Father," Robin hesitated, then instinctively hooked her arm around Lucian's. "Has the war really stopped?" Even though she wasn't sure, she could feel that the suffocating tension in the air had finally vanished, replaced by the silence of a world that had barely survived. "Yeah, it's over," Lucian replied, while drinking a cup of pleasantly fragrant tea he took out of nowhere while standing, looking like some rich man on vacation. "Well, this face of mine still carries some weight among the stars. I told them to stop fighting, give me some respect, and they actually did. One side even moved out." He didn't elaborate on the details, just threw out the line like a joke. However, since Robin had grown up and was also born intelligent. She could easily read between the lines. Moved out. Robin pondered thoughtfully. Father probably wiped one side out completely, right? Indeed, no matter how she thought about it. Only something like that could end a long-standing war so suddenly. At least the innocent children won't have to suffer anymore. Robin spoke with a smile as she glanced at Lucian, having already made peace with it. In the first place, she never expected a perfect ending, so this was good enough. I thought you'd call me evil. Lucian turned his head slightly, a faint smile curving his lips for just an instant. I mean, the peace I brought reeked of iron and blood, not sunshine and rainbows. Of course not. Robin instantly protested. I'm not some naive little girl anymore. Even the Ians can't create perfect peace. I've never expected that. Father, the way you saved countless lives so quickly is something amazing and something to be proud of. I admire you, and I am proud of you. How could I ever call you evil? Right after saying this, she hugged Lucian's arm. Resting her head on his shoulder, her current pose truly fit the phrase like a little bird seeking shelter perfectly. Hearing such a passionate protest, Lucian chuckled and reached out to stroke Robin's cheek. All right, come on, Lucian said as he turned away, causing the hem of his black coat to cut a sharp line through the dry wind. There's still many weak ones on this planet waiting for you to save. Hearing this, Robin took one last look at the school. In the window's reflection, she saw the children's faint, moving silhouettes, and among them, a slightly older boy seemed to notice them, then waved with all his might, his lips forming the words, "Goodbye, teacher." Seeing this, that familiar sting rose in Robin's throat again, but she swallowed hard and hurried after Lucian's silent, steady back, as the wind picked up dust and sand. Scattering it across the ruins with a whispering wail, both Lucian and Robin reached the edge of a scorched street. However, just as they took a step out of the scorched street, a spaceship bearing a massive logo that read Heavenly Voice Entertainment slammed down in front of them. The blast from its engines was almost scorching. Soon, as the spaceship hatch slid open, a man in a sleek silver suit, his hair slicked back with oil, nearly tumbled out, his face twisted into an exaggerated grin. "Miss Robin, Mr. Lucian, finally found you. I saw your footage on Interastral News and came right away." As he spoke, the man's voice was sharp and trembling with flattery, truly the epitome of a bootlicker. "My name is Jack, the talent director of Heavenly Voice Entertainment. And by the way, the video of you helping the refugees on this planet so full of human compassion has gone viral across the Interastral network. Over 10 billion views. You two are born for the stage. Angels of peace." Jack turned to Lucian, eyes gleaming like he was staring at a walking mountain of credits. "Look at this setting. So rich with story. So perfect to highlight your holy aura. I already have the next concert's theme. Heavenly Voices in the Ruins Hope, reborn from war. It's absolutely." Before Jack could finish, however, Lucian interrupted. 3 seconds leave, or stay here forever." Lucian's tone was flat, his gaze never even turning toward the man, yet it hit like a bucket of ice water. Jack's grin froze. "But Mr. Lucian, this could be a great chance to bring publicity to Penacony. I think, don't turn other people's suffering into your damn backdrop." Lucian cut Jack's words off, and his indifferent eyes finally met Jack's. Even though there was no emotion in them, Jack instantly felt as if an invisible hand had closed around his throat, which caused his words to catch, cold sweat trickling down his back. But it's a chance for intergalactic fame. I mean, the whole galaxy, the entire cosmos watching." Jack stammered, forcing the words out, then turned to Robin. "Miss Robin, your voice deserves to be heard by my voice." Robin stepped forward to stand beside Lucian, interrupting softly. "My voice is only meant for those who need it." As she watched Jack's face crumble upon hearing her words, Robin immediately added, "Like the children in the ruins, or maybe the next refugee camp, but definitely not your themed concert." Hearing Robin's words, Lucian said nothing more and simply continued walking. Jack was shoved aside by an unseen force. stumbling back several steps before falling flat on his backside. Hearing the spaceship's engines roaring uselessly, their noise irritating his ears, Lucian casually flicked his hand, and in that instant, the spaceship immediately exploded, reduced to junk. 3 seconds are up. Hearing Lucian's indifferent words and seeing his spaceship explode, Jack stood frozen amid the dust and wind. All his carefully crafted words and dreams of stardom now lay shattered on the ground behind Lucian, worth even less than the rubble itself. Several months passed by in a blink. Lucian and Robin continued toward their next destination, boarding their spaceship to travel through the cosmos. No matter where they went, the places they visited were always the same: gunfire, smoke, ruins, crying, despair, death, and then songs before it was ended by the emissary of peace. It became a script replayed endlessly across various war-torn planets. Lucian and Robin traveled together through the starry sea, reaching various corners torn apart by conflict, and day by day, the process grew simpler and simpler. Robin had witnessed countless tragedies on various planets with her own eyes, yet her heart remained gentle and fearless, still aching and longing to rush to the terrified children whenever she saw their fearful eyes or heard their muffled sobs. Lucian, however, always moved faster and far more directly. "Father, over there." Robin pointed out of the window of the spaceship toward a planet shrouded in thick smoke, with flashes from space warship energy cannons firing all around the orbit. "No need to rush. Just tell them to give you some respect, and ITL'll be over." Lucian didn't even glance at the coordinates and merely sensed the chaotic flow of imaginary energy. In the next moment, their spaceship adjusted its course and jumped straight into the hottest part of the battlefield on the planet, appearing right between the two warring fleets. As the public communication channel exploded with curses and frantic warnings between the two opposing sides, Lucian's voice soon came through the communication channel, sounding cold and absolute. "Silence. Give Robin some respect. Cease fire immediately and maintain order on the surface." As soon as they heard the name Robin, it was like thunder echoing through the void. Both sides' command centers erupted in urgent chatter, and within minutes, they reached a ceasefire. Right after, the ground troops suddenly received an unbelievable order: stop the war, clear safe zone, and prepare to welcome Robin and her emissary of peace. Emissary of peace. Not long after Lucian gave his warning, both he and Robin landed in the designated safe zone, or more precisely, in a plaza that was still relatively intact. However, the surrounding buildings were riddled with bullet holes, and the air was thick with the stench of smoke and a faint trace of blood, which clearly showed that this place was not precisely safe. Before long, children were led out from shelters and ruins by the soldiers, their faces carrying a mix of fear and confusion. Lucian stood at a distance, silent as a mountain, his presence alone cutting off every potential threat as his cold gaze swept across the local military leaders and officers who were struggling to maintain their composure. All of them could see a silent warning in his eyes. Any hint of interference would be erased without hesitation. Robin, upon seeing the children, took a deep breath to suppress the ache in her heart, then offered them her warmest smile before her ethereal voice rose, flowing across the scorched earth like a clear spring. In that instant, the children's tense bodies slowly relaxed, and the emptiness in their eyes began to fill with light. All of these events were quietly recorded by a war reporter and soon spread across the cosmos. Miracle songstress Robin returns from retirement to end wars with her song. The mysterious emissary of peace, a single man that silences two armies, all to protect an angel's voice. The price of peace? The terrifying power behind Robin. Who truly is Panakini's dream master? Is he an Emanato? Rumors like these spread like wildfire, binding Robin's name to a kind of divine punishment, a peace enforced by fear. Her song had become the most effective catalyst for ceasefires, because everyone knew that defying the man behind her did not lead to negotiations or political losses, but led to total annihilation. Behind Robin, The man known as the emissary of peace had become the greatest nightmare of every warlord. Mercenary group, rebel force, and invader A walking into war itself. Whenever Robin went to save the weak, the war had to stop, and no one was allowed to harm civilians afterward, since those who disobeyed were wiped out. If both sides refused to listen, simple, both were erased, problem solved. Thanks to the presence of war reporters on various warring planets, the news about Lucian and Robin spread quickly. Across the various star systems, every civilization learned this iron rule: show respect, live. Refusedi. Unbelievable. Someone with the power to rule planets only uses it to back up Miss Robin? Please, Lord Lucian, come conquer our planet too. My homeland's been ravaged by invaders. Miss Robin, Lord Lucian, please save Caspelina. Eventually, Lucian and Robin arrived at that very planet, the one where, in the original story, Robin would have been hit by a stray bullet in the neck and nearly died. Caspelina 8. On this planet, the war was particularly brutal when compared to the others, drawing even the IPC's intervention forces. Under the banners of maintaining order and humanitarian aid, the IPC had joined in with its true intent being to seize a share of the post-war spoils. All the land in Caspelina 8 was divided into a jagged patchwork of battle zones as the IPC's troops, the government troops, and the rebel troops fought in chaotic three-way battles, each side backed by complex interplanetary powers. At this point, the war had reached a stalemate, and the casualties were already reaching a horrific degree. When Lucian and Robin's spaceship appeared at the edge of the star system where Caspelina 8 was located, the planet's entire communication network quickly exploded with a top priority encrypted transmission. Alert! Robin and the emissary of peace are approaching. Repeat. Robin and the emissary of peace are approaching. Coordinates. Caspelina 8. All units cease fire immediately and unconditionally. Surprisingly, this top priority encrypted transmission came from the IPC's Warzone Command Center itself, filled with unprecedented urgency and fear. Upon hearing the message, cold sweat beaded on the forehead of the government's supreme commander. He remembered that the planet named Zeta 3, a planet that had waged war on its neighbors, had been erased without even a speck of dust left behind because the inhabitants had refused to listen to Lucian's warning. Quick, contact the rebels and the IPC. No, broadcast it across all channels. We're declaring a ceasefire. Immediately. Withdraw from all conflict zones. Hurry. Rebel headquarters. Several rebel leaders were still arguing when a staff officer stumbled in, pale and panicked. Stop arguing. He came, the emissary of peace who clears the field for Robin. Remember Zeta 3, where its people refused to give him face last time? Nothing left, not even dust. Hurry. Tell all units to hold positions. No Star helping the IPC clear the ruins and rescue the war victims. Show our sincerity for peace. Interastral Peace Corporation Frontier Base. At this moment, the commander who led the IPC's troops on Caspelina 8 stared at the live satellite feed, which showed an ordinary-looking spaceship heading toward Caspelina 8, his scalp tingling. No one understood Lucian's power level better than he did. According to the IPC's findings, Lucian was confirmed to be an emanator, likely an emanator of elation. It was just that he truly couldn't comprehend how all this trouble existed merely for the sake of a singer who wanted to bring peace and save the weak wherever she went. However, considering that Lucian was an emanator of elation, such bizarre and absurd behavior did make sense. Of all places, why did he come to this damn planet? Watching the spaceship ridden by Lucian and Robin in the satellite feed get closer and closer, the commander couldn't help but complain. Damn it. Inform all ground troops, halt every military operation. Repeat, halt everything. Relief work? Yes. Double the rescue efforts. Move every crate of medical supplies from the warehouses if necessary. Also, give me the government and rebel leaders on the line. Before he lands, I want a three-way ceasefire agreement signed and projected on the biggest screen we have. Half an hour later, Lucian and Robin's spaceship finally descended on Caspolina 8. As their spaceship hatch opened, Lucian stepped out first, his calm gaze sweeping steadily over the area. Every soldier lining up before the spaceship instinctively straightened, gripping their weapons tightly not to fight, but out of sheer tension. No one wanted to anger the emissary of peace, fearing that one wrong move could mean total obliteration. Before long, a middle-aged man in an IPC military uniform rushed forward, nearly tripping over himself, and behind him followed the government supreme commander and the rebel commander, all three of them wearing the same fawning smile. "Mr. Lucian, welcome. Welcome to Caspolina 8. Right after these words left the IPC commander's mouth, a massive holographic screen flickered to life behind him and the two other commanders, displaying an image of a freshly signed document that read, Caspolina's Peace and Mutual Development Agreement. As you can see, this agreement is meant to express our yearning for peace and our full support for Miss Robin spreading peace. Wearing a big, fawning smile, the IPC commander practically shouted as he explained the situation. Our three factions have reached a peace agreement, effective immediately. All armed forces are standing down to maintain peace across Caspolina 8. At the IPC commander's words, the government and rebel commanders nodded vigorously, then echoed his declaration in unison. Let this planet bask in Miss Robin's song and the light of peace. Well, fully cooperate, absolutely cooperate. Lucian's eyes lingered on the massive image of peace agreement for a moment, then swept over the three figures before him, the planet's current top powers. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then closed it again, not knowing what to say. The corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly, so subtle it might have been an illusion. He sighed softly, then called softly toward the spaceship. Robin. In the next moment, Robin slowly stepped out of the spaceship and took in the surreal sight before her heavily armed soldiers standing rigid, a shining image of peace agreement glowing amidst the lingering smoke, and three powerful men trembling before a father like students awaiting judgment from their teacher. Seeing such a scene, her heart couldn't help but churn with mixed emotions. She had come to spread peace and save the weak. So why did it feel so wrong somehow? It was as if she were the villain here. However, when she saw the ragged children in the distance, her mixed emotions grew resolute once more. Yes, she didn't need to care about how the peace was achieved. She only knew that, right now, those children needed it. Father? Robin turned her head to Lucian and called softly. Go. Lucian gave a faint nod. Don't worry about them. It's safe here. I won't let your body ever bear a scar. It's time for things to change in the end. After the IPC deliberately exaggerated the miracle that happened in Caspolina 8, the news spread across every civilized star system at the speed of light. Peace has descended. Former enemies now join hands to build a new future. Emissary of peace, Lucian, achieved the historic reconciliation of Caspolina 8 single-handedly. As the light of harmony shines upon the war-torn land, the battlefield has become a cradle of hope. Robin sings for the children. Unexpectedly, the IPC spared no effort in shaping Lucian into a peacemaker, skillfully downplaying his terrifying methods of erasure and instead emphasizing the results he brought: a ceasefire, peace, reconstruction, and the comfort brought by Robin's voice. They even awarded Lucian a glittering medal that read Emissary of Peace, just to show goodwill, strength, and cooperation, and build closer ties. Of course, Lucian never went to claim it, so the medal was ultimately framed and hung in the IPC's Hall of Honor. On countless planets ravaged by war, in dark and damp air raid shelters, and inside crude relief tents, the children no longer only spoke of Robin's angelic singing voice, but also began to clumsily piece together a vague, tall figure clad in black using discarded shell casings, broken bricks, or even mud. They called him the Dark Guardian, the man who silenced the wars, or Robin's emissary of peace. In their childish drawings, there was always a white figure of a woman with wings behind her ears singing, and beside her stood a black figure as tall as a mountain. shielding her from every explosion and bullet. In the children's eyes, Robin represented affection and admiration, while that dark shadow embodied pure worship and safety. He was the myth that descended upon a world of despair, the hero who could truly make the nightmares end. Lucian had become, in the hearts of countless children, the most direct and powerful symbol of a hero. And all of this was seen clearly by Robin. Once again, the two had just finished their temporary teaching on a remote planet, and after watching the children wave goodbye reluctantly, their spaceship lifted off, gliding toward the deep sea of stars. Robin sat by the spaceship window, gazing at the flowing starlight outside, while holding a small stone that a child had secretly given her in her hand. On it, drawn with crooked charcoal lines, was a little dark figure protecting a little white one. "Father." Robin's soft voice broke the quiet. Lucian, sitting beside her, turned his head at her. "Thank you." In Robin's clear eyes, the starlight reflected along with Lucian's image filled with gratitude and dependence. "Thank you for letting me sing without fear. Thank you for protecting me and those children." Her words were light, yet they fell into Lucian's tranquil heart like a stone into a calm lake, sending faint ripples through it. Then how are you going to thank me?" Lucian asked, then gave a gentle smile. "Give me a kiss?" As he spoke, the flickering starlight glided across his face, making him look almost ethereal, as if he might fade away at any moment. Such tenderness between father and daughter had long been a natural part of their bond. Right after Lucian's words fell, Robin leaned over and kissed his cheek without hesitation. You're my hero too." After giving a kiss on Lucian's cheek, Robin didn't pull away but stayed close instead, whispering in his ear. Lucian's gaze locked onto Robin's, deep and heavy. In those usually calm eyes, he could now clearly see the blush on her cheeks and the faint trembling of her wings. He also saw the affection and longing in her eyes barely concealed. Under her father's quiet, intense stare, Robin, seeming to be bewitched by those eyes, rose slightly on her toes, closed her eyes, and with a reverent impulse, kissed his lips without warning. As soon as their lips met, both of them trembled slightly, but after that brief touch, Robin suddenly drew back like a startled bird, her face flushed red to the tips of her ears, and they trembled violently as she covered her mouth with her hands in panic. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Robin stuttered, her eyes darting away, filled with shame and self-blame. "No, this isn't right. Really, it's not. You're my... How could I?" Truth be told, she herself didn't even know what had come over her. A moment ago, her mind had suddenly been seized by the deepest desire she had always kept hidden within the depths of her heart. Lucian looked at his shy little bird before him, his expression soft and gentle. Before his eyes, Robin had taken off her coat, leaving only a thin, form-fitting, sleeveless ribbed turtleneck that outlined her graceful figure. Due to the starlights outside the window, the gem ornament at the corner of her eye shimmered faintly, making her bright eyes appear even livelier. Just then, a single strand of starlight slipped through the window, landing upon her tender lips. The interplay of light and shadow made them seem impossibly smooth, irresistibly tempting. "Not right." Lucian repeated Robin's words with a hint of teasing in his voice. "What exactly isn't right? Because of our status as father and daughter? Or because of what others might think?" Pressed by his overwhelming question, Robin instinctively shifted her body to get away from Lucian until her spine met the cold glass of the window, a clear indication that there was nowhere left for her to retreat. "No, it's not about others." Robin shook her head hard, hurriedly explaining. I just think it's odd." No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't find the right words. The weight of long-held morals and reasoning made her heart tremble in confusion. Lucian sighed, then lifted his hand, letting his fingers gently brush against Robin's burning cheek, carrying an irresistible strength as they tilted her chin upward, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Little bird, look into my eyes and tell me what feels wrong in your heart." In Lucian's unfathomably deep eyes, Robin not only saw her own reflection, clear and vivid, but she also saw the trembling emotion and unhidden longing that lay within. In the next moment, she couldn't help but feel that whatever idle gossip outsiders might spread, before her father's overwhelming presence, all of it felt pale and powerless. You don't really mind?" Robin hesitated, her words breaking apart softly. "Mind? Honestly, the only thing I mind is you not daring to confide in me." Lucian slowly shook his head, then looked into Robin's beautiful eyes with a lot of affection. "All right, it's time for things to change." As soon as these words fell, he leaned down and kissed Robin's soft lips. It was no longer a fleeting touch, but a deep one. In that instant, Robin's mind went completely blank. Right and wrong, status, or position, all of it crumbled to dust in that instant. No one knew how much time had passed, but to Robin, the kiss just now felt as though it had been as long as a century. Now, her eyes were hazy, as though she had just been pulled from the depths of the sea, while her cheeks were flushed like ripe berries, and her wings drooping softly with a fragile beauty that spoke of total surrender. Then, Robin said hesitantly, her voice husky from emotion, barely daring to meet Lucian's gaze, "From now on, why you're my—" "And what?" Lucian raised an eyebrow, his gentle voice tinged with teasing amusement. Gathering the last bit of courage she had, Robin looked up at him and continued speaking. "Why you're my boyfriend." Robin spoke stutteringly in a small voice, yet every word was clear to Lucian's ears. As soon as she finished saying the words, she quickly lowered her head again in embarrassment, though her wings twitched upright just a little, betraying her anticipation and happiness. Just a boyfriend?" Lucian asked teasingly, his fingertips brushing over Robin's sensitive wings, drawing a faint shiver from her. The rest." Robin stiffened, her face turning even redder as she mumbled softly. "Depends on mother's decision." "Haha, no need to ask." Lucian let out a low chuckle, then leaned in, his warm breath brushing against Robin's neck, sending tingles down her spine. "In our little family, I make the rules. Romantic relationship. Departure the rest." Robin stiffened, her face turning even redder as she mumbled softly. "Depends on mother's decision." "No need to ask." Lucian let out a low chuckle, then leaned in, his warm breath brushing against Robin's neck, sending tingles down her spine. "In our little family, I make the rules." As soon as his words fell, his strong arms slipped beneath Robin's knees and back, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace in a princess carry. "Kia!" Robin let out a startled cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around Lucian's neck, curling up in his arms like a frightened bird. "Fath Lucian." Robin, her heart pounding like a drum, hastily corrected herself in how she addressed him. Lucian, hearing his little bird calling him by name, immediately understood that the maiden he had raised for so many years was finally accepting him not as a father, but as a man. Soon enough, in the main bedroom of the spaceship, the power belonging to the Path of Harmony ignited completely within Robin's body. But this time, it was no longer meant to soothe others, and instead resonated through a strange connection to the two paths within Lucian. Powers flowed, intertwined, and echoed between their bodies like colliding stars, bursting into dazzling light bright enough to tear through the soul. It illuminated the dim bedroom, forming a brief yet magnificent halo of energy outside the spaceship, like a forbidden flower blooming in the depths of space. No one knew how long it lasted before the halo of energy finally subsided. Inside the spaceship's main bedroom, Robin, without any garments covering her body, lay limply on the bed as though every bone had been drained of strength from her body, her skin glistening with a faint sheen, her eyes unfocused, her heart still racing with overwhelming emotion. Lucian, bare-chested, lay beside her, propping his head on one hand as he quietly watched her face. Outside the window, the silent sea of stars continued to flow as if witnessing this transformation that began with protection and ended in devotion. Just as Lucian reached out to stroke Robin's delicate cheek, a message from the system suddenly popped up before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on completing the script. In one day, the script will close and the host will leave the current world. One day, huh? Well, compared to before, it's not bad this time. At least, I have a full day to say goodbye. Lucian truly felt a little sorry for his little bird. He had just taken her first blood, but soon after, he had to leave. No choice. He'll just have to make it up to her in reality. He thought with pity, then reached out and pulled Robin into his arms. Robin, seeming to have awakened by his movement, shifted closer into his embrace with her eyes still closed. Lucian, Robin whispered, her eyes closing peacefully. Have you thought about how you'll explain this to mother and brother when we go back? They'll just tell the truth. Lucian replied bluntly while his palm gently pressed and kneaded her flat belly. Serafina will understand. I love you, and I love her too. Even though our relationship shifted, we're still a family. Compared to his original world. This world where various civilizations and races with unique cultures and common sense existed, their family relationship might seem messy to some and might seem normal to others. Regardless, it didn't really matter. Even if some disapprove of their relationship, so what? Now, no one in the entire Astanistar system or the Epsilon system dared to gossip about them anyway. What about brother? Robin asked hesitantly. Well, since now he's become my brother-in-law, there's no place for him in our family anymore. Lucian replied jokingly with a faint smile. We can only go our separate ways from here on out. Robin couldn't help giggling when she imagined Lucian calling her brother, his own foster son, brother-in-law. Poor brother. Even though she said her brother was pitiful, Robin honestly tightened her embrace around Lucian because she knew he was just joking. Anyway, I think I'll make it up to him a little. Lucian spoke with a chuckle, imagining Sunday's dumbfounded face, considering that Serafina and Robin were now his wives. Maybe he should just remove Sunday from the family register and have him open his own? In the end, after spending some tender moments together with Robin, Lucian quickly took her back to Penacony. He hadn't returned for quite some time, so before the script ended, he had to visit Serafina and tell her about his departure. What? You and Robin? Serafina was completely stunned when she heard that her daughter was now in a romantic relationship with her husband, who was her adoptive father. Lucian hugged Serafina from behind, unable to see her expression, but he could feel her body tremble slightly. Clearly, she was shocked. Fina, she's not a child anymore, and we've all lived for many years. Lucian whispered gently into Serafina's ear. For long-life species, certain relationships aren't really restrictions, right? Hearing this, Serafina couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Honestly, what could she do? Just before she became Lucian's woman, she had always known that he was not an ordinary man, especially after that first night together. She understood well how extraordinary his strength and capabilities truly were. For that reason, she had already prepared herself mentally for other women to enter their lives, since she knew that she couldn't manage the relationship on her own, nor could she allow herself to be the only one fulfilled while her partner was left feeling unsatisfied. It was just that she had never expected that the first woman would be her own daughter. Nonetheless, now that what had been done was done, she had no choice but to accept it. This must be fate. You saved me, saved Robin, and gave us a happy life. Honestly, what else can I say? Serafina said with a helpless smile, then raised her hand and clasped Lucian's hands. So, are you going to make it public? No, not yet. Lucian smiled wryly and shook his head. I have to leave for a while, so, for now, let's just keep it within the family. Just as these words fell, Robin suddenly jumped out from her hiding spot. Earlier, she had been hiding in the corner of the room, secretly eavesdropping on their conversation, wanting to hear her mother's reaction right away. However, once she heard that Lucian would be leaving, she couldn't hide anymore. You're leaving? Robin asked with a frown, then grabbed Lucian's hand. Where? I'm coming with you. Sorry, little bird. I can't take you with me this time. Lucian sighed and shook his head. I'm going far away to meet some old friends. I promise I'll be back ASAP. all right? Since his excuse sounded reasonable, and she wasn't a spoiled girl either, Robin had no choice but to relent. Even so, the wings behind her ears couldn't help but droop. All right then, when are you leaving? Robin asked softly with a slightly forced smile. Tomorrow morning. Lucian replied softly, giving a slight, bitter smile. In that case, let's have a family gathering tonight, and let's call brother back. Robin suggested. Her cheerful smile returned. Sonny hasn't come home for a long time either. Serafina nodded with a smile. He's been so busy with Panacony's affairs. In the end, Sunday, who had now become the acting head of the Oak family, was personally summoned back by Lucian. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw his mother and sister being affectionate with his father on the sofa. Ah, home really is the best, so warm and peaceful, Sunday thought with a faint smile, feeling deeply moved. After witnessing so much joy and sorrow from the people who had confessed in the church, the warmth of home felt truly healing to him. However, all of it changed when he heard something that nearly shattered his mind. His own little sister and his adoptive father were now in a romantic relationship. Wait, father, this isn't a joke, right? Sunday asked with an uneasy expression. It's serious. Lucian nodded and replied calmly. Robin, are you really sure about this? Sunday turned to Robin and asked seriously. This was my choice. Robin nodded softly. Hiss. Sunday took a deep breath before he finally calmed down. He felt as though his soul had nearly ascended on the spot. But fortunately, his willpower was strong enough to digest and endure this shocking news. Since it's your decision and father's will, I have no reason to object, Sunday said helplessly, no longer objecting. Whatever you decide, he'll accept it. He naturally had no other option but to accept the outcome as it was. At most, there would be some annoying gossip circulating around, but if that really happened, he would handle the matter himself and deal with it properly, all to prevent unnecessary trouble from reaching his father and sister. Just like that, in this family of one human and 3 Holovians, one Holovian was forced to fly solo and perch on his own branch. When time reached midnight, Serafina asked Lucian to spend one last intimate night together before he departed. But who would have thought that? Not long after that, Robin actually came to him on her own and, just as unexpectedly, also asked for the same thing. Lucian couldn't favor one over the other, so he ultimately spent the night with both of them together right then and there, and ended up not sleeping all night. Early the next morning, as the time to exit the script drew near, Lucian stood in the front yard, preparing to leave the house, pretending he was truly going on a long journey. When will you come back? Robin held on to Lucian's right arm tightly and asked anxiously. When you've written 1,000 songs for me, you'll return. Lucian smiled as he replied, gently patting her head. A few moments after exchanging their departing words, Lucian gave final kisses to Robin and Serafina, then turned to walk away, stopping after a few steps to glance back at the two of them one last time before finally disappearing from their sight. They'll start writing songs right now, so hell come back sooner, Robin whispered tearfully, hugging Serafina and burying her head against Serafina's chest. True to her words, Robin locked herself in her room every day from that day forward, composing songs without stopping. Even though she didn't know where Lucian had gone, she believed he would never lie to her. When I finish 1,000 songs, he'll definitely come back to me. With this belief, many years later, Robin finally completed 1,000 songs, yet Lucian never returned, making it the first time he had broken his promise. Robin, however, ultimately chose to forgive him and continued making songs. He'll write another 1,000, but this time you better not break your promise again, or I will never forgive you. He'll be mad, so mad you won't be able to coax me for 100 years. Script. Robin complete. Sundara Herda. Robin's sorrow. Lucian's vision flickered for a moment before it suddenly shifted, and the scenery before his eyes became clear again. Beneath his feet stretched the vast emptiness of space, and all around him, countless stars gleamed in the dark. Yes, he was now floating in space. Evidently, he had returned to the place where he had fought the battle of life and death against Noose. However, the projection of Noose was already gone, and instead, Another familiar projection stood quietly in the void. Herta, what are you doing having your projection here? Indeed, the projection before him was none other than the projection of Herta herself. Herta, who had seemed lost in thought, instantly snapped out of it the moment she heard his voice, then turned toward him and quickly moved closer. You're all right, Herta asked hurriedly, her expression openly anxious. Oh, you're worried about me? Lucian asked with a teasing grin. I thought you'd be glad if I got beaten to death. Who's worried about you? Don't flatter yourself. Herta's projection flickered sharply as she turned her head away at once. The wide brim of her, which hat nearly covering half her face and revealing only her graceful jawline and tightly pressed lips. I just came to see how your fight with Droidhead went. I wanted to check if you've been turned into a pile of binary code or something. Hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Still as Tsundere as ever. Lucian thought wordlessly, not bothering to expose her lies, before saying, as you can see, I won. How did you win? Herta asked, yet she kept her head turned away, refusing to look at him. An Aeon can't possibly lose to a non-Aeon being. Well, after I sent you back. Nous descended personnellement. Because I split their projection in half. They threw a tantrum crying and screaming. Lucian spouted nonsense on the spot and shrugged helplessly. I felt a little sorry for them, so I forgave them for their rudeness. I told them to go home, reflect on their behavior. And next time they see Herta, they'd better answer her questions politely, and they agreed. All this nonsense rolled off his tongue with absurd confidence, ridiculous, yet somehow funny, especially the last line, which actually made Herta silently chuckle in her heart. What nonsense? Herta snorted lightly. Droidhead is a cold machine. How could they cry and scream? At least make your lies sound believable. It's a shame you didn't die. Boring. I'm leaving. Leaving these words behind, her projection vanished instantly. Now that she had confirmed that Lucian was safe, there was no need to linger in this empty space. If she stayed any longer, who knew what kind of teasing Lucian would throw her way? Leaving early was definitely wiser. Lucian looked at where Herta's projection had disappeared for a moment, then let out a relaxed smile. A woman who says one thing and feels another guess she's still got a little emotion left in her. He didn't mind Herta's rationality, he only feared the absence of any emotion at all. Now that he confirmed there was still a little emotion in her, it meant there was still a chance to get her heart. Lucian crossed his legs and floated quietly in space, resembling a cultivator in cultivation novels. He stayed silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something, before opening the system panel. Host, Lucian ability, disarm, absolute hit, godly bandage, immortal kneel, sham diviner, BGM follower, Tribios 1, Mortis 1, Facial 1, Uau 1, Castoris 1, Polixia 1, Jinglu 1, Baiheng 1, Fuxian 1, Robin 1, Seraphina 0 script. 0 revive follower, my followers keep growing, each with their own charm. In Lucian's eyes, every one of his wives shared a story with him that was theirs alone, making it impossible for him to rank them by importance. He sighed sentimentally, then clicked on Revive Follower. In an instant, Seraphina's 0 turned into 1. Now that the mama bird's back, the little bird should have recalled her script memories by now. Lucian muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Well, time to keep my promise and go home ASAP. He lingered for a moment, recalling the time he had spent with Robin in reality. Back then, when Aha brought Robin to him, he remembered glancing at the Epsilon system's coordinates on her phone before sending her off there, but it had been so many years in the script that the memory in reality had grown hazy, so that he no longer quite remembered the exact coordinates. A few moments later, after thinking for a while, Lucian finally remembered where exactly he had sent Robin and Epsilon. Now that he knew the exact coordinates, he decided to go see Robin right away and check on her situation. As for Sunday, he would handle him later. Even if Sunday doesn't have his script memories, he still recognizes his mother and sister, so there's no way he wouldn't recognize his old man, right? Lucian shrugged lightly, then activated Absolute Hit and vanished instantly. Epsilon Golden Theater. In the dreamlike center of the stage, Robin remained motionless in an untouchable state, while the entire stage was already surrounded by security staff, keeping everyone else at a distance. Now, the theater had been completely locked down, and every suspicious person was under investigation. Catch him. He's a wanted criminal. Even though they hadn't caught the one who caused Robin's current situation, they had arrested a bunch of fugitives. All of them were on Epsilon's bounty list criminal fans who loved her so much that they came to see her concert despite the risk. Honestly, who could have expected things to turn out this way? Because of the incident, they were swept up in the chaos and arrested on the spot. Still, getting caught after seeing Robin lived totally worth it. Didn't expect you to be such a die-hard fan. No kidding. If I weren't, would I be here getting caught with you? Of course, these little incidents did nothing to cool the uproar over Robin being targeted by the masked fools. Damn those masked fools. If I ever see them, I'll avenge Miss Robin. I'll never forgive the masked fools. I know a place where they operate. Guys, they hurt our goddess. What are we gonna do? Burn the masked fools. Burn the masked fools. Across the cosmos, Robin's fans could truly be said to be everywhere. Now, some of them had even gone completely insane, already making plans to hunt down the masked fools with everything they had. At the same time, in a certain tavern, several masked individuals were chatting with each other. Their tones were excited. Who did it? Not gonna lie, this is hilarious. Yeah, one idiot causes trouble, and now we're all taking the blame. What a riot. What a joy. As many star systems descended into chaos because of Robin, and as the chaos almost reached its peak, she finally woke up. Robin slowly opened her eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. Her beautiful manager, who always stayed by her side, immediately rushed to her front when the manager noticed her eyes slowly opening. Robin, are you all right? What happened? Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd, upon noticing Robin awake due to the manager's loud voice, was sent into a frenzy. Especially the reporters, they tried to rush the stage like madmen for the first scoop. Luckily, the security staff held the line and stopped them all below the stage. I think I had a dream. No, maybe it wasn't a dream. I can't tell anymore. Robin muttered absent-mindedly as her mind filled with countless warm, happy images of her mother, her brother, and her father. In the end, after countless twists and turns, her father, Lucian, became her lover, but unfortunately, he left not long after, never to return for a very long time. However, what was most important was that his figure actually perfectly overlapped with the man she had seen on Jarilo 6, who was also apparently named Lucian. It was him, but why does he act like he doesn't know me? And the woman in purple beside him, what is she to him? Has he abandoned us for that woman? Robin's mind quickly spiraled into chaos. Half of her mind was lost in the happiness and sorrow of her life with Lucian, in the pain of their separation, while the other half was stuck on Jarilo 6, with a man who shared the same appearance and name as Lucian treated her like a stranger, while another woman stood at his side. As the two memories, one from reality and one from the script, collided, they shattered Robin's reason completely. Hicks. Robin began to cry without warning. Crystal tears streamed down like broken pearls, rolling from the corners of her eyes in heavy drops as she cried as though nothing else mattered, pouring out years of longing, sorrow, waiting, and fear all at once. Everyone, whether those present in the theater or those who were watching the live stream, was instantly stunned upon seeing her suddenly crying. What happened? Why is Miss Robin crying? Oh my God, she looks so heartbroken. That hurts to see. It must be those damn masked fools. Their damn cruelty must have scared her. We must avenge her. Fuck those masked fools. It'll make them pay. At the same time, Sunday, who was also watching the live stream, had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his sister wake up, only to have his heart tighten instantly when he saw her suddenly burst into tears. In the next moment, veins bulged on his forehead. Damn those clowns. A shocking reunion. Dumbfounded Sunday, Robin forever elegant, forever wearing a warm smile. The singer who always soothed countless souls with her voice was now unexpectedly crying uncontrollably on the empty stage like a lost child. Her delicate body trembled all over, her sobs raw and desperate, as though she could barely breathe. Lucian, Lucian. Robin's broken sobs slipped out between gasps. I miss you. I miss you so much. Even though those farther away couldn't hear her words clearly, those nearby could make out the words between her muffled sobs. Lucian? Who's Lucian? Is there even someone named Lucian here? It's a man's name, right? Miss Robin said she misses him. What kind of relationship would make her say that? She's crying like this just because she misses that Lucian guy? No doubt, they've got to be lovers. Loa, does her brother know about this? Naturally, the beautiful manager standing beside Robin also heard her words. Lucian? Who's Lucian? Ever since Robin made her debut, she had been almost everywhere with her, yet she had never once heard of anyone who had ever gotten close to Robin by that name. Hicks, you really don't want me anymore? Needless to say, Robin's emotions had already been overtaken by her second set of memories. She couldn't hold back the longing in her heart. She couldn't stop the tears. She couldn't stop herself from breaking down. Little bird, what are you crying for? Just as Robin was about to plunge into even deeper despair, a familiar voice, one carrying a hint of teasing, one she could never mistake even across countless lifetimes, suddenly cut through her cries. It sounded as if it were right in front of her, clear and piercing. Have you written 1,000 songs for me yet? As the voice, still tinged with gentle teasing, resounded once more, Robin's sobbing stopped at once. Her hands froze in place over her face, as if someone had pressed a pause button, while her trembling shoulders went completely still. In that instant, it was as if the whole world itself fell silent, and only that dreamlike voice echoed in her ears, resonating deep within her soul. Slowly, bit by bit, she lowered her hands, revealing tears that had already streaked across her flawless, delicate face. Tiny droplets clung stubbornly to her lashes, making her beautiful eyes look like a rain-washed, starry sky, misty, fragile, and unreal. Robin hurriedly wiped the tears away, and her blurred vision finally cleared. 1 meter away from her, the familiar figure she had longed for stood tall as ever, radiating the same sense of safety she remembered so clearly. At the same moment, every eye in the theater turned toward the unknown figure who had suddenly appeared before Robin. Robin's pupils shrank, her breath caught. Then, Lucian, completely forgetting her own image, Robin kicked off her high heels and ran barefoot toward that figure with all her strength. Like a weary bird finally finding its home, throwing herself straight into his arms. Lucian caught her body firmly, then looked down at his little bird, crying her heart out in his embrace. Feeling her hot tears soaking through his shirt, that warmth and weight so real and tangible. His heart couldn't help but clench painfully. He tightened his arms around her fragile, delicate body, holding this lost and found little bird close. Resting his chin on her soft silver hair, he drew in a deep breath of her familiar scent. You liar. You lied to me. I wrote 1,000 songs for you, and you never came back. I wrote another 1,000, and you still didn't come back. Robin clung to Lucian's collar as if she wanted to melt into him and complained endlessly in a muffled voice. Yeah, I'm sorry something had happened, so I couldn't come back. Lucian's deep voice carried a calming warmth as he spoke beside her ear, a faint, helpless smile in his tone. But I'm back now. I didn't break my promise this time. Meanwhile, as the pair were lost in their own world, every Robin fan who witnessed the scene, present or not, was utterly stunned. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. When did that guy even show up? Holy shit. Was Miss Robin crying earlier because of him? So, she was talking about missing that man. He's so handsome. No wonder he could win Miss Robin's heart. It's so unreal. Who the hell is he? How could someone be that good-looking? Fuck. It's unfair. Robin, why are you in someone else's arms? No. Roby and Dash. Shock, realization, excitement. Disbelief all exploded at once throughout the theater. But at the center of the stage, The pair embracing each other seemed to exist in their own tiny world, completely cut off from the outside world's noise. Robin's crying slowly turned into small, muffled sobs and faint complaints, mixed with broken words like jerk, liar, and I waited so long. As expected, within just minutes, the news of this occurrence hit the top of the trending list. Robin cries on stage until her boyfriend appears. Shocking. Robin's boyfriend's handsome looks surpass the galaxy. Singer Robin and her boyfriend show intimacy on stage. In mere moments, Lucian had become the newest celebrity in the Epsilon system, the #1 enemy of Robin's male fans, and a new idol to countless female fans thanks to his otherworldly looks. Little bird, there are too many people here. Let's go home first. Lucian glanced around at the surroundings and suggested softly, which was answered by a nod of agreement from Robin. Although she had countless questions she wanted to ask him as soon as possible, this wasn't the right place to ask them. In the end, she let her manager handle the aftermath and followed Lucian out of Epsilon by teleporting. Consequently, the manager became the reporter's prime target. "Oh, Robin, you're killing me with this mess. Suddenly having a boyfriend and not even telling me? And you even showed it in public, so brazenly like this?" Huh. Seeing Robin vanish with the supposed boyfriend, the manager remarked with a helpless smile. Meanwhile, several minutes ago in Penacony, when Sunday was still seething with fury over Robin's tearful outburst and was just about to exit the dreamscape to board his spaceship, which was bound for Epsilon, a new set of memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. He instantly halted mid-step and clutched his head, a deep frown adorning his face. Mother, sister, as well as a stepfather who was also his idol, an entire new lives' worth of memories suddenly surged forth, filling his mind as if he had lived a second life in mere seconds. It was a set of memories completely different from his current life. What's going on? Who's tampering with my mind? Is it the masked fools? Or, Given what had happened to his sister, Sunday immediately tied it to the masked fools and the Aeon of Elation himself, playing tricks on him. Damn it. First you toyed with my sister, and now you're trying to toy with me too? Even though he was convinced that Elation was behind it, it was futile as the second set of memories was steadily taking over his mind. In just seconds, Sunday gradually felt himself changing, and his obsession with the Order was slowly being replaced by another one. I turned back into a pure follower of harmony? How? Sunday muttered to himself, wearing a dumbfounded expression. He was supposed to be a follower of Order who wielded the power of harmony. How had he suddenly reverted to a pure follower of harmony? Now, the discordant voices of the Order disappeared. He could no longer hear the echoes of the Order at all. Needless to say, this was a serious problem for his plan. As Sunday fell silent, lost in thought, a dark purple raven descended and landed on his shoulder. "Mr. Gopher Wood, what is it?" Sunday, noticing the raven, snapped out of his train of thought and asked calmly, masking his anxiousness. "Sunday, I just had a strange dream." Gopher Wood, in the form of a dark purple raven, spoke solemnly, looking down. "In my dream, there was a man who told me to live peacefully in Penacony. He trusted me so deeply and wanted me to keep spreading the doctrines of harmony. In that dream, there were no nasty political struggles, no assassinations, no burned-down buildings. And when I woke up earlier, I realized the voices of the Order inside my head had vanished. And I soon found that I've turned back into a pure follower of harmony again. It's so strange." Hearing Gopher Wood's account, Sunday was dumbfounded once more. How could he not, when even Penacony's Dream Master was also affected? Who on earth had turned both pillars of the Order back to harmony? Another reunion. Otis Nightmare Sunday had originally planned to use the influence of Gopher Wood, the leader of the Order faction, to gather 100,000 faithful believers and resurrect Aina, the Order from within the Harmony, by controlling an emanator of Harmony Dominicus, the Harmonious Choir. Following that, with a single decisive turn, he would fully take control of the power of the Order, fulfilling the grand dream of uniting the entire Astana star system, allowing everyone to live within a beautiful dream. Once he mastered both the powers of order and harmony, he would begin as an Emanata himself, capable of sustaining the dream of Aina on his own and protecting all who lived within it. It was truly a flawless plan, but now it was completely ruined. Not only had the leader of the Order faction, Gopher Wood, reverted to a pure follower of harmony, but he himself was no different from him. How could he command over 100,000 believers of the Order now? How could he wield the power of order to create the perfect dream? How could he possibly backstab Gopherwood now? Years of planning all had turned to ash in an instant. Sunday truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, Mr. Gopherwood, I can't hear the voices of the Order either, Sunday said with a complicated expression. Now am a pure follower of harmony. Not good. Gopherwood sighed helplessly. We were so close. The Charmony Festival is about to begin, and the plan is nearly complete. Now, we'll have to reconsider everything. In the end, after some more discussions with Sunday, Gopherwood, feeling distressed and somewhat lost, left silently. Both men were schemers at heart, as neither directly said that they were abandoning the Order, but Gopherwood was, in fact, ready to quit the Order and continue living as a faithful follower of harmony. He couldn't help it. He could no longer hear the voices of the Order, and under the influence of that strange dream, his way of thinking had also changed greatly. Sunday, on the other hand, even after returning to the embrace of harmony, still wished for everyone to live within a beautiful dream of the Order, though that wish was only wishful thinking now. As Sunday fell silent, lost in thought, he soon noticed that Robin's live stream, which was still playing on the high-definition holographic projection, had suddenly grown lively. When he turned around and focused his gaze on the live stream, he watched as a man suddenly appeared before Robin, embraced her intimately, and then vanished in front of everyone, his destination unknown. Upon seeing the man, Sunday couldn't help but stiffen. He couldn't help it. He recognized the man's face clearly from his second set of memories. He was the man who had saved his family, become both his stepfather and his idol, and later actually ended up with his sister and became his brother-in-law. He is real? Could it be that Mr. Gopherwood and I reverting to being pure followers of harmony have something to do with him? Sunday couldn't help but think this way, since the current situation had become far too strange, far too mysterious for him to understand. I have to see Fath Lucian and learn the truth. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Sunday was about to find Lucian's whereabouts, his phone suddenly rang. He quickly looked at his phone, but when he saw the caller ID and saw that it read Mother, his body froze and his eyes widened. He remembered that in his original memories, his mother had died when he was still young during the Stellaron disaster to protect him and his sister. So how could there possibly be a contact for his mother on his phone? He didn't even have a phone when his mother was still alive, since back then, he had still been a young child. However, he quickly remembered that in the new set of memories, he actually did have a contact for his mother. Did that mean those memories were real? Sunday, not knowing what to believe anymore, ultimately answered the call. Hello. Just as Sunday spoke, a familiar voice responded from the other side, one he knew all too well. Sonny, do you have time to come home? Your father and sister are back. Hearing the voice, Sunday's eyes blinked in disbelief. Home. Father? Unlike the original memories, in his new set of memories, he knew there was a warm home, and he also knew its location well. In the end, after a brief chat with his mother, Sunday quickly exited the dreamscape and then followed a path that was both foreign and familiar. At first, he merely walked at a fast pace, but gradually his pace grew faster and faster until it turned into desperate running. Before long, he finally reached a place he recognized, well, a delicate and elegant little house that shouldn't have existed. Sunday took a deep breath as he gazed at the house, then took a step forward. Click! As soon as he opened the front door and stepped inside the house, he saw a familiar face he knew so well. Montag. There, in the foyer, Sunday stared blankly at Serafina, dressed in her usual elegant and modest clothing, apparently waiting for him. Sonny, come in, we've been waiting for you. Serafina spoke with a gentle smile, then grabbed the hand of the dazed Sunday and pulled him into the living room. As soon as he stepped inside the living room, Sunday saw a handsome man sitting on the sofa with a young woman lying asleep in his arms. Who else could it be but Lucian and Robin? At this moment, Robin seemed to have cried herself to exhaustion, now curled up peacefully in Lucian's embrace. Now that the truth stood right before his eyes, Sunday could no longer deny the reality of his other set of memories. At the very least, he understood that although memories could be falsified, reality could not. Were my original memories the fake ones? Sunday couldn't help but question his own existence. Mother, I don't know what's real anymore. Evidently, he had begun to doubt his own life. In his original memories, his mother had died, and he had become a follower of order. But in the new set of memories, his mother was actually alive and well, and he was only a follower of harmony. However, if that were the case, why in this reality was his mother alive, while he was a pure follower of harmony? Did that mean the original memories were the fake ones, and the new set of memories were actually the original ones? Truth and fallacy seemed to blur together at this moment, making him unable to stop himself from arriving at the idea that maybe someone had actually activated Anna's dream for this absurd reality to exist. Don't worry. If you have questions, ask your father. He'll tell you everything you want to know. Serafina, still wearing a gentle smile, led Sunday to the man sitting on the sofa, and soon their eyes finally met. So, Sonny, what am I to you? Lucian asked calmly, a faint smile adorning his face. My father? Sunday instinctively blurted the words out, then froze and quickly bit his lower lip. Now he was torn again. The man before him felt both familiar and foreign at the same time, leaving him deeply conflicted. All right, sit down first. Lucian chuckled softly. Once you've gathered your thoughts, we'll talk about all this. For now, don't wake your sister. As he spoke, he gently brushed Robin's shoulder, while his other hand was held tightly by her, as if she were afraid that he might disappear. Earlier, he had returned by directly using absolute hit to reach the coordinates of his familiar little house. But to his surprise, the little house he had lived in for years within the script had truly manifested in reality, clearly influenced by the script itself. Even Serafina, whom he had revived, was already inside the house, waiting for him. For a moment, he felt as though he were still inside the script, where his little family gathered together, basking in the warmth of a dreamlike home. Meanwhile, in the Alfalfa family's territory, where a massive, luxurious mansion stood, an old Pepesher was sleeping soundly inside a grand bedroom fit for the wealthy. He was none other than Odie Alfalfa, the head of the Alfalfa family. Every dream chaser in Penacony knew his name. If Penacony was the land of dreams across the cosmos, then Odie was its most diligent cultivator. He had shattered solid rock to sow the seeds of wealth, built a stable financial system, and kept the flow of goods and currency in Penacony alive. In Penacony, his achievements had long become legendary, to the point of being written into every edition of the Academy's textbooks. Many students even considered it an honor to dine with him. Their conversations were even recorded and compiled into talk collections for academic study. And yet, this highly influential figure in Penacony had suddenly awakened from a nightmare, screaming like a little girl. And lo, I surrender. I submit. Odie screamed in fear, flailing his arms wildly, as though terrified by some unseen force. Huff, huff. It was just a dream. He was drenched in sweat, his sheets damp. Lifting the blanket, he discovered that he had actually wet himself. Damn it, WHYD, I dream of being crushed so hard I couldn't breathe. If I hadn't yielded, I would have exploded. Right after muttering this, Odie looked around to confirm that no one else was in the room. If word ever got out that Odie Alfalfa had wet the bed from a nightmare, his reputation would be ruined forever. Phew. Thank God that Lucian guy was just a dream. Otherwise, Penacony would be a total mess by now, and I'd be the first one paying for it. Even Odie himself couldn't understand why he felt such an instinctive fear toward that overbearing man in his dream. A Pepesher intuition wasn't supposed to work like that, after all. In the end, Instead of washing them, Odie quickly destroyed the filthy sheets and pajamas, pretending that the shameful incident of him screaming like a little girl and wetting the bed had never happened. For Odie Alfalfa, today would be another day battling the Oak family for power and profit. Dreamflux Reef. Return of Penacony's nameless deep within Penacony's dreamscape within another dreamscape, known as Dreamflux Reef, and the primordial dreamscape when Mikhail was ostracized and targeted by the family in the original story, he escaped to this place, thus ending the tragic latter half of his life here. Dreamflux Reef was a place where the light always stayed dim and hazy, as if the world itself could never quite wake from its sleep. Micah, the gravekeeper of the monument for the three nameless, stood beside a wheelchair and placed a small bouquet at his feet. An old man sat in that wheelchair, but sadly, he was already dead, completely motionless. Mikhail, Micah murmured to himself, or perhaps to the dead old man beside him. Next year, the Charmony Festival will be held. Gallagher should be ready by now and will send out the invitations according to your plan. Let's see if that so-called Astral Express you spoke of will really save Penacony. In truth, Dreamflux Reef was the very first dreamscape of Penacony, which was why it was also known as the Primordial Dreamscape. Later, however, its existence was altered by the family, who used the power of the Stellaron to build the so-called Sweet Dreams, known as the 12 Hours. And the countless people who came to Penacony preferred the dazzling, sweet dreams above the neon-lit dream worlds that were divided into 12 main, discrete dream worlds, each corresponding to a moment on the clock. Yet that dream above was, in fact, built upon the decay of spirits, with a toxic elixir called pleasure flowing through the dreamscape to tempt people to indulge endlessly in the dream. Gradually, their minds would succumb, becoming nourishment for the sweet dreams, a process that completely betrayed Mikhail's original intention in creating Penacony. Micah himself had spent more years than he could count in Dreamflux Reef, studying under Mikhail, Rosalina, and Tiernan since childhood, so his body had long since deteriorated, leaving behind only a shell of what once was. Currently, as the gravekeeper, he had become something of a representative of Dreamflux Reef. Cough, cough. As Micah reminisced about the past, a dry, rasping cough suddenly came from his side, which nearly made him jump out of his skin. What the hell, a ghost? Micah quickly looked left and right, wondering where that cough had come from. Micah, what are you mumbling about? As if responding to him, the dead old man in the wheelchair suddenly reached out and grabbed Micah's wrist. Micah almost threw a left hook on reflex until he got a good look at the old man's face. It was Mikhail's old face. His hair was still white, his wrinkles so deep they could crush a mosquito, but his eyes were now open, looking alive. Old man, are you dead or alive right now? Micah asked, his eyes widened so much they nearly popped out. Why, you've been dead for ages, and now you're breathing again? Am I hallucinating? He felt like he was either losing his mind or the air in Dreamflux Reef had gone toxic, making him hallucinate. He couldn't help it. Mikhail had died right here. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. I should be dead, but after I had that dream, Mikhail said slowly, standing up with movements as stiff as a rusted machine and brushing the dust off his clothes. I woke up alive again. It was a beautiful dream. A beautiful dream? Micah asked with a frown, his mind buzzing hard as he tried to process it. What nonsense are you spouting now? Beautiful means beautiful, Mikhail said with a sigh. In that dream, Penacony looked the way I once hoped it would, unlike the mess it is now, a nightmare. In that dream, I was just someone's worker, exhausted like a dog worse than Gallagher, yet am happy. As he spoke, he rubbed his old, wrinkled face, realizing that it still carried the same aged look, which made him a little sad. He had hoped to be young and handsome again, like in that dream. What the hell happened? Micah asked nervously. What power brought you back? Are you really coming back to life? I can't explain it. Mikhail sighed and shook his head. In short, I dreamt of a great man named Lucian. He saved Penacony, resurrected Rosalina, and even rescued Tiernan. Huh. As I thought, it's just a dream. Micah said with disappointment, then pointed to two gravestones nearby. Neither of them even has a body. I put their stone monument there myself. However, just as he finished speaking, Micah, legwork. Another voice called out from behind, sounding full of disbelief. Micah, still shaken by Mikhail's sudden resurrection, froze again. He couldn't help it, because the voice he heard was way too familiar. He turned around sharply and saw Rosalina standing behind him, with no idea of when she had appeared there. Zalina! No fucking way, Micah exclaimed, feeling like he must stepped out on the wrong day entirely. Why you came back too? How? I think so, Rosalina said uncertainly, awkwardly scratching the back of her head. If you two aren't dead, then I guess I'm alive too? Her gaze shifted between Mikhail and Micah several times, her face even more bewildered than Micah had been. On one hand, she remembered clearly that she had died when she lost in the memory zone, consumed and assimilated by it, becoming a memory zone meme eternally. On the other hand, she also remembered that she had been rescued, then worked in a lab in Penacony, studying memoria and working for someone else. Yet when she opened her eyes again, she was suddenly standing in this dim, lifeless place. Truthfully, she didn't know whether the latter was reality or a dream. She felt like it was a dream. It was so realistic that she couldn't help but believe it to be reality. Unlike Mikhail, however, she still looked young, exactly as she had before she died. It was hard to believe an old man and a young woman, both who should be around the same age, now looking so contrastingly different, with such a glaring age gap. No doubt that dream is important. It's probably connected to our return, Mikhail said thoughtfully. It feels like Penacony has been influenced by some unknown power, something beyond our understanding. Being a wielder of the power of Enigmata himself, he could easily accept such strangeness. So, Rosalina asked, glancing at Mikhail, then at Micah. Is there really someone named Lucian in this world? Lucian? Micah raised his brows, thinking silently for a while, then shook his head. No, never heard of him. In that case, to solve Penacony's trouble, we need to first confirm whether he truly exists. Mikhail said with a serious expression. We have to find him no matter what. What about Tiernan? Rosalina asked with a hopeful expression. Should we call him back too? If the two of us came back, he might return as well. Yeah, Tiernan, that guy. Mikhail's cloudy eyes stared into the abyss ahead. I wonder how he's doing. Where did he die? And where did he wake up? In a distant star system, two figures were walking along the shore of a black sea known as the Death Sea, with black rain drizzling steadily down from the sky. At the front, a tall, pale-skinned woman walked quietly beneath a red umbrella, her sword sheath occasionally striking nearby shadowy humanoid figures known as synthirsters with dull, hollow thuds. If one were to describe her, she was the very epitome of a beautiful and heroic woman, especially her long, dark purple hair, the fringe that covered her left eye, and her bright violet eyes with diamond-shaped pupils. Lucian would definitely rank her appearance as S tier. Her body was clad in a revealing black-white-purple outfit, with a crop top linked directly to a choker and paired with high-waisted shorts fastened by a spine-shaped buckle, along with a backless white jacket featuring a single ornate furosode sleeve and multicolored coattails. Her overall appearance was further accented by asymmetrical boots, black gloves, a snake-like ear cuff, a right shoulder guard, and a red and purple flame tattoo etched across her left thigh. Acheron was her name, and she was an emanator of nihility and a being known as a self-annihilator. A short distance behind her, a faint, shadowy humanoid figure formed from dense crimson energy trudged after her with visible effort. It was another synthirster. Synthirsters were the lingering obsessions of pathstriders who had emerged from the depths of Nine, the nihility, seeing themselves as masters of their own destiny while unknowingly repeating the actions of their past lives. And the synthirster following after Acheron was none other than Tiernan's synthirster. There's still many, many comrades left. They'll send them off. From behind Acheron, Tiernan's horse, weathered voice resounded. Almost there. You've nearly finished. Acheron responded softly, then calmly turned around and gazed at him. Even though her tone was soft and gentle, her expression remained emotionless and detached. In ordinary people's eyes, the world they were in was merely dark and cloudy, while the sin-thirster before her was just an old man clad in a cloak. But in her eyes, the world was glowing crimson, and the sin-thirster before her was nothing more than a figure made of dense crimson energy, reeking of death. Tiernan himself still had no idea that he was already dead, merely an obsession known as a sin-thirster, obsessing over freeing the souls of his fallen comrades, just as he once did in life. Amid the black rain, countless hazy, shifting shadow hands reached up from the sea. Stretching toward the sky, they were none other than the comrades Tiernan sought to free, his fellow Galaxy Rangers. Acheron herself had been here for many years, guiding countless sin-thirsters like Tiernan sin-thirster. Funny thing, Tiernan chuckled in a raspy voice. You probably won't believe me, but I just had a dream. In it, I was still a Galaxy Ranger, and I met a great man who told me that I'd one day have to face a Lord Ravager. When that happened, he said I could call on him for help. In that dream, I did call him out, and he indeed came just as promised. He ultimately defeated the Lord Ravager in just a few breaths and became the hero of our Galaxy Rangers. If only it wasn't a dream, that would have been great. Acheron listened to Tiernan's words patiently, her face unchanged. A dream? Could a sin-thirster even dream? Of course not. Dream. So the man you saw, what was his name? Acheron mumbled to herself, then asked Tiernan quietly. Tiernan paused, thinking for a long time before finally recalling it. I think it was Lucian. Lucian. A fine name. Acheron nodded softly. A man worth remembering just like you. A true her. Before she could finish her words, however, something unexpected suddenly happened, causing her to pause mid-sentence as her gaze fixed sharply on the sin-thirster before her, defying the laws of a nihility dream. So the man you saw, what was his name? Acheron mumbled to herself, then asked Tiernan quietly. Tiernan paused, thinking for a long time before finally recalling it. I think it was Lucian. Lucian. A fine name. Acheron nodded softly. A man worth remembering just like you. A true her. Before she could finish her words, however, something unexpected suddenly happened, causing her to pause mid-sentence as her gaze fixed sharply on the sin-thirster before her. It wasn't because the sin-thirster she was guiding had reached the end, but because the sin-thirster following behind her, the one wreathed in the dense, crimson energy belonging to Galaxy Ranger Tiernan, had suddenly vanished. He didn't literally vanish, but simply, abruptly, and completely changed into something different. Acheron's eyes narrowed, her grip on her umbrella's handle tightening. Her movements were always gentle, as if afraid to disturb the silence that hung over this desolate place. But now, beneath the red umbrella, her eyes, which could pierce through the crimson death, energy showed a rare fluctuation for the first time, a faint, almost impossible hint of shock. At this moment, in the spot where Tiernan sin-thirster had been, stood the real Tiernan. Yes, not the vague, crimson humanoid figure formed from obsession and a shadow, but a living, breathing old man of flesh and blood. He wore worn-out leather armor and a cloak that still faintly bore the emblem of the Galaxy Rangers, while his gray hair was drenched by the black rain, plastered against his weather-beaten face. Meanwhile, his clouded eyes no longer carried the hollow loop of obsession, but instead held a confused clarity. Tiernan looked at Acheron, then down at his own calloused hands that now truly possessed flesh and blood. He raised one hand, clumsily touching his own face, then pinched his arm hard. Hiss! Feeling the sharp pain, Tiernan sucked in a sharp breath, the cold air turning his exhalation into a small, fleeting cloud of white mist beneath the freezing rain. Even though his voice was still dry and hoarse, it was no longer the hollow echo of a sin-thirster, but instead was filled with a genuine emotion known as confusion. Wasn't I performing the prayers for my comrades? John, Loretta, and Una, they were still in the sea. He stared blankly toward the Dead Sea, where the shadowy hand still reached toward the sky. Instinctively, he tried to take a step forward, as he had done countless times before, but he soon stumbled because, unlike before, his body was now unbearably heavy, dragged down by the weight of real flesh and bone. Acheron, seeing Tiernan's behavior, didn't move and simply watched him quietly. Her face beneath the red umbrella remained expressionless, but deep within her eyes, something cold and whirlpool-like began to stir. A sin-thirster born from Ix's shadow had regained a living body? Such a fact defied everything she knew about the laws of annihility. Tiernan, Acheron finally spoke up, her tone calm as usual, yet carrying a faint tension at the end. What did you say to me earlier? Can you tell me again? As she questioned Tiernan, she wanted to test whether this old man truly was the same sin-thirster from before. Tiernan steadied himself, resting his hands on his knees as he tried to recall, his brows furrowing deeply. I said, I think I had a dream. I dreamed of someone named Lucian. Right after saying this, Tiernan suddenly looked up, a burst of brilliant light flashing through his cloudy eyes. Yes, Lucian. I saw him in my dream. He said that I would face a Lord Ravager, that I could ask him for help. Then I felt like something pulled me, and when I opened my eyes again, Tiernan looked around once more, gazing at the boundless Dead Sea, the endless black rain, and the woman before him dangerous, yet oddly comforting. You were resurrected, Acheron said bluntly. I got resurrected? Tiernan seemed to ask Acheron, himself, and the empty void all at once. I see. So, I was dead before. I was just a corpse. Although his living memories were fragmented, that dream remained vivid and clear. Lucian had saved him from a Lord Ravager, saved the Galaxy Rangers, so according to their agreement, he was to serve Lucian for the rest of his life. Regardless, what kind of miraculous power could resurrect him like this? He had no idea at all. Acheron, seeing Tiernan lost in thought, was certain now this old man was truly the sin-thirster from moments ago. Here, in this place, how could a sin-thirster, formed by obsessions, regain a living body? They were all meant to be swallowed by the nihility. What power could achieve this? Was it the one Tiernan mentioned, Lucian? Who was he? What kind of power could snatch souls from nothingness? Just as Acheron was mulling over all these questions, another sound broke through the monotonous rainfall, snapping her out of her thoughts. It was a short, tuneless hum off key, yet eerily familiar. Both Tiernan and Acheron turned sharply toward the source of the sound, and saw that at the edge of the Dead Sea, on a slick, rain-washed reef, sat a lone figure. He was a tall, lean man wearing leather armor just as tattered as Tiernan's, sitting with his head lowered as he slowly sharpened a curved blade with a whetstone. He seemed completely unaware of where he was, or of the two watching him, lost in his own little world while humming that off-key tune. Smokey, Tiernan exclaimed loudly, his voice cracking with disbelief. Hearing his nickname being called, the tall man looked up with a frown, revealing a scruffy, bearded face, but the moment he saw Tiernan, he froze. His frown vanished, and the whetstone slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the reef. Boss, Smokey shouted in shock. Weren't we fighting a Lord Ravager? No, wait, how the hell did we end up here in the first place? As he spoke, his gaze swept over the surroundings, then to shadowy hands rising from the Dead Sea, causing his face to go pale. What the hell is this place? As if awakened by Smokey's shout, the shadows along the Dead Sea's edge began to stir. In the next moment, one by one, indistinct silhouettes began to form, and soon enough, their forms became clear. Some looked around in confusion, some curled up in terror, and some, like Smokey, kept repeating habits from their past lives as if nothing had happened. However, they shared the same thing in one regard: their outfits bore the emblem of the Galaxy Rangers. indicating that they were the same comrades Tiernan remembered having buried in the sea of stars long ago. Loretta? Scarface? Long-legged John? Tiernan called out each familiar yet distant name one after another, his voice trembling more with each one. He stared at the comrades he had once fought beside and personally laid to rest, now standing alive again on the shore of the Dead Sea. Acheron's gaze swept across the resurrected Galaxy Rangers, finally settling on Tiernan's aged face, twisted with shock and joy. Her fingers tightened silently around the sheath of her sword. "It's not a dream," Tiernan muttered, his voice shaking with emotion. "Smokey, Loretta, they're alive. They're really alive. Boss, what the hell's going on?" Scarface, a burly man with a big scar on his face, pushed through the others and asked in a rough voice. Tiernan turned to Acheron, desperation in his eyes, pleading for answers. Acheron tilted her red umbrella slightly, half hiding her face. "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen something like this," Acheron said softly, her voice cutting through the black rain. "You said you were all Galaxy Rangers who fought a Lord Ravager together, and that in your dream, someone named Lucian saved you, so..." Although she didn't finish the sentence, the meaning behind her words was clear to everyone. "Yes," Tiernan nodded vigorously. "Lucian, in the dream, he helped us a lot. Now that you mention it," Loretta chimed in, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "I think I dreamed of a super handsome man named Lucian. He was insanely strong. He crushed Lord Ravager Zullo with just one hand." Hearing this, the other Galaxy Rangers instantly realized that they had shared the same dream, all of which pointed to the same person. Needless to say, the conclusion was obvious. "Let's wait a bit longer," Tiernan said slowly, his greed growing. "Maybe more of our comrades will come back." Sadly, after waiting for hours, disappointment struck hard. No more returned. Only 25 Galaxy Rangers had resurrected. "Let's head to Penacony," Tiernan said with a sigh. "Lucian should be there. He'll surely know about our situation." At this, all the Galaxy Rangers quickly nodded in agreement. Among them, Tiernan was the eldest and their respected senior, so no one voiced any objections. "He'll go with you," Acheron chimed in, her voice calm and even, yet carrying undeniable weight. "I want to meet this Lucian from your dreams." Even though she didn't say why, her intent was clear. She wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of man could defy the laws of the Nihility. Was this Lucian the blade that could help her sever the Nihility, or another trap waiting to ensnare her? No matter what, she needed answers. Pom-Pom's Longing, Sunday's Choice, and Despair Pierpoint. Interastral Peace Corporation Headquarters, Hall of Honor. A prominent exhibition area, known as the Hall of Honor, stood within the headquarters of the IPC, filled with rows of gleaming honor trophies and awards. Every visitor from across the various civilizations who came to tour the IPC's main building would inevitably pass through this hall. Displayed here were the IPC's countless achievements and banners of commendation, alongside the medals and certificates the IPC had granted to other distinguished figures, each serving to highlight its unmatched prestige. It was understandable. A corporation capable of presenting awards across the entire universe needed no further proof of its status. Besides, the IPC had always been meticulous about such matters of appearances. Erida, the head of the Traditional Projects Department, often strolled around the main building idly when he had nothing better to do. However, as he passed by the Hall of Honor, a male employee responsible for taking care of the hall suddenly called out to him. "Sir, excuse me, what's this Emissary of Peace medal? I've never heard of it before." Erita followed the employee's pointing finger, and indeed, there was an unfamiliar medal displayed among the rest, with a name engraved beneath it reading Lucian. Strangely, since he was the one responsible for overseeing the achievement records granted by the IPC, he remembered very clearly that no such title as Emissary of Peace had ever been registered. "Lucian, isn't he the one who gave a planet to Diamond some time ago? When did we award him a medal of Emissary of Peace?" How strange. Far too strange. In the end, unable to give a proper explanation, Erida decided to improvise, making something up on the spot. This emissary of peace requested that his identity not be made public. Right after saying this, Erida quietly took the medal away, planning to ask Diamond about it later. Had Diamond personally arranged it without his authorization? Was Lucian really worth Diamond taking that kind of risk just to curry favor? No matter how hard Erida thought, that was the only logical and plausible explanation. Astral Express. Inside the parlor car of the Astral Express, the space was filled only with the faint hum of the coffee machine. Himiko sat in her usual seat, a cup of steaming coffee before her, while streams of complex astral chart data flowed across the floating screen before her face. As she gazed at the screen, she occasionally took a gentle sip, her eyes calm and steady. Conductor Pom Pom, on the other hand, was performing their usual daily inspection with unwavering routine. Their small figure moved across the floor, their short arms holding a custom cleaning tool, carefully polishing every inch of metal surface and checking each possible loose connection. However, when they reached the maintenance passage near the power cabin, Pom Pom suddenly paused just as their tiny paw brushed against a plaque embedded in the wall of the passage, on which a name and a few maintenance records were engraved. It was the final signature left by a former mechanic of the Astral Express, Mikhail. In that moment, a warm, fuzzy sense of joy welled up inside Pom Pom's heart. It was a pleasant emotion that felt like reuniting with an old friend. Pom Pom's long ears twitched slightly as they immediately activated the train's sensors to scan the entire Astral Express. Life signs. Single signal source passenger Himiko. Energy readings. Core stable. No abnormal fluctuations. Communication channel. Silent. Physical space. No trace of unauthorized intrusion. Strange, Pom. Pom Pom murmured, their paw still resting on the plaque. Mikhail's face remained vivid in their memory. But he had disembarked from the Astral Express a long time ago, so long ago that they could no longer remember exactly when. Pom Pom? Himiko's gentle voice suddenly called from afar. At some point, she had set aside her screen and was now looking toward the passageway, where Pom Pom stood motionless, looking dazed. What's wrong? You've been spacing out. Nothing, just reminiscing, Pom. Pom Pom replied while looking down. I just remembered a passenger named Mikhail. You mean the mechanic recorded in the archives? Himiko raised her eyebrows slightly. That was a long time ago, a nameless. Wasn't he? Himiko lightly swirled her cup of coffee, her gaze turning toward the eternal sea of stars outside the window. People come and go on this train, and those who disembark are like fragments of starlight cast into the sea. Meeting them again is far too rare. Passenger Mikhail, passenger Rosalina, passenger Tiernan. Pom Pom stared at Mikhail's plaque and muttered unconsciously. I wonder if you're all eating properly in Penacony, Pom. Penacony, reality. While those affected by Robin's script were still wondering about what had happened to them inside his little house, Lucian was still lost in a world of softness and comfort. Resting on his thigh was the sleeping form of Robin. Leaning against his shoulder was the mature and alluring Serafina. And across from them sat Sunday, the current head of the Oak family. If Sunday had to describe the current atmosphere, it was somewhat bizarre. From every fragment of his memories, he should have been part of the family of Serafina and Robin. So why did it now look and feel as though he were the son-in-law visiting his wife's family, an outsider, sitting awkwardly in what should have been his own home? Sonny, have you decided? Lucian asked calmly. Do you want to keep walking that miserable path of yours using the order to imprison the weak, only to be defeated and end up a prisoner yourself? Or follow your old man here and make Penacony great again? In my current situation, do I even have a choice? Sunday gave a bitter smile. Before I answer, I'd like to know what exactly did you do to me to us? Just as these words fell, Lucian felt his hand being held by two smaller ones. He looked down and saw that Robin was already awake, her green eyes fixed upon him. I want to know too, Robin said softly. What's with these two different sets of memories, anyway? Given that his little bird wanted to know, Lucian naturally didn't mind telling her. From what he learned, his followers would never betray him. So even if she became an aeon later, she would still be his follower. In other words, sharing a bit of truth with her would do no harm. As for Sunday, he was easy to control, so letting him know a little wouldn't matter either. And so, with this in mind, Lucian repeated his usual explanation about his unique ability to alter a person's fate through dreams. To change our fate so easily. What kind of power is that? Sunday muttered in awe. Is it the power of the finality? The remembrance? Or perhaps the enigmata? You don't need to know the details. Lucian replied casually. All you need to know is the power belongs to a being far stronger than any aeon. Sunday had always known Lucian was a formidable existence, but he hadn't imagined his background would be this overwhelming, which made him feel both amazed and terrified. He couldn't help it. Without even realizing it, he had actually lived 2 lives, and in his second life, he had become Lucian's stepson. Now, the only question left was, which life should he continue living from now on? Sunday glanced toward Robin. Seeing the way her gaze rested on Lucian, full of dependence and affection, made it clear to him she had already chosen to continue the second life in that dream. He then looked at his mother, who bore the same gaze, and then fell silent. Finally, after remaining silent for a while, Sunday nodded and spoke up. All the people I care about have chosen you, so I suppose it'll stay your son? Upon hearing Sunday's answer, Lucian smiled, looking pleased. When he was still in Robin's script, he had anticipated having to force Sunday into submission with considerable effort when he returned to reality, yet the script itself had conveniently tilted reality in his favor. Good choice, son, Lucian declared at once. All right, from now on, Robin is both your sister and your stepmother. As soon as these words fell from his mouth, Robin's face turned bright red, unable to meet her brother's eyes. Sunday, on the other hand, stared at Lucian with an expression that could only be described as utter despair, as if to say, why not make yourself my father and my brother-in-law too? Robin and I are real siblings. Just like that, with a single reversal of order, Lucian had locked their roles firmly in place. Sunday had once thought about turning the tables, becoming the elder brother-in-law of the house, but now, Lucian's manipulation ended up raising Robin's status while lowering his own. Now that it had come to this, Sunday couldn't help but wonder whether there was even room left for him in this family anymore. The return of the uncrowned king of Penacony Lucian. Maybe we should stop talking about our relationship, it's getting awkward. Robin grabbed Lucian's hand and placed it over her eyes, using it to avoid her brother's pitiful gaze. Lucian, there's one more thing. What should you be calling me? Sunday was just about to speak when Lucian interrupted him. Lucian looked as young as him, yet there was a distinct pressure rising from deep within his soul, one that made Sunday instinctively submit. Father. Sunday immediately changed his tone and corrected the way he addressed his father. Surprisingly, just like in a new set of memories, the moment he called Lucian father, the world before his eyes seemed to clear bright and calm. In that instant, he came to fully understand his situation. Evidently, being the son was already a settled fact. Even his body carried an instinctive reverence toward Lucian. All right, go on. What is it? Lucian asked with a smile. It's about Robin. Sunday's smile faded slightly, and a flicker of darkness passed through his eyes. Earlier, she was kidnapped to a planet called Jarilo, and she suffered a bit of humiliation there. Oh, Jarilo? What kind of humiliation? Lucian's tone rose faintly at the end, tinged with amusement. It's because of some arrogant bastard. Sunday's voice remained calm, though his fingers tapped against the table a little faster. He relied on the protection of the Aeon of Elation. Aha! And actually dared to disgrace Robin. He paused for a moment, perhaps to choose his words carefully, or maybe to suppress a surge of emotion. Aha tied her up and gave her away to that bastard as a gift. Sunday exclaimed in rage, his eyes bulging. Didn't that trample on her dignity? Brother. Actually, Robin tried to speak up and tell the truth, but Sunday cut her off. Dolly, Hoba. Now that father has returned, father will definitely take action himself. Likewise, even if I'm not as strong as father, I'll definitely avenge you myself. Sunday's tone grew colder. While Aha's attention is distracted, we just need one chance, one precise opportunity to strike. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, while the smile that usually lingered in his eyes vanished, leaving only pure, killing intent. He'll bring that man to the dreamscape, then cut him into 12 pieces, no more, no less. Sunday's voice came out soft, almost like a lover's whisper, but the words sent chills down the spine. Each one will be buried beneath each moment of Pinakini's 12 hours, so that every fragment of his flesh will forever drown in dreams. He paused for a moment, then added softly, "Father, that's fair, isn't it? He made Robin suffer, so he'll pay in pain." He already knew that Robin's sudden slumber on the stage had something to do with Lucian, so he wasn't going to hold that against him. However, the fact that Aha had once kidnapped her and offered her as a gift to some unknown man remained deeply engraved in his heart. He had originally planned to wait until he became an emanator of order before taking revenge, but now that his father had returned, things were different. Knowing his father's love for Robin, he would definitely kill that man with his own hands. "Brother, that man is—" Robin sat up and tried to explain, but Sunday interrupted her again. "No need to plead for him, Robin. No one is allowed to make you suffer. He'll make that fool pay. Father will definitely agree with me." Hearing this, Lucian chuckled, thinking that Sunday's mind was clearly still jammed from the collision between two different sets of memories. "Brother," Robin exclaimed loudly, growing anxious. "Listen to me first, please. The man you're talking about is your father? Lucian, are you going to cut him into 12 pieces?" As soon as her words fell, the air in the living room seemed to freeze. Sunday's fingers halted mid-tap, while his facial expression slowly faded. Among all possibilities, he honestly never expected his father to be the culprit, the one in cahoots with the Aeon of elation in kidnapping Robin. Lucian said nothing, merely watching Sunday with amused interest, as if enjoying an unexpected show. Come to think of it," Sunday said with a forced smile, then shook his head slightly, displaying a kind of godlike tolerance. "Robin, my dear sister, as members of the family, as faithful believers of the harmony, we must understand and embrace all things in the world, all kinds of existence." He extended his hand like a merciful priest, though the gesture itself was somewhat stiff. Even if there were some misunderstandings in the past, the will of harmony is one of tolerance and support for all. Personal grievances mean little before the grand harmoniousness of the family. "You understand me, don't you?" Robin fell silent for a while, then spoke up. "So, will you still interrupt my words next time?" "No," Sunday replied almost instantly. He really should have controlled his emotions earlier and not kept interrupting his sister while she was speaking. Needless to say, his sister's humiliation had made him lose a bit of reason, causing his thoughts to run wild. Now things had turned very awkward, as the unknown man he hated and wanted to teach a lesson to turn out to be Lucian himself, his sister's beloved, and his father. He was the one who said he would cut Lucian into 12 pieces, yet now it seemed he might be the one getting cut to pieces instead. "Sonny," Lucian said, gazing at Sunday with a teasing grin, "did you learn that face-changing act from Gopherwood?" Speaking of Mr. Gopherwood, Sunday immediately changed the subject, afraid Lucian might dwell on what had just said. He was affected too. He left the order and returned to the harmony. "Actually, I know about your schemes," Lucian interrupted, "and he'll tell you straight your plan won't work." Right after saying this, he stood up, stretching his neck, a faint crack sounding after holding Robin for so long. Aina's dream will be shattered by the other paths: nihility, trailblaze, preservation, elation, enigmata, remembrance, harmony, the hunt. All of them will come to stop you. Hearing such a long list of paths, Sunday couldn't help but breathe in deeply. What law of heaven had he broken? Even during the plague caused by the propagation, there hadn't been this many paths working together to suppress it. He only wanted to build a beautiful dream. How could it attract so many paths against him? Eventually, Sunday's thoughts began to clear from the interference of those two conflicting sets of memories, and he started to reflect on the flaws in his own ideals. "Sonny, listen to your father. He will never harm you." Serafina, who had been watching the discussion quietly, advised gently, earning a gentle nod from Sunday. It went without saying that the plan to bring back the order was already dead in the cradle, and now he could only rely on Lucian. "Father, what should we do now?" Sunday asked, fixing his gaze on Lucian. "Penacony isn't as beautiful as the Penacony you built in that dream. I mean, the 12 dreamscapes, the 12 hours, are actually feeding the Stellaron by devouring the emotions of those lost within them. It's fine. Well, let's tear it down and rebuild it. Penacony doesn't lack money or people right now." Lucian waved his hand dismissively, then gave a terrifyingly calm smile. "But before that, I gotta find my former workers and reclaim control over Penacony. Needless to say, the first step would be to visit Dreamflux Reef and see whether his #1 worker, Mikhail, was still alive. How dare he die? He still had work to do." Seeing Lucian's calm smile and confident demeanor, Sunday immediately saw that familiar silhouette from his second set of memories appear once more. In his eyes, the uncrowned king of Penacony, the one who ruled Penacony from the shadows, had returned. "I love working for you." At this moment, Lucian was holding Robin's hand as they walked down the streets of Dreamflux Reef. Compared to Penacony's sweet dream, known to the masses as the 12 Hours, this place undoubtedly fell far behind, but thankfully, it at least still resembled a city, with clusters of buildings scattered throughout the area. In the original story, to enter the primordial dreamscape known as Dreamflux Reef, one had to undergo a second dream entry from the sweet dream of Penacony's 12 Hours, or be killed by a special mimetic entity known as dormancy. Ordinary people could hardly achieve a second dream within a dream, so those who managed to reach Dreamflux Reef were all special individuals. This place doesn't feel like Penacony at all." Robin spoke softly, her finger absent-mindedly tracing across Lucian's palm. "So, you prefer the Penacony under my rule?" Lucian asked with a faint smile. Robin nodded. "Can you make Penacony return to how it was in that dream? I like the dreamscape you created." Even before meeting Lucian and living a second life within that dreamlike world, she had long felt that something was wrong with Penacony, especially as she gradually realized that people were falling deeper and deeper into the dreamscape, abandoning reality, which had never been the original intent of Penacony's dreamscape. In her second life, Lucian had suppressed the family and restrained their greed, resulting in everyone working diligently together to build the ideal dreamscape. In her eyes, dreams were meant to give people the courage to face reality, not to make them drown within it, endlessly drowning in self-indulgence. "All right, as compensation for breaking my promise, they'll grant your wish." Coincidentally, Lucian had already been thinking of bringing Penacony into his alliance anyway. When the right time came, he would probably relocate Jarilo 6, Kohler, and the Xianzhou Sanqing here, so they could develop together. Robin reached in her pocket and pulled out a small pouch, taking out a piece of glittering candied fruit and slipping it into Lucian's mouth. "Here, your reward." Right after she said this, Robin smiled adorably and popped one in her own mouth as well. Today, she wore a white blouse and a brown skirt. With a satchel slung over her shoulder and a hat perched on her head, looking every bit like a traveler. Beautiful and well-built, she looked stunning in anything she wore. Lucian, on the other hand, wore a black coat over a white turtleneck shirt, along with black pants and golden-rimmed aviator sunglasses. Looking charming and elegant, he chewed the candied fruit Robin gave him while admiring her radiant beauty, watching her small lips puff slightly as she ate, until his gaze lingered on the corner of her lips, where he noticed a small, shiny piece of candied fruit stuck there. "You got something here." Lucian casually lifted his hand and wiped the corner of Robin's lips with the pad of his thumb, which caused her to let out a little giggle in response while glancing at the finger that had just brushed against her lips, her cheeks flushing faintly. "Sweet?" Robin asked without thinking, making Lucian's eyes lift from her lips to her shimmering eyes. In the next second, his lips curved faintly. "Didn't quite taste it." Lucian shrugged, replying innocently. Then try again? Robin held out another candied fruit in her hand, her heartbeat quickening. Lucian, however, didn't look at the candied fruit and instead leaned down, kissing her lips directly, making the dull scenery of Dreamflux Reef seem to blur away. Just as his arm circled her waist, drawing Robin closer, clang. A loud crash exploded nearby, like a metal pipe being violently kicked over. In an instant, the two of them sprang apart. Robin, with her face red enough to drip blood, covered her cheeks, too embarrassed to look toward the sound. Lucian clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned his head toward the source of the sound. Over there stood a brown-haired young woman, frozen on the spot, her face beet red. A rusted iron pipe lying at her feet. Seeing her, Lucian recognized her instantly. It was none other than Rosalina. Sorry, Lucian, Robin, Rosalina exclaimed flusteredly, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. I was just passing by. Really, this stupid pipe just fell on its own. You two go on. I didn't see anything. With that, she turned around, covering her eyes with both hands, already ready to flee. Come here. Lucian rolled his eyes and ordered calmly. Why, yes. Rosalina stumbled forward, her eyes still covered, walking toward him step by step. Of all times to meet my savior again. It had to be now, ruining his moment. As she walked, her thoughts couldn't help but wander. Imdolmet. He's totally going to make me pay for that ruined kiss. Wait, will he order me to kiss him as punishment? But I don't even have kissing experience. Can I still learn now? Finally, when Rosalina stood before him, Lucian looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze and asked her directly, How long have you been resurrected? Not long, Rosalina replied sheepishly. I'm still getting used to the place and, well, I interrupted your thing, didn't I? So, how do I make it up to you? Just saying, I've got no experience. You'll have to teach me. What the hell are you talking about? Lucian frowned, blinking his eyes in clear confusion. No, I just came back to life and don't know how to live in Dreamflux Reef yet. Rosalina waved her hands frantically as she realized her blunder. So, what I meant was you'll have to teach me the survival stuff. For a second, I thought you wanted to learn kissing from me. Lucian sighed with a helpless expression, though a small smile tugged at his lips. Hearing his teasing remark, Robin stiffened instantly before pinching his waist from behind, looking slightly jealous. All right, no more jokes, Lucian said, while grabbing Robin's hand, calming her down. Take me to Mikhail. You know where he is, right? Got it, Rosalina said with relief, as if she had been granted amnesty. Follow me. Mikhail is, talking to his younger self right now. With that, she led Lucian and Robin at a brisk pace into the deeper parts of Dreamflux Reef, stopping before an old workshop whose center held a glowing apparatus, surrounded by many floating, colorful bubbles. As soon as Lucian entered, he saw a familiar old man standing with his back to the entrance, talking animatedly to a pretty boy wearing a hotel bellboy uniform. Micah was off to the side, sipping beer and watching the show. Got it, Misha? Mikhail slapped the boy's shoulder hard. If you run into someone named Lucian, remember what I said. Got it. Misha stood straight, his little face serious. All right, what do you do? Mikhail pressed, his expression solemn. Act useless, Misha said loudly. Drop boxes on my foot. Blow up machines. Fill reports with typos. Hearing this, Micah burst out laughing and nearly choked on his drink. Exactly, Mikhail nodded approvingly. Lucian will work capable people to death. If you don't act uselessly, he'll dump a mountain of work on you and then go enjoy afternoon tea while you slave away. You're the younger me, you haven't yet tasted life's sweetness. I won't let you become a corporate slave. Never. Seeing this scene, Rosalina couldn't hold it in anymore and coughed loudly. Cough. Mikhail, Misha, and Micah all turned around at once. As soon as Mikhail saw the handsome man wearing sunglasses beside Rosalina, the righteous indignation on his face froze, then shattered completely, leaving only blank panic, while his knees went weak. Silence instantly fell over the workshop. So that's how you see me, my dear friend. Lucian put his arms behind his back and walked toward the stiff old man unhurriedly, stopping right in front of him. Lucian, what brings you here? Mikhail asked while trembling all over, nearly dropping to his knees. Well, the moment I thought of my favorite helper, the brilliant man who once helped me govern Penacony, I couldn't wait to resurrect you and continue building our beautiful home together and make it great again. Lucian spoke evenly, a faint, calm smile adorning his face. But you, Lucian, you know me, I love working for you. Mikhail quickly interrupted, forcing a wobbly smile. Don't look at me like that. I may be old, but I can still work like a horse. Recruiting a pretty boy? Otis PTSD. Lucian's gaze swept past Mikhail and then landed on the boy standing beside the old man straight-backed, his small face tense and serious. He wore a bellboy's uniform, his eyes filled with the kind of nervousness that only comes with being new to the world, especially with those very short shorts, those pale, slender legs, and those clear, wide eyes. He looked like a charming young bellboy. Mikhail, is this the youthful version of yourself, a fragment of your memories left behind before your death, which has now developed into its own personality? Lucian asked calmly, looking unsurprised. Yes, Mikhail replied helplessly. I created him. I couldn't bring myself to destroy him. So I released him from the dream bubble and let him become another me, my younger self, an independent Mikhail named Misha. After hearing his explanation, everyone finally understood Misha's origin. Uncle Mikhail's younger self is way too cute. He looks like a little girl. Robin leaned in and whispered into Lucian's ear. Lucian nodded in agreement. Misha really was like a little girl if his chest were just a bit bigger. He could easily pass for one. Misha, right? Lucian turned to face Misha and asked with a friendly smile. Why, yes, sir. Misha jolted as if shocked, his voice loud and stiff, like he was shouting out a military slogan. Seeing his tense reaction, Lucian chuckled and walked toward him at a leisurely pace, stopping right in front of him. So, would you like to work for me? Here it comes. Mikhail sucked in a sharp breath, his face turning a pale green as he wildly blinked at Misha, practically begging him to refuse. He's finally reaching his claws out at Misha. Micah, on the other hand, had his shoulders shaking as he struggled not to laugh while looking at Mikhail's distressed expression. It was truly priceless. Mikhail Char Legwork, known as the legendary watchmaker, the so-called father of Penacony, reduced to this? I. Misha opened his mouth, but his throat felt blocked, leaving him unable to answer. I was thinking of appointing you as a hotel manager, Lucian said slowly. You'd get to travel between planets on business trips, meet all kinds of people, and, through your own effort, become a living, breathing person in Penacony. But, well, if you're not interested, then forget it. As soon as these words fell, Misha's eyes nearly burst with light. Forget it? Like hell. One should know that when Mikhail was still a youngster, he had always longed to explore the vast cosmos, to travel far and wide. And since Misha carried the memories and emotions of Mikhail's youth, he naturally shared that very same desire. Needless to say, Lucian's offer had struck straight at Misha's heart. It's over. It's over. Lucian's using a sugar-coated missile on him. Mikhail, seeing Misha's expression, instantly realized what was happening. Sure enough, Misha was going to end up as one of Lucian's workers too, and, just as Mikhail feared, Misha suddenly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Sir Lucian, I'm willing to work for you for life. Good boy. You made the right choice. Lucian nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Mikhail. Old Mikhail, you know I truly trust you, don't you? Of course I do. Mikhail quickly nodded. Otherwise, you wouldn't have me managing Penacony for you. He was genuinely grateful for Lucian's 99% trust, but if only that trust didn't come bundled with every single responsibility attached to it. In the end, after that small interlude had passed, everyone turned to discuss Penacony's current situation. Upon learning that Lucian had regained control and was planning to rebuild Dreamflux Reef, as well as the entire dreamscape, Mikhail supported the idea wholeheartedly and ultimately once again became the grand steward of Penacony. Micah, meanwhile, had come to realize that the harmless-looking young man standing before him was, in truth, an eminer someone who could shake Penacony with ease. "We're rebuilding again." Rosalina knelt on the floor, holding her head in despair. But my data and research didn't come out of the dream with me. In her second life, she had created so many wonderful things for Penacony within the dreamscape, accumulating tons of research data on them. But when she resurrected in reality, all of it unfortunately stayed behind. In other words, she had to start all over again, which meant more sleepless nights ahead. Half an hour later, after arranging his new workers for Dreamflux Reef, Lucian prepared to visit the next target, the Alfalfa family, the ones managing Penacony's economy. Penacony was no longer the rundown prison it had once been. Now, countless forces had gathered here, their connections tangled in a complex web, all waiting for a chance to take a share of the planet's wealth. In this reality, power was monopolized by the 5 great lineage heads and the Dream Master, which meant there were only 6 people who truly held authority in Penacony. If he could control those 6, he would control Penacony itself. He had already reclaimed the Dream Master and the head of the Oak family. So now only 4 remained, and that short, old Pepesher from the Alfalfa family was next on the list. Inside the living room of the Alfalfa family's mansion, Odie paced anxiously in circles. On a large screen near him, a video recording from the Golden Theater in Epsilon played, a recording where Robin hugged a handsome young man. And the problem lay precisely in that young man. Seeing the familiar young man in the video, Odie couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Wasn't that supposed to be just a nightmare? How can that man actually exist? Odie stroked his beard, pacing back and forth restlessly. He's hugging Robin. He looks exactly like the Lucian from my nightmare. He couldn't explain it. It had only been a nightmare, a terrifying one where Lucian had scared him witless, yet somehow the fear had burned itself into his mind like PTSD. Just seeing Lucian's figure was enough to make him shiver. Better safe than sorry. I need to get out of Penacony for a while, lie low. Odie wasn't afraid of the IPC or any other outsiders. For years, every enemy who had tried to invade Penacony and mess with him had been beaten back by him. Even the IPC had eventually been forced to sit down and negotiate, simply to avoid further losses. However, this time was different. Others might try to talk things out, to negotiate or compromise, but Lucian wouldn't. From what he remembered of Lucian in his nightmare, he cared nothing for appearances or consequences. If he wanted to kill someone, he would do it in that very instant, without the slightest hesitation. Knowing this, and guided by the principle of better safe than sorry, Odie decided to settle his affairs quickly and flee the dreamscape, leaving Penacony behind for the time being. However, just as he opened the front door, a tall shadow fell across the threshold, blocking out the sunlight. Odie looked up straight into Lucian's eyes. "Old Odie, where are you going?" As Lucian spoke, his voice so clear, so familiar made Odie shudder, his pupils dilating as if he were someone suffering from severe PTSD. Now, there was no mistake, the young man blocking his way was the same one from his nightmare. The uncrowned king of Penacony, Lucian. Lord Lucian. Even the richest man in Penacony, who had long grown used to commanding others, was now crushed beneath the weight of dreamborn fear, as shown by the way he instinctively addressed Lucian with honorifics. "Oh, so you remember me?" Lucian said with a smile, nodding gently. Then do you also remember what you told me before?" Odie froze, then immediately dropped to his knees. "I submit." Hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected even this old capitalist to be so thoroughly influenced by the script. At least there was no need for threats and massacre now, thanks to Odie, who already knew the procedure well. "You've always had good sense and sharp judgment," Lucian said, patting the old man's shoulder before helping him up. "No wonder you're the richest man in Penacony." Odie, being so short, looked even smaller now that he was kneeling on the ground. Upon being helped to stand by Lucian, Odie trembled while forcing a smile, trying his hardest to keep his composure intact. "Reach out to the other heads," Lucian instructed softly. "Tell them to hand over their authority so I can redistribute it. As for those who refuse, note their names down." Can you do that?" As he spoke, his tone was gentle, far too gentle for someone so dangerous. Only those who had experienced his ruthlessness firsthand truly understood that this young man's sweetness concealed venom. "Oh, of course," Odie exclaimed with a big smile, nodding rapidly. "He'll make sure they all submit and avoid unnecessary trouble. It's just about the Oak family and Dreammaster Gopher Wood. Ah, they're already handled." Lucian waved his hand nonchalantly. "Asha." Odie chuckled awkwardly. "Understood. I know what to do." With both the Dreammaster and the Oak family subdued, what was left to say? If he didn't side with Lucian now, he might never get another chance. Odie, ever the opportunist, knew exactly when to show loyalty. And so, after a brief chat with Odie, Lucian left, satisfied. A useful capitalist like Odie truly made everything easier once he was under control. Lucian wouldn't have to lift a finger. Right after Lucian departed, Odie immediately contacted the other heads. "My fellow heads," Odie said in a solemn tone, "I will host a banquet. You are all invited to discuss a matter of great importance, one that concerns your very position in Penacony. So please attend." Retaking Penacony's authority, Galaxy Ranger's arrival, right after handling Odie Alfalfa, Lucian had originally planned to meet Gopher Wood himself. But who would have thought that while he was on the way, the man himself would come looking for him instead? Should I say it's our first meeting, or has it been a long time? A black raven landed at Lucian's feet and spoke with a voice that belonged to Gopher Wood. However, the voice sounded older and more worn than the one in the script, as if it had gone through countless hardships. "If you still remember me and know what I can do, then it's been a long time." Lucian responded casually, a calm smile on his face. "But if you don't remember me and don't know how I ruled Penacony, then you could say it's our first meeting." At this, Gopherwood fell silent for a while before he finally spoke up. "What do you think about the order? If you had a chance to revive it, what would you do?" "Nope, not allowed." Lucian didn't even think before he blurted it out. In this cosmos, only the harmony can stand. How could Aina ever compare to Zype? In his eyes, the harmony, the abundance, and the beauty were the rightful paths, while all the rest were heresies. "I understand," Gopherwood said with relief. "You pulled Sunday and me out of the order and into the harmony. I suppose I was out of old friendship. In that case, there's nothing left for me to insist on." Now that his faith in the order had already been erased because of his second set of memories, he had become a pure believer in harmony, and he no longer had any motivation to revive the order. Besides, since Lucian was willing to give him a chance to make amends, he wasn't foolish enough to refuse such an opportunity. "My physical body has been destroyed. I can only rely on the Stellaron to survive within the dreamscape now. If you trust me, I can help manage the dreamscape for you, but if you don't, then seal the Stellaron. I admit that I've sinned by turning this place into another Stellaron tragedy." Gopherwood spoke from the heart, making it clear that he was now a true follower of harmony. "You have the skill, so you're my worker number 2. I won't let you off," Lucian said calmly, holding up 2 fingers. "If you really want to atone, then work for me for life. Honestly, rebuild Penacony. Now, focus all your consciousness on your bird body." He wasn't in the mood to chat any further and immediately moved to restore Gopherwood's body. Following Lucian's instruction, Gopherwood gathered all of his consciousness into his raven body, while Lucian directly used the godly bandage, wrapping the raven body in layers of white bandages to restore Gopherwood's original Holovian body. Because Gopherwood's consciousness still existed, his physical body in reality was able to be restored. Before conceptual ability like the godly bandage, restoring one's body through consciousness was trivial and vice versa. Just like that, Lucian once again took Penacony's original Dream Master under his command, making him his worker number 2, since number 1 was already taken by Mikhail. In Robin's script, it was these two who allowed Lucian to enjoy a carefree life while holding power at the same time. As night came, Lucian brought Gopherwood and Sunday to Otis' dinner banquet. Except for the heads of the great lineages, no one else was present, since they were the only ones qualified to attend. Inside the banquet hall, the head of the Bloodhound family, Don Wyatt, the head of the Iris family, Fowler, and the head of the Nightingale family, Fisher, had already gathered. "Isn't this a bit sudden?" Fisher asked with a frown. "Gopherwood forced us to join the family. And now, there's suddenly a new Dream Master? I don't really mind the Nightingale family's weak, so we don't have a choice anyway, but at least tell me what kind of person our new boss is." He was the current head of the Nightingale family, and someone who had no memory of what had happened in Robin's script. After Glocks was expelled from the family and stepped down, Fisher took over and had no choice but to merge into the family to protect Penacony Paperfold University College and the Dreamweavers of the Nightingale family. Changing a leader didn't matter to him, as long as no one messed with Paperfold University or the Nightingale family, of course. "Speaking of a new Dream Master, I had a strange dream," Don Wyatt said with a frown. He appeared in it. He was so absurdly powerful that it felt suffocating. Like Odie, he also retained his memories from the script, which made him remember when Lucian massacred over 1,000 people and forced the 5 great lineages to submit to him. Because of that, like Odie, he also ended up with PTSD. Nevertheless, considering that, in that dream, Lucian had built Penacony into a prosperous place, just as Hanu had once wished it to be. Upon hearing that Lucian had returned to rule Penacony again, he had no objections. "Ho ho ho! Seems like we can confirm Lord Lucian as the new Dream Master smoothly tonight." Odie smiled slyly, the kind of smile that made people uncomfortable. "You're not even going to ask my opinion?" Fowler rolled his eyes. "Who's this Lucian anyway? Is he the one in the news? Robin's boyfriend?" As the current head of the Iris family, he was fairly new, so he did not appear in Robin's script and therefore did not know Lucian at all, as he had no memory of him. Of course, since the Iris family didn't hold much power in Penacony, his opinion didn't matter much. Just then, the doors to the banquet hall opened. Lucian walked in slowly, followed by 2 Holovian men, one clad in white, while the other was clad in black. They were none other than the current head of the Oak family, Sunday, and the current Dream Master, Gopherwood. Both stood one step behind Lucian, more than enough to show who the true leader was. "So have all of you concluded?" Sunday asked with his usual professional smile. "My father is waiting for your answer. I, Gopherwood, hereby return the position of Dream Master to Lord Lucian," Gopherwood said with a gentle, priestly expression. "I hope you're all aware. Ho ho ho. Looks like the Bloodhound and the Nightingale have no objections," Odie said gleefully, then glanced at the finely dressed head of the Iris family. As for Mr. Fowler, suddenly cornered by Odie, Fowler felt his words stuck in his throat like a knife. Seeing Gopherwood and Sunday's attitude, and hearing their words, he wasn't stupid. This situation made it clear that Penacony had already changed hands. Oak, Nightingale, Alfalfa, and Bloodhound had all clearly switched sides. Given that the Iris family was always a fence-sitter, they most likely had switched sides as well. If he didn't declare allegiance now, the Iris family would be branded as rebels. "Submit. We, the Iris family, agree, of course," Fowler declared loudly while wearing a forced smile. "Boy, Asna made her decision even faster than you did," Lucian said casually as he glanced at Fowler. "You're not as sharp as she was, huh?" Right. Asna always had the better eye." Odie immediately chimed in, truly an expert at bootlicking. "Bloodhound family, submit." Don Wyatt spoke decisively, his expression stern. "Nightingale family, submit." Fisher, understanding the situation, quickly followed. Just like in the script, the 5 major lineages once again fell under Lucian's command, only this time, without any bloodshed. And so, after some tense discussion, Lucian issued his first order to rebuild Dreamflux Reef into Penacony's true paradise without any trace of the order. Upon hearing this order, however, Gopherwood couldn't help but question it. "I'm sorry, but without the power of order, what about the deaths in the dreamscape?" Gopherwood asked Lucian, his expression hesitant and conflicted. In Penacony's dreamscape, immortality was achieved through the power of the order. So hearing that Lucian wanted the Order's influence to be erased meant that the dreamscape would become just as dangerous as reality. "You know my BGM, right? Just use it in the dreamscape. Who could die then?" Lucian waved his hand dismissively. "Agree." Sunday, fully aware of his father's omnipotent ability, voiced his agreement in an instant. Just like that, after some more discussion, the detailed work was handled by Mikhail, Gopherwood, and Sunday, while the other heads simply assisted. As for Lucian, of course, he returned to his cozy little house to enjoy a sweet, carefree life with a bird mother and daughter. At the same time, in Panakini's reality, a spaceship carrying a group of Galaxy Rangers arrived at the spaceport of the Reverie Hotel. Penacony, I'm back again. I wonder if the family will turn me away this time. Tiernan murmured with a complicated expression, his heart filled with emotion as he gazed at the bustling port. Back then, the family had always blocked his return, which caused him to never see Penacony and his friends again. Seriously, boss, what's there to fear? If they dare stop you from coming home, we'll beat the crap out of them. Yeah, Scarface shouted with a sneer, while the other Galaxy Rangers cheered in agreement. Acheron stood quietly beside them, motionless like a doll. Fortunately, with the Galaxy Rangers leading the way, she could reach Penacony smoothly. Why smoothly? It was simply because even someone as powerful as her actually had one fatal flaw: she was pretty terrible with directions. Let's descend. If the Lucian from your dreams really exists, he won't stop you. Acheron stepped forward, speaking in her usual gentle and soft voice. Yet another reunion, the lost Acheron. Ugh, my back. Mikhail woke from the dreamscape and found himself lying in a dream pool inside one of the Reverie Hotel's rooms. Given that Lucian had reclaimed control of Penacony, the family naturally had to step aside obediently. Just thinking about how he had once been excluded and slandered by the family and forced to hide in Dreamflux Reef made Mikhail furious. Now that he could finally walk proudly in Panakini's reality again, he swore that he would take revenge on the family sooner or later. It was just a pity that his current body wasn't as flexible or energetic as before, which made him really miss the way he had looked in his younger days within that dream. Just as Mikhail stepped out of the room, he ran into Rosalina, who was also stepping out of her room right beside his. Unlike Mikhail, however, she appeared as a young woman in reality, the same form she had taken in the dreamscape. Why do you still look young, while I've turned into an old man? Mikhail couldn't help but complain, feeling a little bitter. Maybe because I died young? Rosalina chuckled awkwardly as she scratched the back of her head. If I'd known that, I would have died early too, then I'd look as young as you. Mikhail muttered helplessly, then let out a sigh. With that, the two of them went downstairs together, chatting as they went about their second lives inside the dream. As they arrived at the hotel lobby and saw many people coming and going, they went to the VIP lounge to get a drink, then returned to the lobby while gradually getting familiar with the place. Whether it was the hotel lobby or the VIP lounge of the Reverie Hotel, both shimmered with the gentle glow of crystal lights, while the air was filled with soothing melodies and the sweet scent of Soulglad, making one's heart feel calm. A few moments later, as well-dressed guests from various civilizations walked in and out with composed steps, radiating elegance and leisure, an old man in a worn raincoat stepped into the hotel lobby. He was none other than Tiernan. Behind him, the Galaxy Rangers who followed tried their best to stay inconspicuous. But the marks of hardship carved into their faces and the lingering dust clinging to their clothes made them stand out all the more in this refined setting. Damn, this place is 100 times cleaner than our ship cabin. Scarface, a man with a big scar on his face, muttered under his breath while glancing around at the surroundings. Just as his words fell, a lively voice suddenly called out, "Hey, old man." Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a young woman smiling as she waved her hand in their direction. Tiernan, who also turned toward the voice, instantly recognized two familiar faces. It was none other than his two best friends, Rosalina and Mikhail. Rosalina sat on a soft sofa, holding a glass of Soulglad, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked toward him. Mikhail sat beside her with a gentle smile resting on his face, but instead of Soulglad, he held a glass of red wine. Seeing the two, a wave of complex emotions surged through Tiernan's weathered eyes before a warm smile finally broke across his aged face as he strode over. "Mikhail, you're still alive? Tiernan's voice was hoarse with emotion as he looked his old friend up and down. You old geezer. Your hair's gotten pretty white. And Rosalina, how come you haven't changed at all? Look at me, I'm practically falling apart. Same here, you old geezer. Mikhail placed his wine glass on the table, stood up, and carefully studied Tiernan's weathered face and grizzled beard before smiling and patting his own silvered temples. Lucky for me, you've aged too, or I'd never accept this reality. In response, Tiernan didn't hesitate to grab Mikhail's equally calloused hand, the two strong hands clasping tightly as they carried a silent greeting and a deep bond between the nameless. Acheron stood quietly behind a group of Galaxy Rangers, her hand resting on her long sword like a silent statue. Unlike the others who watched the two old men's reunion with touching expressions, her gaze seemed drawn to the intricate structure of the crystal chandelier set into the dome of the hotel lobby, as if she were studying it intently, or perhaps she was simply spacing out. When the warm reunion finally wound down, Rosalina at last noticed the group standing behind Tiernan, along with a mysterious woman who gave off an unusual vibe compared to the rest of them. Even though the woman wore a cloak that barely revealed her figure, she radiated an unmistakable sense of danger. Hey, who are these friends of yours? Rosalina asked curiously. In response, Tiernan quickly introduced more than 20 Galaxy Rangers to Mikhail and Rosalina. Finally, it came time to introduce the cloaked woman with the cold, distant air. And this is Acheron, Tiernan said respectfully, glancing at Acheron. After I died, she was, well, you could say she was the one who guided my soul. In any case, she helped me a lot, so I helped her come here, since she said she wanted to meet Lucian. Does Lucian really exist? Acheron spoke right on cue, her tone calm and flat. Where's he? I want to meet him. Lucian? He's probably slacking off in his home right now. Mikhail nodded knowingly, then turned to Rosalina. Rosalina, take her there, will you? I'm too old to walk that far. No biggie. Rosalina agreed cheerfully and flashed Acheron a friendly smile. Miss Acheron, come with me. I'll take you to Lucian's place. I know a shortcut with a great view. Acheron gave a slight nod and silently followed Rosalina's lively steps. Even though the Reverie Hotel was called a hotel, in Panacony's reality, it also had a residential area, no different from a small city. Why small? It was simply because most people of Penacony preferred living in the dreamscape and soaking in the dream pools all day, so the residential area wasn't very large. Robin happened to dislike staying in the dreamscape all the time, so Lucian had a small, elegant house built in Panacony's reality, identical to the one in the dreamscape. If one wanted to reach it, one had to pass through the Reverie Hotel first and then enter the residential area. Miss Acheron, I'm telling you, Lucian's super handsome and powerful. If it weren't for our special connection, you'd never get a chance to meet him. Rosalina explained playfully as she walked, turning her head back out of habit to make sure Acheron was following or perhaps to point out some pleasant view along the way. However, as she turned her head, Acheron was no longer there. Rosalina blinked her eyes in confusion and rose onto her tiptoes, glancing around carefully, only to see that the place was full of passers-by, yet there was still no Acheron in sight. Huh, where'd she go? Rosalina mumbled, scratching her head in confusion. Seriously, she was right behind me just now. How'd she vanish already? Meanwhile, in a certain corner, when Rosalina was talking about Lucian, Acheron had indeed still been behind her. However, in a mere 1 second, just before Rosalina turned her head back, Acheron's attention was caught for a moment by a strangely shaped jellyfish floating nearby, and when Acheron turned back again, she had completely lost sight of Rosalina. In the end, Acheron started wandering on her own, but after 10 minutes had passed, she still hadn't yet reached her destination. Sorry, wrong place. You're not Lucian? Wrong place. Seeing that everywhere she went looked the same identical buildings, identical rooms, Acheron ultimately stopped walking, her face expressionless as she looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Needless to say, she was clearly lost, but since she was already used to this kind of situation, she felt nothing stir inside her. Regardless, given that she had experienced this sort of thing many times before, she already had a way to solve this problem. Go back the way she had come. Turning around, Acheron retraced her steps, but 5 minutes later, instead of returning to the place she had passed before and meeting Rosalina again, she found herself even more lost than before. Now that it had come to this point, it seemed she had no choice but to ask someone for directions, since there was no way out of this maze on her own. However, just as Acheron was about to call out to a nearby passerby, a man wearing an extremely colorful outfit and bearing a wide grin suddenly appeared right beside her. "Hello, beautiful lady. Are you lost?" Before Acheron, the man gave a light bow and asked in a frivolous voice, "I'm a hotel attendant and know every shortcut in Penacony. I can show you the way if you want hearing this." Acheron's gaze sharpened as she studied the hotel attendant, whose appearance looked normal enough, yet something about it still felt strangely off. Growing curious about his purpose, Acheron responded, "I'm looking for a man named Lucian. Do you know where he is?" "Of course, beautiful lady. I know exactly where he is. Follow me, and he'll take you to him." "Oh, and your beauty fits his taste perfectly. He'll be very happy to meet you." "Taste? What taste?" "Taste in women, of course. He likes beautiful women." At this, Acheron frowned slightly, feeling a faint, lingering sense of disappointment. From the sound of it, Lucian did not seem like some noble figure, but rather more like a typical lecherous man. Still, it did not matter. If he did something inappropriate, she would just beat him up. Acheron's hand rested casually on the hilt of her sword, confident in her own strength. With that, the attendant walked briskly backward, somehow avoiding every passerby with ease as he led Acheron along. "Why are you walking backward?" Acheron, unable to contain her curiosity, asked bluntly. "Because I'm worried you'll get lost, of course. This way. You won't lose your way again, right?" At Acheron's question, the attendant answered casually, a wide grin still adorning his face. Getting seen naked by Acheron? No loss in a delicate little house that was filled with a sweet scent and a lazy, peaceful atmosphere. Lucian sank deep into the soft sofa in the living room, looking as if he had no bones. Robin leaned against his shoulder, gently rolling a crystal-clear grape between her fingers before lifting it to his lips. "Try this one, it's super sweet." One had to admit that her voice, as she spoke, was so soft, sweet, and heavenly as expected from a galactic singer idolized by countless people across various star systems. Lucian opened his mouth and took the grape in, but his tongue accidentally brushed lightly over her fingertip, making her ears turn red. "Oh, it's sweet," Lucian mumbled, his lazy humor showing in his eyes. "But sadly, it's not as sweet as you." Hearing this, Robin gave him a light push, her cheeks flushing cutely. Seeing her shy reaction, the corner of Lucian's lips couldn't help but curl up, forming a teasing smile. "Little bird." Lucian leaned close to Robin's ear and said in a low, magnetic voice, causing his warm breath to brush against her sensitive skin. "I heard that boutique, Starry Dreamwear, just released some new designs. Want to try one?" "What kind of design?" Robin asked curiously. "A set of..." Lucian deliberately let his breath fall against her ear. "Designs with lace and tiny strings. You know, a cute, sheer outfit wives wore at night for their husbands." As soon as she heard this, Robin's already flushed face turned bright red, like a ripe apple. You. Robin, blushing and flustered, gave Lucian a soft punch on the shoulder. "Go buy it yourself." "Well, I would if I could, but sadly, it's a ladies-only store, so I can't go in," Lucian said righteously, pulling Robin closer. "You know, you'd look amazing in it. Maybe buy one for your mom, too." Robin, feeling her heart race as he held her and spoke so bluntly, struggled a little to escape his grasp, but when it proved useless, she ultimately buried her burning face in his neck. "Fine," Robin said in a muffled, soft voice. "If you insist, I'll go and buy one." "Love you," Lucian said with satisfaction, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Don't take too long, okay?" Robin, her face so red it felt on the verge of burning, quickly sprang up from his arms and rushed out of the house with her head down. As soon as the cool breeze from the outside brushed against her face, the heat on her cheeks finally eased. Now, her mind was filled with the image of that sheer outfit Lucian had described, along with the mischievous smile on his face. So embarrassing, Robin muttered quietly, covering her hot cheeks. That kind of outfit. It's too shameless. While muttering nonstop to keep her composure, she hurried along the neon-lit streets of Penacony, her flushed face reflecting the vibrant lights all around her. But still, biting her lower lip, her steps unconsciously carried her toward Starry Dreamwear, the boutique Lucian had mentioned. If he likes it, Robin took a deep breath, her eyes shining with a mix of shyness and determination. It's not impossible to wear it for him. I mean, if it's just at home, for him only. Her whisper was so soft that it was barely audible as she pushed open the shimmering door of the boutique. Not long after Robin left, Lucian stripped off his clothes and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Just thinking about the galaxy-famous singer, who always dressed modestly and elegantly, yet wore that kind of indecent outfit for him, made him a bit excited. He truly wanted to see it as soon as possible. Wasn't coming to this world all about enjoying something new? PSSS. Right after turning on the shower, Lucian hummed a tune, looking leisurely and relaxed as he rubbed his body with soap. Needless to say, this was exactly how a good life in another world should be: wealth, power, strength, and nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, somewhere in the residential area, in front of an unoccupied house, Acheron had been led by the male hotel attendant to this not-so-fancy house, with no one else around. Looking desolate. Here we are. He's waiting for you inside. Go on in. Still wearing a wide grin, the attendant stopped and pointed at the door carved with intricate patterns, his voice carrying an odd hint of allure. He's got the answers you want. Any strange things happening in Penacony, he knows them all 100%. He gestured invitingly and gave a slight bow. Acheron, sensing that the atmosphere emanating from the house was far too ordinary, hesitated for a moment as she looked at the door. In the end, left with no other choice, she reached out and grabbed the cold brass handle. But the moment her fingers touched it, faint spatial ripples spread outward, something she did not notice. Unknowingly, the space beyond the door had already been folded and linked by some delicate force connected directly to somewhere else. Acheron pushed the door open, stepped inside, and then took in the scene beyond it. However, what came into view was not the foyer she had expected, but a bathroom filled with warm steam. More importantly, inside the bathroom, there actually stood a naked man taking a shower. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Acheron stood in front of the door, her hand resting on her sword tightened ever so slightly, while her face, usually so calm and emotionless, showed the faintest, nearly invisible flicker of surprise. Bang! In the next second, the door behind her slammed shut by itself, then vanished as if it had never existed at all. At the same moment, Lucian, hearing the sound of the slamming door and sensing a chilling aura behind him, instantly realized that someone was there. He instinctively turned around, already preparing to use the power of two paths to restrain the intruder. Whoosh! A surge of powerful energy swept up a powerful wind, blowing the intruder's cloak open, but she didn't fight back at all. However, upon seeing the intruder's appearance, Lucian immediately withdrew his power, causing the bathroom to fall silent. Before him stood a tall, purple-haired beauty. Now that the wind had blown her cloak aside, revealing her appearance underneath, he instantly recognized the woman who had just intruded into his bathroom and peeked at him while he was bathing. Her cold expression, the tattoo on her left thigh, and the long sword at her waist, she was none other than Acheron, one of the characters in the game whose eidolons he had maxed. With just one glance, Lucian took her all in. A sexy yet powerful figure without the cloak, he could clearly see her collarbones, thighs, slender waist, pale skin, navel, tempting belly button, and curves in all the right places. In short, Acheron was a beautiful woman with perfect, model-like proportions. If he hadn't accidentally blown her cloak off, he wouldn't have gotten such a lucky view of her alluring body. "So, why are you here and peeking at me while I'm taking a shower?" Lucian asked calmly, taking the initiative. He wasn't nervous at all. Getting seen naked by Acheron? No loss. He could always return the favor someday. He trusted in the strength of his lucky pervert trait. "Sorry, I didn't mean to," Acheron replied, while unconsciously glancing, for a moment, at Lucian's exposed body, before quickly turning her gaze away and fixing it on the wall beside her. Even though her voice remained steady, it was a bit faster than usual. "You think just saying sorry works? What if our positions were swapped? Would you forgive me if I just said sorry?" Lucian questioned lazily, calmly grabbing a bathrobe hanging nearby and wrapping himself up. "Still, sneaking past my perception and getting in here, you've got some skills." He couldn't help but praise Acheron because, despite being a double emanator, he hadn't even noticed her arrival. Was it because she was an emanator herself? Or because there was some other force involved? Acheron glanced at the nonchalant Lucian from the corner of her eye, only turning to face him once he had finished putting on the bathrobe. Someone outside, a man, claiming to be a hotel attendant, said, "You were waiting for me." Acheron explained with a flat expression. "He led me here, and when I opened the door, this happened." She paused for a moment, then continued. "As soon as I stepped in, the door disappeared by itself. I don't know where that man went." A hotel attendant? A door? Leading her straight into this bathroom and locking them in together? Lucian couldn't help but roll his eyes as he realized who the culprit was. No need to guess. Such bullshit mischief, who else but that trouble-loving Aeon of elation? Only Aha could pull off this kind of sneaky spatial trick, perfectly masking his senses and finding amusement in exploiting Acheron's legendary Zora-like sense of direction like this. "You've been pranked by the Aeon of elation," Lucian said with a sigh. "They're probably hiding somewhere right now, laughing their ass off." "Aeon of elation?" Acheron said with a frown. "No wonder I couldn't see through that hotel attendant. Guess what they said about you liking beautiful women was a lie, too, then?" Right after saying this, she turned toward the bathroom exit. "He'll wait for you outside." Acheron spoke curtly, then left without hesitation and shut the door behind her. Click! As the soft sound of the door closing echoed in the bathroom. Lucian chuckled to himself. "Well, wasn't lying about me liking beautiful women, though." Misunderstanding, jealousy, understanding. As Acheron left the bathroom, Lucian ultimately took off his bathrobe and continued to shower, since the soap bubbles covering his body hadn't been completely rinsed off yet. Acheron should be guiding Tiernan's Synthirster at this time. But since she came to me now, so purposefully, it's obvious that something went wrong with Tiernan's Synthirster. Most likely, he's been resurrected under the influence of the script, just like Mikhail and Rosalina. Lucian quickly figured out Acheron's purpose for coming. Acheron must have come to learn why Tiernan was resurrected and how he had managed to snatch something right under the Nihility's nose. Understanding this, he began to think carefully about how he should trick her. He really wanted to coax her into joining his side, since a powerhouse like her would only put him more at ease if she stayed under his roof. As he thought hard about it, Lucian ended up dragging his shower on for quite a while. In the living room downstairs, Acheron casually sat on a sofa, her sword laid flat across her thighs, waiting quietly for Lucian to finish his bath before discussing her purpose of coming. Creak! Just then, Robin pushed the front door open, clutching a delicate paper bag embossed with the gold Starry Dreamwear logo. The blush on her cheeks from Lucian's teasing earlier hadn't yet faded, while her heart was still pounding. Her mind was now filled with the image of those light, lacy pieces of fabric inside the bag, as well as Lucian's mischievous grin, which seemed to be waiting to enjoy a show. "I'm back," as Robin stepped into the living room. She spoke with a voice that carried a bit of breathlessness, mixed with the giddy excitement and shy pride of someone who had just completed a daring mission. But as she looked up, expecting to see that familiar carefree figure lounging on the sofa, her steps froze. Instead of Lucian, the one sitting in the living room was an unknown woman, a woman whose figure was almost unfair long legs, big chest, and a body that seemed crafted to perfection. Her long violet hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her simple yet sharp outfit carried a chilling, heroic air as she sat quietly at the center of the room, radiating an aloof, unapproachable aura. "Who are you?" Robin blurted out the question, her voice edged with caution. For her, this house was her and Lucian's cozy little home. Having an unfamiliar woman suddenly appear here felt like someone had just pried open the lid of her favorite candy jar. Hearing Robin's voice, Acheron turned her head slowly. Her calm, emotionless gaze swept over Robin, then settled on the paper bag in her hand, which clearly held something special without showing the slightest reaction. "I mean no harm. I'm just here to see Lucian." Acheron's voice, like her gaze, was calm, without any rise or fall. "To see Lucian? Why?" Robin asked again, while instinctively hiding the paper bag behind her back. No way she could let anyone see what was inside. If someone did, her image would be ruined, her persona shattered instant social death. To learn from him, to study how to create new life under the influence of the nihility. Acheron answered calmly, her tone brief and straightforward. Indeed, the reason she wanted to meet Lucian was to have him teach her how to bring new life into existence when under the shadow of Nine. For her, that knowledge was crucial. It might determine the success of her fight against Nine. Learn? Create new life? Boom! Robin felt something explode in her head. See, create new life. Inside her mind, those three words hit her like lightning-charged hammers, pounding on her fragile nerves. Nihility, aside from meaning empty or void, also referred to dark or night. So didn't that mean this woman wanted to learn how to make babies at night? Note, in Chinese, was this mysterious, cool, and stunning woman who appeared out of nowhere actually Lucian's woman? Besides, why did Lucian never mention this woman to her before? Even worse, they were already planning to have a child. A wave of panic and jealousy instantly flooded Robin's mind. I came first. Even if it's about that, you'll have to wait your turn." Robin swallowed hard, her voice trembling with grievance, while her face turned crimson as she sank deep into her imagined main wife, catching the mistress scenario in those dramas she watched. Acheron, meanwhile, simply assumed Robin had also come to Lucian seeking help with some important issue. So if that was the case, waiting for her turn made perfect sense. In the end, under Robin's aggrieved stare, Acheron nodded politely and even stepped aside slightly. "All right, you first. I'll go second." Acheron spoke expressionlessly, her tone remaining calm and gentle. Robin was confused at first, but the next second, she froze. What kind of response is that? Shouldn't you be flustered? Or at least deny it? How could you just agree so easily to go second? In Robin's eyes, Acheron's reaction was way too weird. "Is Lucian that important to you?" Robin asked cautiously, her face still flushed. "Yes. For now, he's my only hope." Acheron nodded gently, not denying in the slightest. Ever since becoming a self-annihilator, her hope had, since then, been to sever the nihility itself. Anyone who could resurrect sin-thirsters surely possessed a way to counter the nihility. So, of course, that meant hope. "He's important to me, too," Robin murmured, her flushed face becoming even redder. "Why, you really don't mind? Being second? After me? Why would I mind?" Acheron replied calmly. "First come, first served. Once he's done bathing, you can go first. But it's still daytime." Robin blinked her eyes in panic. Shouldn't we wait till night?" "I don't mind either way," Acheron replied, gently shaking her head. "Whatever's comfortable for you, it'll follow." Upon hearing this, Robin suddenly felt this woman wasn't so bad. In fact, she was rather kind and easy to talk to. "By the way, my name's Robin. What about you?" "My name? You could just call me Acheron." Somehow, the two women started chatting like friends, and the atmosphere between them gradually grew oddly pleasant. When Robin learned that Acheron's homeland had been destroyed, leaving her as the only survivor, she couldn't help but tear up, her heart filled with pity. "It's okay," Robin said warmly. "From now on, we're sisters. I'll help you, I promise." As expected of Robin, Upon hearing such a tragic past, her compassion instantly surged and completely replaced her jealousy. Now, deep in her heart, she had already decided that Acheron was one of them, and she would make sure to help her stay. Thank you. Acheron felt that something was off with Robin, but everything she said seemed perfectly reasonable. Besides, Robin was also very friendly, so she should be a nice woman. By the way, I just bought new outfits, Robin said cheerfully, pulling the paper bag from behind her back. I heard from the clerk that once you wear them, any man will agree to whatever you ask. Let's share them and try them on together. Your size shouldn't be much different from my mother's. I'll take you to my bedroom so we can change. With that, Robin grabbed Acheron's hand without waiting for her answer and led her inside her bedroom. Acheron hadn't seen what kind of outfit it was, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse her new friend's kindness, given that Robin meant well, and she had even let her cut in line. Besides, she was a bit curious about these so-called outfits that made men agree to anything. What kind of outfit could do that? Inside the bedroom, soft rustling sounds followed soon after. Acheron, what kind of outfits are these? Robin, you'll know when you put them on. It's my first time wearing something like this, too. Acheron, all right then. A few moments later, Lucian finally stepped out of the bathroom after finishing his long shower. Sensing around the house, he detected that Acheron was surprisingly in Robin's bedroom with Robin, but just as he wondered what they were doing together there, he suddenly heard Acheron's loud shout. Acheron, absolutely not. Robin, I'm not tricking you. I'm trying to help you. They seem to be arguing? What's going on? Lucian muttered thoughtfully before immediately going to check on them. He couldn't let his little bird get bullied, so without bothering to knock, he pushed the bedroom door open as soon as he arrived. Bang! In the next second, he was greeted by a marvelous scene that could only be accessed by VIPs on exclusive adult channels. Serve me for 3 years bang. Robin's bedroom door suddenly burst open without warning. Lucian, wearing a loose bathrobe, rushed in at lightning speed, worried that his little bird and Acheron might have gotten into a fight. However, the instant he saw what was happening inside, his movements froze completely. Under the soft glow of the light, 2 beautiful figures seared themselves into his eyes. Robin, like a startled little rabbit, spun around in panic. At this moment, she wore a sheer, delicate baby doll negligee trimmed in violet, its bodice made of intricate white lace, supported by thin, ribbon-adorned straps. A small violet bow rested at the center, while below the lace, a skirt of transparent chiffon floated lightly, barely concealing the matching minimal lingerie underneath, giving the entire outfit an airy, intimate lightness and making her pale skin look even whiter than snow. Such an outfit barely covered her beautiful body, casting soft, hazy shadows beneath the light. Robin had her hands instinctively crossed over her chest, while her gentle, bashful eyes, which usually brimmed with tenderness, were now wide open, filled with embarrassment and panic. It was only natural, for this was her first time wearing an indecent outfit like this. It felt even more embarrassing than being naked. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. She simply stood frozen in place as a breathtaking blush spread from her ears down her neck, coloring her bare shoulders and collarbones with a soft, rosy hue. And standing beside her was Acheron, who was unexpectedly dressed in an outfit meant for the same kind of purpose, though it was not the same baby doll negligee. Lucian's gaze shifted toward Acheron with difficulty. Now, the tall, purple-haired beauty was wrapped in a carefully arranged set of dark lace with the bra, panties, and gartered lingerie, trimmed with sheer patterns and faint ribbons, elegant rather than crude, while thigh-high stockings completed the silhouette. A black choker with a faintly gleaming pendant rested at her throat, while 2 silk-black long gloves added an alluring visual tension and outfit that felt intimate, controlled, and quietly provocative, all without a single word being spoken. However, unlike Robin, Acheron's posture was the complete opposite. Like a proud pine, standing alone in a snowfield, she stood straight, arms relaxed at her sides, as the outfit showcased every curve of her slender waist. outlining her elegant yet powerful body. On Acheron, the outfit strangely didn't look indecent at all, but instead carried a deadly sort of sexiness and beauty reminiscent of battle armor forged with care. As always, Lucian's lucky pervert trait worked its magic again. Acheron was bound to pay for watching him naked sooner or later, and now, not even an hour since then, the debt plus interest had been collected. You dash. Acheron's pupils widened slightly, clearly not expecting Lucian to suddenly barge in like this. She felt a sudden urge to draw her sword and slash the man standing in the doorway. But thankfully, reason still held her back. She couldn't just attack blindly. However, she couldn't let him see her in this condition either, especially not while wearing such a ridiculous, indecent outfit. In the end, after a single, frantic second of thought, Acheron grabbed the bedsheet, gave it a sharp pull, and threw it forward, making it float in midair as if supported by an invisible force, completely blocking Lucian's line of sight. At last, there was a tiny sense of safety. "Don't look right now," Robin exclaimed while covering her chest, her voice several pitches higher than usual. "All right, it'll wait in the living room," Lucian replied calmly while raising both his hands, then turned around and walked away. Given the situation, he could now declare the danger to be over since the two women hadn't fought. It was he, the one who came to break up the fight, who ended up getting hit. The visual impact was nothing short of utter destruction. A rush of heat shot from his feet straight to his head, making his ears ring. Two contrasting yet equally stunning beauties wrapped in provocatively sexy outfits that was far beyond the limit. Could he handle it? Of course, he could, though it needed some effort. In the living room, Lucian sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, still unable to get the image out of his mind. In the entire world of Honkai Star Rail, he must have been the only one blessed enough to see Acheron dressed like that directly with his own eyes. Even losing 10 years of his life would have been worth that one glimpse. A few minutes later, the two women, having changed back into their normal clothes, came downstairs together and sat across from Lucian. Acheron, however, rested her hand on her sword's hilt, looking like she might actually attack. "You saw my body. I saw yours were even now," Lucian reasoned with a calm expression, sounding natural and reasonable. "You're an emanator of elation," Acheron responded coldly, her gaze sharpened. "Now that I think about it, you must be in cahoots with the Aeon of elation, playing some vulgar prank on me." Ever since meeting Lucian, she had sensed the powerful energy of the elation path within his body. Such powerful energy was something only emanators possessed, so even with half a brain, she could guess that he had close ties with Aha, considering that he was their emanator. Given that, and considering elation was known as a not-so-proper path, her accidental walk into the bathroom and Lucian's sudden intrusion into the bedroom couldn't possibly be coincidences. "What do you mean by prank?" Robin asked curiously. "Aren't you his girlfriend? Why do you sound upset? Let alone being seen in that indecent outfit. Even being seen naked by one's man wasn't that big of a deal. So why did Acheron get so worked up? Girlfriend?" Acheron raised her eyebrows and turned to Robin in confusion. "No, I'm not. Today's the first time I've even met him." Upon hearing this, Robin quickly turned her head to Lucian in surprise. Lucian looked back at her, equally confused, as if to say, "Since when was Acheron my girlfriend?" Silence fell over the living room, until, so embarrassing dash. Robin's mortified shriek echoed faintly through the silent air before she dove straight into Lucian's arms to hide, like an ostrich burying its head in the ground. Lucian looked down at the young woman in his embrace. Her delicate face was now red enough to drip blood, and she looked ready to bury herself completely into the folds of his damp bathrobe, while her red ears trembled pitifully with every shaky breath. He couldn't help but reach out and gently poke her burning ear. "Silly bird, did you misunderstand? Ugh, I thought she was your girlfriend. Here to have your baby?" At Lucian's question, Robin whimpered into his chest, burying her face even deeper as her shoulders began to shake slightly. It was so humiliating, utterly humiliating, She had actually put on a melodramatic main wife, catching the mistress act in front of a stranger, and had even shouted, "I came first, wait your turn. God, just kill me now." Robin screamed madly in her heart. Lucian, at the same time, was half laughing and half helpless as he held the confused, flustered woman in his arms. For there was no way Acheron would ever come here to meet up with him under these circumstances. How in the world had their first meeting turned into such an absurd misunderstanding? Still, for Robin to mistake Acheron like that, and then try on those spicy outfits together afterward meant that, aside from her mother, she clearly didn't mind sharing him with other women. Lucian looked up at Acheron, then spoke up. "Believe it or not, that was purely an accident. My conscience is clear. Besides, you weren't really planning to attack me, so why put on the act?" "Habit," Acheron replied bluntly. "I saw the innocence in your eyes. You truly didn't mean it." As a self-annihilator, as well as an emanator of nihility, she could see through deceptions and glimpse hidden truths. After all, Lucian nodded calmly. Then his expression turned serious, losing his usual lazy playfulness. "You came to me because Tiernan's been resurrected. You want to know how. You think I have a way to counter the nihility, don't you?" "Yes," Acheron replied, nodding calmly. "So do you? Well, I can alter the fates of those touched by the nihility." Lucian replied confidently and casually, nodding in return. "And Tiernan's resurrection is the result of it." Hearing this, Acheron's eyes brightened slightly. "What's the price?" "Serve me for 3 years," Lucian said while raising his hand, showing 3 fingers. "Within those 3 years, I'll make your wish come true." "Fair deal, don't you think?" As he spoke, the mischief that usually danced in his eyes was replaced by something else, a divine, unquestionable confidence. Acheron looked straight into his eyes, and for the first time in ages, her still heart rippled faintly, just like a tiny stone dropped into an ancient lake. One should know that she had wandered too long, searched too long. Yes, Lucian's words were somewhat pretentious, yet somehow they stirred a faint sense of hope in her heart. Wasn't that very hope the reason she came here in the first place? Just like that, the living room fell silent again. Robin stole a glance at Acheron, her small hand unconsciously gripping Lucian's bathrobe even tighter. Even though she was still a little humiliated over the earlier misunderstanding, she would always, without hesitation, support Lucian's choices. Finally, a few moments later, Acheron gave a slow nod. "All right," Acheron said slowly, her voice clear and steady. "I'll serve you for 3 years within the bounds of my own principles. But if you deceive me, needless to say, the rest were the usual threatening words one would expect to hear in such a vow." Lucian only gave a calm smile. He had a hunch that the godly script system would give him Acheron's script sooner or later, not because it was merely a simple hunch, but because from the scripts he had obtained previously, he felt that although it claimed to distribute random scripts, the system seemed to be prioritizing a script that would benefit him the most at the time. For example, he had obtained Lucian's script when he was caught up in a scandal involving her, and later obtained Robin's script when he became deeply entangled in her kidnapping mess because of Aha. Of course, this was nothing more than his own random guess. Regardless, once he obtained Acheron's script, she would naturally become his follower, so revenge was not even something worth placing on the table. Besides, he possessed various conceptual abilities that could render her terrifying power completely meaningless when used against him. Yes, the nihility could erase the effects of other paths into nothingness, but when facing the conceptual abilities of the godly script system, it could do nothing except beg for mercy. Night shared, night endured. I don't think I can ever face Miss Acheron again. Robin buried her head even lower, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. What had she done? First, she had mistaken Acheron for someone coming to have Lucian's baby, even told her to wait in line, and then had even forced her to put on that shameless outfit. What made matters even worse, Lucian had actually walked in and seen Acheron wearing it. Acheron's dignity clearly had been compromised, and Robin felt she was the one most at fault. Lucian's palm gently patted Robin's back in reassurance, but his fingertips unconsciously traced along her delicate waistline. Apparently, that fleeting glimpse earlier of the sheer baby doll negligee faintly outlining her graceful curves still seemed to be branded onto his retina. "Ha, silly." Lucian chuckled softly, the vibration from his chest resonating through the air. "As long as the misunderstanding's cleared up, it's fine. Besides," Lucian paused for a moment, his tone taking on a hint of teasing amusement. "Acheron has quite an open mind. She wouldn't hold such things against a clumsy girl like you." "I didn't blame you," Acheron chimed in, her voice as cool as spring water striking stone. Yet within it lingered a faint gentleness that put one's heart at ease. "You saw me as a friend, so there's no need to dwell on something so trivial." "Really? Thank God." Robin let out a sigh of relief, and to make up for her mistake, she then warmly invited Acheron to stay with them. "Well, there are a lot of empty rooms anyway." Lucian also voiced his agreement. In the end, unable to resist Robin's earnest kindness, Acheron nodded and agreed to stay. Serafina was in a dream pool in one of the Reverie Hotel's rooms today, shopping inside the dreamscape, and wouldn't be returning tonight. So in this little house, only Lucian, Robin, and Acheron remained. Night, Lucian's room. Outside the window, the neon lights were filtered by heavy curtains into a hazy shade of dark red, while inside the room, only a small lamp by the bedside cast a soft amber glow. In the room, the air was filled with the fresh scent of body wash, mingled with the quiet intimacy unique to the night, and by the doorway, Robin stood there wearing the outfit she had just bought, a hint of shyness coloring her face. Seeing her reaction, Lucian, seated at the edge of the bed, let out a low laugh that echoed clearly through the quiet room, stirring something deep inside her. "Come here." Lucian spoke as he patted the space beside him, but Robin didn't move, her head still lowered, while her ears flushed even redder. "Not coming?" Lucian continued, his tone carrying an obvious note of teasing. "Then should I come to you instead?" Before his words had even faded, Robin felt a warm, masculine breath closing in on her, and before long, her wrist was gently caught by a large hand. "Why you?" Just as Robin tried to speak, Lucian's other arm slid firmly around her waist, then his chin rested lightly against the hollow of her neck. In that instant, his warm breath brushed against her sensitive wings, sending a faint shiver through her body. "You look really gorgeous in that," Lucian whispered right by Robin's ear, his voice low and magnetic, filled with unrestrained affection. Robin, feeling her heartbeat instantly lose its rhythm and flutter like a frightened little rabbit, instinctively turned her head slightly to avoid that scorching breath, only to meet Lucian's deep, smiling eyes. "You don't get too close," Robin muttered, her voice soft and uncertain, completely lacking in confidence. Too close, huh?" Lucian leaned in even closer on purpose, his lips almost brushing against her small earlobe. "I think we could be even closer." As his words fell, his fingers slid slowly along Robin's delicate waistline. The strength in his touch was undeniable, yet it carried a strange gentleness. Through the thin fabric, his fingertips traced lightly across her smooth back, leaving behind an invisible trail of electricity that lingered. Robin's body tensed instantly, and her breathing quickened in response. "Lucian." Robin unconsciously called out his name, her voice a faint protest, yet also a fragile plea for comfort. "Turn off the lights first." Lucian chuckled softly, holding her in his embrace as he reached out with his arm, drawing her even closer. Click! As the bedside lamp went out, the room was instantly swallowed by darkness, with only faint moonlight and neon light from the window outlining their blurred shapes. Of course, for Lucian, it didn't matter, since, as an emanator, he could still see clearly, like two fish entwined in the warm depths of the sea. They were carried by tender, yet surging waves rising, chasing, and finally merging into one. Moonlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a narrow, silent beam onto the floor, quietly watching everything unfold, while the noise outside seemed softened by the night, leaving only the faint hum of distant electronic music. In the neighboring room, Acheron lay on a soft, wide bed with her eyes closed. As a self-annihilator, she did not need sleep, so long nights were usually spent in meditation rather than sleeping. Her room was quiet, and the soundproofing seemed good, but unfortunately, the quietness did not last long. In the next moment, a rhythmic sound began to leak faintly through the wall next door, at first soft, like a kitten's whimper, then fierce like a lion's roar, full of strength and dominance. Over time, the voices grew clearer, mixed with a man's deep tone, magnetic teasing, carrying an indescribable satisfaction. Acheron abruptly opened her eyes. In the darkness, her violet pupils were clear and calm, without the slightest ripple, as she listened quietly to the symphony unfolding next door. Turning her head, she faced the wall, her expression carrying no embarrassment, no shyness, and not even a trace of physiological reaction. At this moment, instead of shame and embarrassment, she merely thought that it was noisy. As a self-annihilator who had long been detached from emotion and stripped of worldly desire, this commotion, born of living beings' instinctive impulses, felt to her like watching a faraway farce through thick glass. Even though she could hear the vibration of the sounds and understand what those two were doing, those surging emotions could not stir even the faintest ripple within her silent heart. Finally, after a long while, the room returned to silence. Acheron closed her eyes again, her consciousness preparing to sink once more into the cold embrace of nihility, but just as her mind began to drift, another persistent noise from next door dragged her back to reality yet again. Needless to say, this was exactly why nighttime activities should be banned when there were guests in your house. Acheron decided she must ask to change rooms tomorrow, or better yet, move to a hotel altogether, since this kind of noise would probably become a regular thing, something she couldn't tolerate if it happened every night. Early the next morning, with neon lights from outside slipping through the curtain gaps and casting shifting patterns of color across the floor at the foot of the bed, Lucian held the sleeping Robin in his arms, listening to her steady, satisfied breathing. A few minutes later, having had enough of watching Robin's cute sleeping face, Lucian carefully laid Robin down and then rose to dress. Judging from her condition, she would probably sleep until evening before regaining some strength. Finally dressed, Lucian stepped out of the bedroom and ran into Acheron, who was also stepping out of her bedroom at the same time. "Give me a different room," Acheron said directly, her tone utterly flat as she gazed toward the door at the end of the hallway. "I want the one at the end of the hallway." "Why?" Lucian raised an eyebrow, looking confused. Acheron, her eyes clear as glass, shifted her gaze toward him, then stated the reason bluntly. "You two were too noisy." Holy Grail, Tavern World's end in the end. After some back-and-forth talk, Lucian rearranged Acheron's room to stop her from complaining again. He knew that Acheron, convinced that her destination lay deep within the rift between reality and nothingness, wanted to find the dark web where the mysterious faction known as Device 9 was hidden, believing it to be the Nihility's end and the key to killing 9. Truth be told, even if she achieved her goal of finding Device 9, he still did not recommend that she confront 9. If she wanted to confront 9, she would have to become his follower first. At the very least, with infinite resurrection from the godly script system as a trump card, there would be nothing left to fear. Of course, he wouldn't tell her this yet and would wait until he got Acheron's script and completed it before mentioning it. Done listening to Acheron's complaint, Lucian went downstairs, intending to take a walk in the garden, but squelch, just as he stepped into the garden, he stepped on something soft and squishy on the ground. A dog crap? As this thought flashed through his mind, Lucian looked down and saw that it wasn't dog crap but a smiling mask. He didn't need to guess given Acheron's earlier account. This mask was obviously related to Aha, the Aeon who had followed him all the way to Penacony. As expected, the next moment, the mask grew out of the soil, then turned into a living human body, with the mask covering the face. The smile on the mask stretched to the ears, so close that it almost brushed against Lucian's nose. My, look who it is. Aha's #1 sweetheart. Aha's own emanator. Aha jumped around and exclaimed with a voice filled with gleeful mischief. How was the big gift I sent you yesterday? A self-annihilator and emanator of nihility. A beautiful woman searching for a way to sever the nihility itself. What a thrill, right? My goodness, your popularity's unstoppable. Everyone wants to play with you. Aha's so jealous enough to lose my head. Hearing this, Lucian rolled his eyes. Lose it then. Thud. Ha 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 ha. Aha took Lucian's words literally. Their masthead rolled off their shoulders, landed at his feet, and laughed hysterically. Hey, why aren't you laughing? Don't tell me you don't like that woman. Not pretty enough? Or too strong for you to handle? I like women, Lucian replied with a frown. But when others meddle in my love life, that I don't like. Either you compensate me, or I'll just slack off and step into the nihility, becoming a couch potato. Extortion. You use Aha's affection to threaten a pure and innocent Aeon. Aha pretended to wipe non-existent tears, while the smile on their mask stretched even wider, radiating trouble. But hey, Aha's soft-hearted. Just remember to place the tavern of the masked fool's tavern world's end. Rumor has it they're the holy grail that grants wishes in one of the taverns. You want compensation? Go get yourself. Brand new fun awaits. Have a blast. Ha ha ha. Right after saying this, with a soft pop, Aha's figure vanished like a bursting bubble. Only their deranged laughter lingered, echoing in Lucian's mind like a curse. Tisich, holy grail my ass. If he remembered correctly, the said holy grail was originally stolen by Sampo, then sold to Odie, which resulted in the first Holy Grail War of Penacony. Just like in the Fate series, the Holy Grail of this world could summon heroic spirits to fight alongside their masters as servants, and the victor of the Holy Grail War would claim the Holy Grail and be granted a single wish. He knew the Holy Grail's way of granting wishes was ridiculous, so he didn't place much hope in it. However, when he thought about heroic spirits, his mind immediately went to the Ahog King, who had appeared in the game due to a collaboration event saber, Artoria Pendragon. I wonder if the godly bandage can restore a spiritual being like a heroic spirit. Maybe I should test it. Lucian, suddenly becoming interested, wanted to visit the said tavern and claim the Holy Grail early, but the problem was that he didn't know the coordinates. Tavern World's End, also simply known as the Tavern, was the base of the Masked Fools, followers of Aha. It was mentioned numerous times in relation to the Masked Fools and had gradually become synonymous with the group itself. It was said that the tavern was not just one, but many spread across various planets in different star systems. Just as Lucian pondered how to find the said tavern among so many taverns, words suddenly appeared in the mud beneath his feet. Surprisingly, they were the said tavern's coordinates. Somewhere in another star system, a massive building of strange design floated in space, its crooked sign reading World's End. Inside, the lighting was dim, while the air was filled with noise, clinking glasses, and the acrid scent of alcohol, sulfur, and gunpowder. In a relatively quiet corner, a petite, twin-tailed young woman wearing a white fox mask and a short, sleeveless, backless red kimono lazily stirred a glass of multicolored liquid with a straw, looking completely out of place among the other people around her who were all indulging in their own amusement. As for who she was none other than Sparkle, the very one Sampo had feared messing up Bellowbog before. TCH boring, Sparkle muttered to herself in a bored, listless voice, biting her straw with a sharp crack. Just as she began to feel like she was dying of boredom, nearby, several masked fools were suddenly chatting about recent events in the Istana star system. When I went to Epsilon yesterday, I almost got myself killed. You got no idea how bad it was. As soon as the guys there saw my mask, they dragged me off right away, asking why I kidnapped Robin. I didn't kidnap Robin, damn it. Yeah, I heard about that. Apparently, one of us kidnapped that singer, messed with her, and seriously pissed off her fans. What kind of lame prank is that? What's that got to do with the rest of us? Ha ha ha, that's the thing. No one knows who did it. All they know is it was someone wearing a fool's mask. I watched the recording. The guy was wearing Aha's mask. Oh, come on. Aha wouldn't care about something that dull. They only mess with big stuff like blowing up the Astral Express, not kidnapping some random star. Fair enough. Probably some dumbass impersonating Aha. Who knows who it really was? From their chatter, the whole story became clear enough. Someone had kicked a hornet's nest. It should be noted that Robin's fans were basically almost everywhere, countless and fanatical, worshipping her like a goddess. As a result, upon learning that their goddess had been kidnapped and humiliated, they naturally wouldn't stay quiet, causing a massive storm of outrage to spread across the cosmos. However, the problem was that the kidnapper had actually been wearing a fool's mask. Thanks to that, the masked fools had to bear the blame. Ta-ha! Sparkle couldn't help laughing when she heard their chatter. Now it's funny. Some idiot wearing Aha's mask caused trouble, ran off, and left us masked fools to take the fall? What a genius. Truth be told, she had to admit that such mischief was next-level, escalating from simple kidnapping to outright framing their own drinking buddies. And the best part? Even now, none of the masked fools had figured out who the true culprit was. As the chatter grew more heated, the tavern's crooked door suddenly creaked open, and a tall, well-built man walked in. He wore a simple, white, smiling mask on his face, with 2 holes for the eyes and a curved slit for the mouth. While his body was clad entirely in black clothes that consisted of a black shirt covered by a black coat, along with black pants, black boots, and black gloves. He emitted a mysterious and charismatic air. Especially those golden pupils that pierced through the mask's 2 eye holes, they made others unable to look away from them. Needless to say, the newcomer was none other than Lucian. As soon as he obtained the tavern's coordinates, he immediately changed his appearance before using Absolute Hit, teleporting straight to the location. As Lucian stepped inside, his arrival was like dropping a stone into a pond of writhing serpents, the place instantly falling silent as every masked head turned toward him, the gazes behind those masks sharp, predatory, and filled with amusement. Well, who are you, newcomer? Take off your mask first. Let me see your face if you want to enter. Before Lucian could take another step forward, the bartender, wearing a crying mask, called out to him. Lucian didn't fall for it. At the bartender's demand, Lucian only gave a calm reply. I'm just a passing mask rider, a passing mask fool, just here to grab something and leave. You don't need to know who I am. Laughter before the storm at the bartender's demand, Lucian only gave a calm reply. I'm just a passing mask rider, a passing mask fool, just here to grab something and leave. You don't need to know who I am. Soon after his reply fell, Sparkle, who had been watching silently from the corner, paced forward and stopped 3 steps in front of Lucian, her eyes beneath the fox mask curving with amusement. You new guy? All right, don't be nervous, Sparkle said, her voice carrying a light, playful tone. Want a drink? Big Sis treating you, think of it as a welcome gift for joining the gang. Lucian looked down, and what entered his sight was a petite, twin-tailed girl wearing a red kimono, black Zora sandals, and a small fox mask on her face, just enough to cover her tiny features. As a veteran player of the game, he recognized her at just a glance. Sparkle, a loyal believer of the Aeon of Elation, a troublemaker who enjoyed stirring up trouble wherever she went. Little girl, how long have you even lived to call yourself Big Sis? Lucian asked indifferently, his golden eyes behind his smiling mask showing no ripple at all. Seeing his indifferent response, Sparkle didn't mind at all, and instead snapped her fingers with a smile before speaking up. Hey, bartender, give our new friend a cup of oolong tea. Put on my tab. At this, the bartender didn't say a word and simply pulled out a cup of so-called oolong tea from beneath the counter. Sparkle took the cup and held it out toward Lucian, but he merely stared at it and didn't take it. In the next moment, however, he raised his right index finger, and with a soft pop, a tiny flame appeared at his fingertip before he flicked it straight into the cup. As the flame landed on the surface of the tea, whoosh, a half-meter-tall pale flame erupted from the cup, burning fiercely and giving off a strong, choking smell of industrial alcohol. Hiss! As the fire hissed and licked the air, Sparkle jerked her hand back like lightning and tossed the burning cup onto the counter, causing the flames to scorch a black mark into the greasy wooden surface. Whoa! Sparkle clapped her hands, showing not even a hint of embarrassment at being exposed, and instead sounding impressed, as if she had just witnessed something genuinely exciting. Sharp eyes. You even recognize the masked fool's exclusive flaming oolong tea? Flaming oolong tea. Lucian had fallen for the same kind of trick once during a gathering in his original world. So ever since then, he had always been wary of being suddenly treated to tea by someone known for always being up to mischief, especially someone like Sparkle. Sure enough, this world also had a tea that could be set on fire. Come on, it was just a joke, Sparkle shrugged, her voice returning to its usual lively rhythm. Gotta keep the place lively. I really do want to be friends with you. Seriously, look at this dump, it's full of boring old geezers. It's rare to see someone fresh. In the next moment, she leaned in, lowering her voice and sounding almost coaxing. So tell me, what do you actually want by coming here? Who knows? Maybe I can help. I heard there's a grail here that can grant wishes. Lucian stated his intentions plainly, holding nothing back. I want to borrow it and play around with it. You know where it is? Bang! Before Sparkle could respond, a burly man wearing an angry mask slammed the table and stood up, sending cups and plates rattling. Oi, oi. The first thing you do here is try to take something? The burly man said loudly, his rough, mocking voice ringing out. Rookie, you've got some nerve. All the stuff in this place is loot stowed by us. Masked fools. And you? You just came in and casually asked for something as if you own it? Rules of the tavern, rookies. Gotta have some fun first. Let us see if you've got the right to wear that mask. Then we can talk about the so-called grail. A lanky man in a grieving mask chimed in with a sharp voice, twirling a gleaming dinner knife between his fingers. Right? Survive the night, that's the qualification. A short, chubby man wearing a mask painted with exaggerated tears joined in, his voice greasy and unpleasant. In an instant, the atmosphere in the tavern shifted. Moments ago, they had watched like amused spectators, but now their gazes turned into blatant provocation. Dozens of masked fools, standing or sitting, all fixed their attention firmly on Lucian. Every one of them had crawled through pranks, betrayal, and life-and-death encounters. But making fun of newcomers was one of their greatest joys. Newcomers don't know the rules. Amid the gradually heated atmosphere, the bartender finally spoke up, his voice filled with fake pity. Gentlemen, go easy on him, all right? Just as the bartender finished speaking, the burly man charged first. He let out a low roar, his massive body rushing at Lucian like a crazed bull, bringing a gust of foul wind with him. Almost at the same time, the lanky man flicked his wrist, sending the dinner knife shooting toward Lucian's ribs like a silent silver streak, aimed at a vicious angle. Meanwhile, the short, chubby man cackled as he pulled out some sticky, bubbling green substance from who knows where, ready to throw it at Lucian's feet. Seeing the green substance, the other masked fools let out excited, twisted laughter. In their eyes, the newcomer would become either a pile of sludge or a hilarious spectacle in the next second. In a place filled with lunatics, anything could happen. So without enough strength, stepping into this place was no different from suicide. Sparkle, seeing the fun had finally begun, immediately backed away to watch the show, clearly having no intention of helping the newcomer and simply wanting to escalate the chaos to see how capable the newcomer really was. Lucian, being suddenly ganged up on by three masked fools, stood still without moving so much as the corner of his coat, facing the brute's overwhelming charge and fist, the sneaky flying knife, and the strange bubbling blob. Humph. Lucian let out a cool, dismissive snort as the power of the path of elation erupted from his body, bursting outward in a surge of reddish energy shockwave. Boom! In that instant, the shockwave swept across the entire room, sending every masked fool, whether picking a fight or merely watching, blasting backward. Fuck! What the heck? Bang! 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 A series of crashes echoed through the room as all the masked fools were sent flying by the shockwave. Among them, the three masked fools who had picked a fight with Lucian were the most miserable. Now, the burly man's arm, thicker than an average man's thigh, was covered in a web of fractures starting from his fist, spreading rapidly across his entire body from skin, muscle, to bone, everything sliced as if by countless invisible blades. He simply fell apart silently, without even spraying any blood, collapsing into countless tiny pieces of flesh that clattered onto the floor. As for the lanky man, his dinner knife had actually flown back and pierced straight through his throat, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, the bubbling green substance that the chubby man had been about to throw splashed onto his own body instead, dissolving him into a puddle of rotting flesh. Compared to the three of them, the other masked fools were luckier. They were merely sent flying, crashing into walls, tables, and chairs as they groaned in pain. Sparkle was also caught by the sudden shockwave and hurled away, slamming into the wall. Ow, that really hurt, Sparkle complained as she struggled to stand up. Helplessly thrown aside by a newcomer despite having used her power of elation to defend herself in time. She couldn't help but feel as though an emanator of elation had just burst into this place. Soon after, this casual thought flashed through her mind. However, she froze. At the same time, the other masked fools, seemingly having the same thought she had, also froze, as if they had been turned to stone. In the next instant, they stared at the piles of flesh, the throat-stabbed corpse, and the puddle of rotting flesh wriggling weakly on the ground, then shifted their gaze toward the newcomer who stood calmly near the bar counter. As faithful followers of elation, they knew well the power that came from the path of elation, and what the newcomer had unleashed was, without a doubt, the power of elation, which proved that he was one of them. However, what made them freeze was not the fact that he was actually one of them, but that the power he had unleashed just now was not something an ordinary follower or even a past strider could unleash. Needless to say, such a realization left only one possible being: an emanator. In other words, the newcomer was actually an emanator of elation, someone directly chosen by their beloved Aeon as their chosen. Ashes a emanator. Dash. As soon as they heard Ahas emanator, they immediately stood straight, shouting in awe and excitement. Praise Aha! Praise the emanator! Praise the elation! In an instant, although for a different reason, the atmosphere in the tavern became lively once again. Chaotique musket full ashes a emanator. Dash. As soon as they heard Ahas emanator, they immediately stood straight, shouting in awe and excitement. Praise Aha! Praise the emanator! Praise the elation! In an instant, although for a different reason, the atmosphere in the tavern became lively once again, as cheers swept through the world and tavern like a tidal wave. The masked fools who had been planning to toy with a newcomer just moments earlier felt nothing but a tremor rising from deep within their souls. They always played with life and death to chase amusements, yet before the representative of their Aeon, they were as insignificant as dust. Of course, not in terms of power, but in terms of status. Being an emanator of elation proved that this newcomer had been personally certified by the Aeon of elation themselves. Anyone recognized by them would surely understand joy far better than any of the masked fools in this tavern. My Aeon, he's really an emanator of elation. No wonder he's so fearless and unreasonable. An emanator of elation's here. More joy has got to be on the way. Lord Emanator, you were so cool, especially that move from earlier. Lord Emanator, please accept our highest respect. All the masked fools instantly changed their tune, talking over one another as they showered Lucian with exaggerated praise, shock, worship, and the excitement unique to joy seekers filling every single one of their voices. Even when faced with someone who could erase them effortlessly, fear still could not suppress their anticipation for the big joy that was surely coming. An emanator personally visiting the tavern while pretending to be weak in itself was joyous. As for the three unlucky masked fools, naturally, they were just part of the entertainment. Ha ha! Thank you to our dear three masked fools for giving us a good laugh. You will live forever in our hearts. Ha ha! Glancing at the three dead masked fools on the floor, the bartender spoke with a laugh, making the other masked fools join in the laughter. Clearly, not only did all these masked fools not care at all about the deaths of their companions, but they even joked about it. Sparkle, who had stayed silent since Lucian's status as an emanator of elation was exposed, walked to his side, her fox mask hiding her expression. However, if one observed more carefully, one could see that as she looked at him, her eyes beneath the mask were filled with something extremely complicated: surprise, curiosity, and an interest similar to that of finding a new toy. Lucian, not even glancing at the three masked fools he had just obliterated, casually brushed the dust from his sleeve, then spoke up. Do you know why I could become an emanator of elation, while all of you can only be mere followers of elation? At this moment, he held absolute authority in the tavern, so the moment he spoke, everyone instantly fell silent, focusing all their attention on him. Why? Sparkle asked, bending forward slightly with a smile. What's your insight, Mr. Emanator? Just like her, the rest of the masked fools also wanted to hear what kind of perspective an emanator of elation would share. Lucian, however, didn't answer and casually sat down on a bar stool nearby, ignoring the fervent and slightly twisted admiration coming from the crowd of masked fools. All of them praised him and marveled, yet deep in their eyes, the light unique to joy's seekers still flickered. Bring me the Holy Grail, Lucian ordered the bartender, tapping the bar counter rhythmically with his fingers. You know what I mean, right? Unlike before, no one tried to stir up trouble again this time. Hearing Lucian's order, the bartender jolted, the crying mask on his face looking even more miserable. Why, yes, right away. He did not need to ask whose Holy Grail it was. Whoever it belonged to could not possibly compare to an emanator of elation. Meanwhile, while waiting for the Holy Grail to be brought over by the bartender, Sparkle sat down beside Lucian and began making small talk with him, trying to fish for information about his true identity. Hey, did you hear about a masked fool kidnapping Robin a few days ago? What do you think about it? Hey, of course I know. At Sparkle's question, Lucian let out a short chuckle and replied casually. Was it you? Sparkle asked, tilting her head sideways. I've never seen someone like you before. I mean, the moment that big incident happened, you showed up. Just admit it, big guy. You're an emanator no one would dare go after you, even if you confess. I bet a bottle cap it was you, making us take all the blame. Not me, Lucian replied calmly, glancing at her briefly. I had no interest in such a cheap prank. If you really want to know, it's your god. Aha, they were the one who did it. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, not believing his answer in the slightest. If the Aeon of Elation were interested in kidnapping, the cosmos would already be filled with missing superstars every day. Seeing their disbelief, Lucian did not bother to explain further. Even though he himself had played a tiny part in it, Aha was truly the mastermind of everything, the one who started it. Sparkle fell silent and observed Lucian thoughtfully. Sure, she could not see his face, but from his body, his clothing, and the accessories he wore, she could tell with just a glance that he was not an ordinary man, perhaps not someone noble, but at least he was someone who lived comfortably. Well, the boyfriend who suddenly appeared next to Robin, his name's Lucian, right? Sparkle asked again. Do you think the two of them match? Does it have anything to do with you? Lucian asked back, not answering her question. Are you trying to steal Robin's man? Oh, please, I wouldn't dare, Sparkle said with a casual smile, waving her hand dismissively. If I do that, she'll show up with her crazy fans chasing me. But now that I think about it, that doesn't sound all that bad. Upon hearing this, Lucian felt a bit speechless. Was this gremlin really going to try stealing him from Robin? If she did, he would definitely have to teach this gremlin a proper lesson. A few moments later, the bartender finally returned, carefully holding an item that was covered with a dirty piece of velvet cloth, which indicated that no one treated the Holy Grail like a treasure. Lucian accepted the Golden Grail and examined it closely. No matter from which angle it was viewed, There was nothing special about this so-called Holy Grail, just a strange, curio-like item that emitted an odd energy. Regardless, the world of Honkai Star Rail was vast, full of bizarre things, and Herta had even collected many such bizarre curios. Besides, he honestly did not care about the Holy Grail's ability to grant wishes, since he only intended to use it to summon that blonde king. "Big guy, are you planning to make a wish with it?" Sparkle asked while leaning in, making the other masked fools begin to chime in one after another. "You're definitely going to do something crazy. How about wishing for the Astral Express to explode? That'd be the greatest joy ever. I think kidnapping a high-ranking employee of the IPC would be even better." "No, no, no. Wishing for every member of the Genius Society to turn into a moron would be hilarious. Big guy, if you go looking for fun, take me with you." Sparkle stood up and patted her chest heartily. "I'll be your cheerleader." All the masked fools in the room discussed excitedly, already imagining what kind of earth-shattering joy an emanator of elation would create. Some of them even knew that the Holy Grail would twist the wishes, but they did not mention it and stayed quiet. Behaving? Offering the Holy Grail obediently, and then acting tame? Impossible. They were masked fools, after all. While the status and power of an emanator of elation inspired awe and excitement in them, it would never turn them into meek sheep. Needless to say, they were like a pack of hyenas catching the scent of blood-thrilled, eager, and ready to snatch a share of whatever chaos an emanator of elation created, or to create small bits of joy of their own. Of course, many special individuals also existed among the masked fools, where their joy had depth, meaning, and value, not mindless. Masked fools like them did not simply build joy upon others' suffering, had a bottom line, and did not harm innocents. Lucian did not dislike that type of masked fool, which was why he had not destroyed the tavern outright. "What I use it for is none of your concern," Lucian said indifferently as he stood up. Elation must always stay mysterious and full of surprises. With that, he took the Holy Grail and prepared to teleport back. But before he could, Sparkle suddenly stepped forward and patted him on the back. "Hey, big guy, where do you live? I want to visit." Lucian turned around and patted her shoulder lightly, causing a very small patch-style tracker that had just stuck to his coat to fall to the floor. "Don't act like a brat, or he'll teach you a lesson." Lucian spoke coldly and crushed the tracker under his foot before using Absolute Hit and vanishing on the spot. Sparkle fell silent, her head lowered as she looked at the destroyed tracker on the floor. Now that her tracker had been discovered, the true identity of that emanator of elation remained completely shrouded in mystery. Name, appearance, home address, nothing was known. Nonetheless, Sparkle, becoming even more interested in him, did not get angry and instead chuckled, chuckling happily in fact. "Hee hee, when I find you, I'm gonna let you taste Sparkle's bombs." As she spoke, Sparkle lifted her fox mask slightly, revealing a somewhat dangerous expression. Summoning heroic spirits right after obtaining the Holy Grail, Lucian immediately teleported back to the garden of his little house by using Absolute Hit. He was truly thankful for having Absolute Hit, as traveling back and forth across millions of light years took only seconds. If not for it, let alone traveling between star systems, even traveling between cities would have taken quite a bit of time. Seeing the familiar garden, Lucian sighed, then casually placed the dirty golden grail onto the polished obsidian table nearby before observing it while stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I remember this thing ended up getting harmlessly processed by Skrullum and turned into an ordinary decoration, right? If even Skrullum had been able to modify it." Lucian felt that he also could. Summoning a bunch of heroic spirits for some Holy Grail war is pointless. Might as well modify it into a personal tool that can summon heroic spirits for my own personal use. Lucian had never been interested in the Holy Grail war, since it was something he could end with just a single slap. In the first place, the Holy Grail was already in his hands, so why bother with a Holy Grail war at all? Besides, he did not want to be like Odie, who used the Holy Grail as a prize for a variety show. Because the main reason he had taken a Grail was purely to summon Saber and see whether the godly bandage could work on a summoned spirit like a heroic spirit. First of all, I gotta modify it into a holy grail only I can use, so only I can summon the heroic spirits. Otherwise, if I don't get chosen and don't get the command spells, I'd have to go look for whoever ends up getting them. And so, with this in mind, Lucian acted immediately, directly using the power of elation to forcefully modify the Holy Grail. He did not start from the principles of the item the way Skrullum did, but instead simply used brute forcing the Holy Grail's properties to change. A massive, invisible energy immediately poured into the Holy Grail, making the dirty golden grail hum and tremble. In the next second, the mysterious patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, twisting and reshaping continuously before finally settling into a design that was far more complex and that carried an eerie sense of attraction. Soon enough, the strange aura lingering around the rim of the Holy Grail was forcibly suppressed and altered, becoming restrained and responsive only to Lucian's presence. Nice. All done. Lucian nodded and spoke in satisfaction. Now, only I get to play this gotcha. My own personal heroic spirit summoning Grail. Just as his words fell, Acheron happened to return home from who knows where and happened to hear his words, as well as see the Holy Grail. Feeling a bit curious, she slowly walked over to the garden without making a sound, even without anything suppressing her footsteps. She still moved like a ghost. However, Acheron, perfect timing. Come take a look at the treasure I just modified. Lucian, already sensing Acheron standing behind him, did not even turn around as he spoke. Treasure? Acheron raised her brows in slight surprise. It feels unusual. It seems to have some kind of summoning property. Oh, you found out. Lucian raised his eyebrows, then shrugged. Well, not surprised. You always see through things with just one glance, after all. But I can't see through you. Acheron retorted flatly, her expression equally flat. Well, the time just hasn't come yet, Lucian said with a shrug. Well, I want you to see through me. You will. Hearing this, Acheron fell silent for a moment before speaking again. What do you plan to summon with this treasure? Hearing her question, Lucian picked up the Holy Grail, breathed lightly onto its surface, and then wiped it clean. Now, this Holy Grail was no longer any sort of wishing machine, but merely his personal summoning device. I'm summoning a worker from another world. Lucian spoke casually, then injected a trace of elation's power into the Holy Grail. Immediately, the Holy Grail activated, and a red tattoo appeared on the back of Lucian's hand. Needless to say, this tattoo was the command spells granted to the Master, capable of issuing forced commands to the summoned heroic spirit who became the servant. In the very next second, a summoning circle appeared on the ground, and Lucian began to chant an incantation. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Fuck it. I'm too lazy to say the whole thing. Just come. Lucian did not want to deal with formalities. Given that someone could even summon a servant while doing backflips, he did not need the theatrics. In the next moment, the summoning circle glowed soft but not blinding, and when the light finally faded, a woman in a long, black dress appeared. At first, she looked around, somewhat dazed, and then, when her gaze landed on Lucian, she paused. Dreammaster? Where am I? Asna? Lucian naturally recognized the heroic spirit before him, since he had dealt with her plenty of times in Robin's script. Yes, she was none other than Asna, the first head of the Iris family. Back in the script, when other heads had questioned him, she had spoken on his behalf and had been the second person, after Seraphina, to submit to him. It seemed this Asna had memories from the script and even remembered Lucian as the Dream Master. Remembering the past, Lucian decided to pull Asna in again and put her back to work for him. Come, wait over there, Lucian said while gesturing with his hand. He'll talk to you after I get the pull I want. Pull? Asna paused for a moment, then nodded and quietly stepped aside. Even though she did not understand what Lucian meant, she obeyed, as always, even without using a command spell. She had always listened to him. Lucian sighed, then activated the Holy Grail once again. Zing! Light flashed once more, but this time a scruffy, artsy-looking man appeared. Grady? Asna called out instinctively when she recognized the summoned heroic spirit as the failed Penacony film director. Meanwhile, the man named Grady was still confused about what was happening, but before he could even speak, "Go back." Lucian did not even give Grady a second glance as he sent him back. Grada's body stiffened, his face filling with shock, and before he could protest, a flash of light swallowed him whole. Next, Lucian continued summoning, and a few moments later, a humanoid wolf wearing a black suit, black glasses, a fedora hat, and a tobacco pipe held in his mouth gradually appeared within the summoning circle. Oomph. As soon as he appeared, the wolf let out a somewhat cool-sounding snort, looking somewhat aloof. "Hanunu," Asna called out once again, recognizing the newly summoned heroic spirit as well, who was none other than the leader of the War of Independence and the very first head of the Bloodhound family. "Go back." Lucian still used only 2 words, making Hanunu vanish just as quickly as Grady had vanished. Sadly, Hanunu was a he-wolf. If he were a she-wolf, Lucian wouldn't have minded recruiting her as his worker. TCH, Lucian clicked his tongue in annoyance, growing a little impatient. And so, light flickered repeatedly as he continued his summoning relentlessly, without even a brief pause. A Pepesher holding a giant hammer was sent back before he even finished introducing himself properly. A Xianzhou native holding a crystal orb was sent back before he could manage to speak a single word. A little girl riding a tiny, snake-like beast vanished together with her beast in the very same instant. All of them came and went, big, small, and all kinds of shapes, turning the garden into something resembling a rapid-fire job fair. Seeing his trash gotcha result, Lucian wondered whether this Holy Grail was actually a scam or perhaps his forced modifications had caused some unexpected side effects. Screw it, last one. If this pull's still trash, I'm done. Lucian muttered in irritation, then increased the output of his elation power as he started summoning once more. Unlike all the previous summonings, however, this time the glow of the summoning circle grew more intense than ever, as pure golden light illuminated the entire garden as brightly as daytime. In the next second, the air seemed to freeze, filled with a solemn, cutting sharpness. A few seconds later, the light slowly faded, revealing a figure at the center of the summoning circle. On the once empty summoning circle now stood a beautiful young woman with golden hair tied into a large bun, a braid neatly wrapped around it. Her golden hair fluttered gently in the lingering energy, while her pair of emerald green eyes, as pure as the calmest lake, carried a regal authority that seemed to judge everything that came into view. Her body was clad in a navy blue dress with a cutout that exposed her chest and back, revealing a white corset underneath, while her legs were clad in a pair of black pantyhose. A black strap with a golden buckle wrapped around her right calf, and black, high-heeled lace boots tied with black ribbons. Her posture, unlike that of a typical woman of her age, stood straight like a sword. As the figure of the young woman was fully revealed, an invisible aura spread outward from her, making Asna instinctively hold her breath and take a step back. Even Acheron slightly raised her eyelids, looking seriously toward the woman who did not belong to this world. Finally, a damn gold pull. Fuck Oyos gotcha. Lucian could not help but complain. In his original world, he always needed pity somewhere around the 70th to the 80th pull if he wanted to get a golden pull in the game. And now, even as an emanator with broken conceptual abilities, he actually still needed to pull that many times utterly ridiculous. Next time, he would just use Sham Diviner directly before pulling. As Lucian complained, his voice caught the young woman's attention, making her beautiful emerald eyes lock precisely on him. In the next moment, she stepped forward and then spoke up with a clear voice, yet one that was filled with undeniable strength, breaking the brief silence of the garden. "May I ask, are you my master?" Saber, the problematic mindset of the King of Knights Lucian, examined the heroic spirit he had just summoned for a moment, confirming that she was the real thing. It appeared that his modifications to the Holy Grail had not turned out too poorly, as it was still able to summon a saber, and not just any saber, but the saber he wanted, the King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon. Maybe the only poor aspect was the miserable drop rate. "Omu, I'm your master. My name's Lucian, just Lucian." Lucian walked up to Saber and spoke with a friendly smile. "Even though the power that maintained my existence did not flow out from your body, I could indeed sense the connection that existed between us," Saber replied, nodding calmly. "You are truly my master, and I am your servant." Originally, she intended to reveal her true name to Lucian, but the moment she noticed outsiders nearby watching, she immediately stopped herself. "It's fine, Artoria Pendragon," Lucian said while glancing at Acheron and Asna. "Everyone here is one of us. Besides, there's no Holy Grail War here, so there's no need to hide anything." "No Holy Grail War?" Saber asked, looking slightly startled. "When I was summoned into this world, the Grail granted me the knowledge necessary to participate in a Holy Grail War. Many concepts are difficult for me to grasp, but I know this place is entirely different from the world I knew. How did you come to know my true name? And why is there no Holy Grail War?" As she threw out a whole string of questions at once, Lucian patiently answered them one by one. "Yeah, for you, this is another world with a different power system from yours. You don't need to know how I came to know you. As for the Holy Grail War," Lucian stepped aside and pointed at the Holy Grail on the table. "As you can see, this thing already belongs to me. Do you think there's any need to fight a Holy Grail War?" Saber's gaze was instantly drawn to the golden object on the obsidian table, which emitted strange ripples of energy. Her emerald eyes tightened sharply, and the expression on her face shifted from the solemnity of their first meeting to shock and caution. "Holy Grail." Saber stared wide-eyed, clearly astonished. "Master, why you already obtained the Holy Grail? Was this still a Holy Grail War?" She had done absolutely nothing. She had just been summoned, and the Holy Grail was already in hand. Was her master some kind of powerful figure? Lucian walked over to the obsidian table and casually picked up the modified Holy Grail. "Too bad this isn't the cup of heaven you seek. It's merely a similar object from another world, and I remodeled it into a tool just for summoning heroic spirits." Lucian exposed the truth calmly while inspecting the Holy Grail, then glanced at Saber. "In the first place, I didn't summon you to take part in a Holy Grail War. I simply wanted you to work for me. You'll have unlimited food." Hearing Lucian's explanation, Saber felt that all the information in her mind had turned into a chaotic mess. No Holy Grail War, and she was summoned here just to work? What did he mean when he said she would have unlimited food? Why did it sound like she was being treated like a pet? "But I'm only a heroic spirit. I cannot remain forever," Saber said with hesitation. "Once the energy sustaining my existence is exhausted, I will vanish." "Okay, come with me," Lucian said with a smile before turning around. "I will let you truly exist in this world." Holding the Holy Grail, he walked into the house, but after just several steps, he stopped and looked back at Acheron. "Acheron, you come too. Let me show you how to steal someone from the hands of the Nihility." He then turned to Asna. "You come as well, Asna." With that, the three women followed Lucian into the house one after another. In the living room, Lucian formed a white bandage with a godly bandage, then wrapped it around Asna and Saber, binding their bodies like mummies. As soon as the bandage touched their bodies, both of them felt a strange sense of loosening. It was not painful, but it felt as though some invisible shackle binding their souls was being gently peeled away and dissolved by an unknown power. And before long, they could clearly sense the forced magical link from the Holy Grail being overpowered and rewritten by this power. "What are you doing to them?" Acheron stared at the two mummies, curiosity rising in her mind as she directed the question toward Lucian. "It's a conceptual ability," Lucian answered as he sat on the couch, looking straight into Acheron's eyes. "As long as the concept of your existence hasn't fully disappeared, I can restore you to what I consider your prime state, even if you've already been tainted by IX's nihility." When Acheron heard this outrageous answer, She instantly judged that this so-called conceptual ability was beyond broken. But when Tiernan was resurrected, there weren't any bandages. Acheron spoke with a faint frown on her face, looking skeptical. "Well, that's another secret," Lucian said calmly with a chuckle. "For now, you can't know it yet." A few seconds later, while Lucian and Acheron chatted, the bandages wrapping around Saber and Asna finally finished their restoration and suddenly dispersed. As he expected, what Lucian saw next were the naked bodies of the two women. Given that they were heroic spirits with no physical bodies, to turn them into living humans, their physical bodies had to be restored, which meant removing the clothes that were part of their spiritual bodies entirely. Unlike the previously old-looking Asna, she now looked younger, taking on the form of a young, beautiful woman in her 20s, with a decent figure as well. Unfortunately, Lucian had little interest in her, and his focus remained on Saber. Like Asna, Saber also looked like a young woman in her 20s, but instead of appearing younger like Asna, Saber now appeared a little older than her previous teenage form. Her muscle lines appeared tight and elegant, carrying a distinct sense of strength. Her breast size was somewhere around a D to F cup, enough to raise a child without worry. Her skin was smooth and pale. Her body had a perfect golden ratio, with a thin waist, wide hips, and supple buttocks. Her long golden hair fell loosely over her shoulders. In Lucian's eyes, Saber now looked like her Lancer version in the Fate series. I feel different." Asna moved her fingers, touched her ears, and revealed a look of disbelief mixed with joy. How to say it? Those shackles, they kind of disappeared. Right after saying this, however, Asna finally realized that she was actually standing completely naked. In the next instant, a wave of embarrassment hit her all at once, and she instinctively covered her upper and lower private parts with her hands. Saber, on the other hand, was completely different. As a king and a warrior who had experienced countless battles, and someone who had regarded herself as a man almost her entire life, she didn't show even the slightest hint of shyness, only surprise and confusion as she felt her body becoming real and free from the restraints of the Holy Grail, without needing any external energy to maintain her existence. Needless to say, she had now become an actual human being. It's amazing. If Master were my world, everyone would be fighting over you. Saber raised her arms, lifted her legs, touched her stomach, and checked her big breasts right in front of Lucian, nonchalantly confirming her new body without a care. Her movements were completely unrestrained, falling entirely into Lucian's view and making him feel as if he were watching a full nude show. Miss Saber, is it really okay for you to move around without any clothes on?" Asna asked in embarrassment, looking at Saber with a slightly strange expression. Right now, even if Lucian told her to do something, she would obey, but as a normal woman, she still felt an instinctive sense of embarrassment. It was only natural, for from childhood until death, no one had ever seen her bare body, as she had remained a maiden until death and never married, which made it normal for her to feel embarrassed. Saber, however, despite also exposing herself in front of someone for the first time, had a different mindset. In her eyes, they were both women, so she found nothing worth caring about. As for Lucian, "Even if Master sees my body, there's no need to think too much about it," Saber said calmly, her expression solemn. "Before treating me as a woman, you should remember that I'm a servant." Saber's point of view left Asna stunned. If Saber said it like that, didn't it make her look like an overly self-conscious woman? As this thought crossed her mind, Asna ultimately forced herself to release her hands and stop covering herself. "Anyway, you two should put on some clothes first." Lucian shook his head, then casually conjured 2 sets of clothing and tossed them to the 2 naked women with a calm expression. Seeing the 2 go to the nearby room to change, he felt both pleased and troubled by Saber's attitude. Even without the command spells binding her, Saber still treated him as her master, to the point of allowing him to admire her naked body so nonchalantly. Clearly, her loyalty was extremely high, which in itself was not a bad thing. But that was also where the problem lay. Considering that Saber didn't mind even nonchalantly showing her strong, toned, naked body meant that she saw him strictly as a master in a hierarchical relationship. Nothing more, nothing less. Nevertheless, since this was their first meeting, he had not expected anything beyond that. For now, being able to view VIP contents openly and legitimately was already more than enough. The life every man dreamed of. What a strange master-servant relationship. Acheron remarked softly after seeing the interaction between Saber and Lucian, closed her eyes, quietly sighed, then pondered inwardly. What exactly is the limit of the so-called Holy Grail Lucian modified? Why does she show such extreme loyalty to the point that she lets him see her naked so nonchalantly? If he used it to summon me, would I end up like her too? As this thought flashed through her mind, Acheron felt a wave of cold dread the moment she imagined herself becoming someone else's servant, willingly taking off her clothes like it was nothing. Even though she had lost many of her memories and parts of her emotions, she still possessed the most basic sense of shame and common sense. Right now, Acheron actually hoped the curse of nihility within her could go deeper, at least deep enough to make the Holy Grail ineffective against her. Before long, when Saber and Asna appeared before Lucian again, both were already dressed neatly and beautifully. Upon seeing Saber, Lucian only had one word in his mind: gorgeous. Her attire was both regal and practical, a blend of blues and gold accents that spoke of both nobility and battle readiness. A long, white and blue flowing coat draped over her shoulders, its edges sharply defined, hanging gracefully as it extended slightly behind her. Beneath the coat, a fitted blue suit clung to her form, its blue fabric accented with gold lines that traced the contours of her body. Her thick and soft thighs were wrapped by the same blue skirt. The cutout on its right side revealed the smooth curve of her thigh, where black thigh-high stockings wrapped snugly. Both her hands were covered by dark blue gloves. Her feet were clad in thigh-high white boots with heels, and around her waist, a delicate gold chain hung at her side, enhancing her regal presence even further. Every detail of her outfit, from the tailored fit to the purposeful gold accents, conveyed not only nobility but readiness for combat. She was a figure of grace, power, and purpose, her every movement a testament to the balance between beauty and strength. Lucian couldn't help but nod at himself for choosing the right outfit for Saber. As for Asna, she was still wearing the same elegant, long black dress she wore before, not much different, but thanks to her now youthful body, she looked more beautiful than before. Lucian gazed at Saber for a moment before turning to Asna. Asna, go find old Odie. Settle your grudge with him and become the head of the Iris family again. Just tell him I sent you. He knows what to do. Odie Alfalfa, that black-hearted old capitalist, had actually snatched Asna's property, so the two of them were practically sworn enemies. But with Lucian backing her now, Odie could only admit defeat honestly. Thank you, Dream Master. I won't disappoint you. Asna bowed to Lucian in gratitude and then left in a hurry. Gururu, just as Asna left, a very clear sound entirely unfitting for Saber's regal image suddenly rumbled from her stomach. In that instant, Saber's usually composed and righteous-looking face appeared slightly embarrassed. Hungry? Lucian raised an eyebrow at Saber and asked calmly. Yes, saber nadif. Sorry for showing such an unseemly side. Because this world's magical energy density is extremely low, to maintain combatability, I have to rely on a massive amount of energy intake. So, Lucian's lips seemed to curve upward, though perhaps they didn't. All right, wait here. Leaving these words behind, Lucian walked away and entered the kitchen. Soon enough, the light clattering of pots and pans came from the kitchen, followed by the enticing sizzle of ingredients hitting a hot pan. A dominating mix of rich, seared oil aroma and refreshing sauce fragrance gradually drifted out, quickly filling the entire living room. Saber, finding the fragrance hit the senses more directly than anything cooked by her palace chefs, tried to maintain a proper stance, but her gaze drifted uncontrollably toward the kitchen. her nose subtly flaring. Evidently, her hunger for good food was overpowering the restraint of the King of Knights, as she felt her stomach growing even emptier after that earlier grumble. Acheron, who had been standing quietly like a background prop, had unknowingly turned her face slightly toward the kitchen as well her indifferent eyes gave a faint glance before she returned to her usual stillness. Is Lucian cooking? Is he making something for me today? Upstairs, Robin, who had slept soundly, suddenly woke to the fragrance drifting into the bedroom. Knowing the fragrance very well, she quickly got out of bed and dressed. After all the wild things that had happened last night, the thought of Lucian cooking for her today made her heart flutter with sweetness. However, when Robin went downstairs, instead of the scene of Lucian preparing dishes at the dining table, she saw two beautiful women sitting there. One was Acheron, whom she had met yesterday, while the other was an unknown golden-haired woman, just as beautiful as Acheron. Robin couldn't help but panic a little. Why was there a new woman in the house every single day? Would even more be added later? Saber raised her eyebrows upon seeing Robin. Greetings, I am the servant summoned by my master, Lucian. You may address me by my class. Saber. Master? Class. Savez? Robin blinked her eyes in confusion, not understanding what the golden-haired woman meant. Just then, Lucian walked out of the kitchen, carrying various dishes on a tray. Little bird, since you're awake, come eat with us. Get to know each other, too, Lucian said with a faint smile, then glanced at Saber. Well, the lady here is Artoria Pendragon. She will be staying with us for a while. Thanks to Lucian, who guided the conversation, the three women gradually became familiar with one another. I see. Robin is Master's wife, huh? Saber said with a hand on her chin, then nodded with a smile. You two really match. Thanks, Saber. Robin nodded and replied with a sweet smile. As they chatted, the three women ate with elegance and poise. Robin had always been elegant, eating little by little like a noble lady. Acheron ate slowly simply because she couldn't taste anything and was merely passing the time. Saber ate elegantly yet efficiently. Another, please. In no time, a stack of bowls and plates as tall as a person had piled up in front of Saber. Fortunately, Lucian had prepared for this beforehand and even had someone deliver 100 Holovian wing burgers specially for Saber. Or else, even emptying the kitchen wouldn't have been enough for her. Thank you for the meal. I'm full. Under everyone's gaze, Saber finally put down her utensils. Lucian tilted his head curiously and glanced at her stomach, noticing that, despite eating so much, it didn't bulge at all. As expected, her energy conversion efficiency was absurd. Home suddenly, while everyone except for Saber was still eating, Serafina returned home. Seeing her mother's graceful yet seductive figure appear in the living room, Robin smiled and spoke up. Mother, have you eaten lunch yet? Lucian cooked today. Oh, really? Serafina responded with a smile, then walked up to Lucian and, right in front of everyone, leaned down and kissed him on the lips without any shame. I was gone for just one day, and our little house became this lively. Her words obviously meant she was wondering why there were suddenly two more women here. Meanwhile, after seeing the scene before her, Saber froze, completely stunned by the sight of Serafina kissing Lucian on the lips so casually. In the next moment, she snapped out of it and quickly turned her head to look at Robin. Isn't Master's partner Robin? Saber thought with disbelief. Didn't Robin call her mother? In that case, why was her mother being so intimate with her daughter's partner? No, more importantly, why did Robin look perfectly fine with it? At this moment, her worldview and common sense cracked a little, as a realization that her master wasn't exactly a proper person hit her. Let alone Saber. Even Acheron's always indifferent expression showed a rare flicker of surprise. Seeing how absurd Lucian's family relationship was, Acheron finally understood why Lucian became an emanator of elation. Lucian, unaware of their thoughts, once again helped the women get to know each other, since they would be seeing each other often from now on. Speaking of which, the family has already begun rebuilding Penacony's dreamscape and will establish a connection with a place called Dreamflux Reef. As for the 12 hours, they will gradually be closed one by one. As she tasted the dishes Lucian had made, Serafina casually revealed what had happened in the dreamscape. Lucian had already heard the news from Sunday, but since he wasn't the one managing the process, he only needed to wait for the results. With Mikhail, Rosalina, Sunday, Gopher Wood, and the entire Harmony-aligned great lineages involved, he felt completely at ease, becoming a slacked-off boss. As for the followers of order, Gopher Wood would take care of converting them. Penacony was developing exactly according to Lucian's plans. While he didn't need to do anything, just stay home and eat with the beautiful women around him. Needless to say, this was the life every man dreamed of. "Oh, right," Serafina suddenly exclaimed, clapping her hands. "I bought a lot of skincare products. Let's all take a bath together later, so you could try Penacony's new specialty products." Clearly, she didn't mind having 2 more women at home at all, and even warmly pulled Saber and Acheron along for a bath and chat. Seeing the women planning to have a bath together, Lucian, with a peaceful smile adorning his face, leaned back on his chair, his hands behind his head. Aventurin, a swimsuit show Pier Point, Interastral Peace Corporation headquarters, Strategic Investment Department. Inside a luxurious office, a handsome young man with medium-length sandy blonde hair, with eyes carrying an unusual mix of magenta and cyan with vertically slit pupils, raised his eyebrows upon receiving a mission order from his wristwatch. He was known as Aventurin, a high-ranking executive in the IPC Strategic Investment Department and one of the 10 Stonehearts. He wore a teal and gold high-collared shirt with a small spade-shaped opening at the chest, paired with a dark blazer and a coat featuring teal and gold accents. Long tailcoats reminiscent of peacock feathers, as well as a roulette wheel motif on the back, giving him a flamboyant yet calculated appearance. Meanwhile, his legs were clad in white trousers fastened with a belt bearing a gambling chip buckle, which completed the main silhouette. He also wore accessories that leaned heavily into luxury and chance, like short black gloves, gold rings, bracelets, a watch, and a teal gem earring with feather ornaments hanging from his left ear. Together, they reinforced the image of a stylish gambler who treated risk as both fashion and identity. As for the content of the mission, it was simple. While Penacony is being rebuilt, find leverage that can be used against the family so we can acquire Penacony's shares. The Strategic Investment Department's encrypted transmission had just faded from Aventurin's wristwatch when a smile one that looked as if he were weighing odds lifted the corners of his mouth. Not waiting for the Charmony Festival anymore, Aventurin tapped his fingertips lightly against the table before him, the crisp taps ringing out. Looks like Diamond also smelled the mixed opportunities of the Reconstruction period, when old and new overlapped. That was when secrets and weaknesses slipped out from the cracks of beautiful dreams. As he spoke to himself, it was as if he already saw the scene of the family signing the share transfer agreement. Find a family's weakness, take over their shares. Penacony, you were about to welcome another owner soon. Aventurin already had a rough plan, but for it to succeed, he still needed help from 2 colleagues. And so, while whistling, he walked out of his office, then headed toward Jade's office with a light step. A few moments later, as he entered Jade's office, the fragrance of top-grade coffee beans immediately entered his nose. Jade was elegantly flipping through an evaluation report from Jarilo 6 on the exquisite main desk made of unique wood. Meanwhile, on the sofa nearby, a young woman with dark purple eyes and diamond pupils, with silvery white and red undertones, neck-length hair framing her face, frowned at the jumping data on a floating screen before her eyes. Like Aventurin and Jade, the young woman was also one of the Stonehearts, Topaz. "You two are really busy," Aventurin remarked while sitting down on the luxurious armchair across from Jade, without the slightest hesitation, crossing his legs. "I need a little help from the 2 of you." Jade and Topaz immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Aventurin. "Aventurin, you just took on the Penacony assignment, and you're already asking for help?" Jade said calmly, her voice carrying a calmness that seemed able to see through a person's heart. Looks like you've already thought of a way for us to profit. Tell me, what help do you need? I heard the family in Penacony decided to rebuild the dreamscape. It's a chance to dig out the truth behind it. I have to get inside, so... Aventurin paused, his eyes gazing at Topaz, then shifting to Jade. I need the two of you to lend me your cornerstones. Upon hearing this, spoken with a tone that left no room for refusal, Jade and Topaz both froze. Cornerstones were the most precious treasures of the 10 stone hearts because they held part of the power Diamond shared as an emanator of preservation with them, which also represented the Amber Lord's sacred vessel that could not be defiled. Terrible timing, Jade said with a frown, sounding hesitant. I've been working with an important client from Jarilo 6 lately. Without my cornerstone, it's not safe. It went without saying that the important client she spoke of was none other than Lucian. I heard the Xianzhou Alliance gain a new flagship, the Xianzhou Tsangqing, which was Mr. Lucian's doing. It's truly baffling, Topaz chimed in. He's Lady Jade's client, right? No wonder Diamond took him so seriously. You really do need the power of cornerstones just to stay safe. Lucian? Aventurin raised his eyebrows. I heard he's pretty friendly. Madame Jade shouldn't be in any danger in a place under his governance, right? He had already heard about the matters on Jarilo 6. If even Diamond took it seriously, then the situation was clearly not simple. Aventurin had originally wanted to visit Jarilo 6 himself to see just how remarkable Lucian really was. But unfortunately, he never got the chance. Aventurin, I'll lend you my cornerstone, but not Lady Jade's, Topaz said while standing up, then decisively placed her cornerstone on the table. I don't want Lady Jade's personal safety to be put at risk. No, that won't be enough, Aventurin refused, shaking his head. The family in Penacony worships the harmony. To bring in my cornerstone, I have to deceive the troublesome power of harmony possessed by Sunday, the head of the Oak family. I can't handle it myself, so I have to use the Jade Stone to disguise it as the Aventurin Stone. You really dare to demand my cornerstone, Jade said with a smile, looking calm and unhurried. Let me hear, first, what are you planning to put on the table in exchange? My cornerstone and my life. Aventurin answered firmly. Not enough, it's still missing something, Jade rejected bluntly, as if hinting at something, or perhaps planning something of her own. Count me in, too. Use my cornerstone, Topaz chimed in with a smile. Topaz, despite not getting along with Aventurin or liking his manner of conduct, often worked under Jade alongside him. So for Jade's sake, she was willing to stand together with him. Yelena, are you sure? Jade turned to Topaz, feeling a little surprised. I'm sure, Topaz replied, nodding with a smile. All right, I'll join this gamble then, Jade said with a nod, readily placing her own cornerstone on the table, handing it to Aventurin. Penacony's historical debts are important to Diamond as well, and the fact that he entrusted the matter to you means only you can pull this off. Don't disappointes, Gomble. Aventurin smiled and happily tucked the 2 cornerstones into his specially made inner pocket, feeling their heavy weight. His confidence surged instantly. No worries, 3 chips are enough. Either I win everything or I lose it all. With that, Aventurin left the office, preparing to head directly to Penacony to uncover the hidden truth of the dreamscape, a weakness that could overturn Penacony's regime. Well, I'm heading to Jarilo 6, as well timed to build a little more friendship with the client. Jade put away the documents and stretched as she stood up. Lady Jade, I don't have assignments these days, so can I go with you? Topaz asked while hugging Nummy, a pig-like creature known as Trotter, from a small desk nearby. I want to see a bit of it too. Well, that works, Jade replied with a nod. I heard he returned to Jarilo 6 a few days ago. I'll message him and see where he is now. Done stretching, she immediately sent a private message to Lucian, asking where he was right now. Lucian, in Penacony, watching a swimsuit show. What's up? Jade, it's nothing. I won't disturb you then. Unlucky. Jade sighed, then sat back down. He isn't on Jarilo right now. He's in Penacony watching a swimsuit show. Swimsuit show? What a worldly client. Topaz complained with a frown. Lady Jade, you'd better be careful. With your beauty, He might make moves on you or make unreasonable demands. Foo-foo. Jade chuckled at Topaz's concern. You know, his looks are unparalleled, so he can get any woman easily if he likes. Besides, he also doesn't lack women anyway, and I'm also already quite old. He won't waste his effort on me. But you, Yelena, you're beautiful and young, at the age when feelings start to bloom. Be careful around him. You might not be able to resist him. My heart's only for my career, Topaz said proudly while lifting her chin and hugging Nummy. I just want money, promotions, and a better future for my homeland. Men will only slow down my income. Upon hearing this, Jade smiled without saying anything. Hopefully, what she said was true. Meanwhile, at Penacony Paperfold University College, inside an underground laboratory, a monkey-like figure wearing a weird hat, rounded green glasses, and a white and black suit, was typing on a massive computer at super-fast speed. For the glory of Dr. Primitive. Professor Primon, also known as Prof. Nana, a member of an intergalactic organization known as Atavi Search Forest, spoke with a sickly devotion as he stopped typing. Our mimetic virus, Slumber Nana Monkey, is finally ready. Now that the dreamscape is being rebuilt, it means students must remain at the university. In other words, it's the perfect time to release the virus. Ha. The experiment was about to begin, children of Penacony. Starting today, a meme called Slumber Nana Monkey began appearing across Penacony's network. All sorts of catchy songs and videos gradually swept through the network. Unfortunately, the true ruler of Penacony was unaware of it, since he was not browsing the net at the moment, as all he could see in front of him now were swimsuit beauties, having no time for surfing the web. In Penacony's reality, at the top of Lucian's house stood an open-air pool that was not vast, but also not small. By the pool, Lucian lay on a white pool lounger wearing only swim trunks, his top bare, looking as though he were sunbathing. Originally, Seraphina wanted to bathe with Robin, Saber, and Acheron, but Acheron rejected it instantly. In the end, after some relentless persuasion from Seraphina and Robin, Acheron ultimately agreed, though it became a group swim instead, which also gave Lucian a private swimsuit show to enjoy. At this moment, four beauties were gathered in the pool, whispering among themselves. Seraphina, in a pure black string bikini, looked sexy and stunning. Robin, in a white bikini with light purple flowers adorning each cup and a sheer light purple-colored sarong wrapped around her waist, looked pure and cute. Saber, in a pure blue bikini with her hair tied in a bun, looked valiant and confident. Acheron, although Lucian didn't know who had picked it for her, wore a dark purple bikini with a sheer dark purple sarong wrapped around her waist, tied loosely at one side like Robin. However, because she wore a flat expression, the contrast made the usual cold aura she emitted vanish, and instead gave off an alluring aura and also a kind of cuteness he couldn't quite describe. Regardless, he now finally understood why many of his past online friends liked Kaderi women. Embarrassment, laughter, and distant Seraphina lounged lazily against the edge of the pool, droplets of water sliding down the alluring curves of her figure. Beside her, Robin stretched her body gracefully inside the water, practicing the breath control unique to singers. Saber stood in the center of the pool, meticulously carrying out underwater, sword-swinging drills each stirred up a powerful current, clearly treating swimming as part of her physical training. Acheron sat in the farthest corner of the pool, only her calves immersed in the water, seeming to have no interest in swimming at all, her indifferent violet eyes fixed on her own blurred reflection on the water surface. Huffed, Saber let out a relieved breath, then showed a smile. I must admit, the environment here is far more comfortable than my own world. Finished with her set of exercises, she swam to Serena and Robin at the poolside. Wiping her face, her golden hair clung wetly to her cheeks, adding a softness rarely seen on her normally stern and dignified features. Hearing Saber's remark, Seraphina curved her red lips into a captivating smile. Well, that's only natural. Lucian really knows how to enjoy life. After all, Seraphina said casually with a smile, then looked toward her daughter. Right, little bird? That's right. Robin replied as she surfaced, then gently leaned against her mother, a happy blush spreading across her face. As the three of them chatted, they unconsciously began to move toward Acheron. Saber glanced at Seraphina, then at Robin, her expression growing complicated. As the king of knights, her straightforward nature made it impossible for her to hold her tongue. So, unable to resist voicing the question that had been circling in her mind for a long time any longer, she hesitated only for a moment before finally asking it aloud. Lady Seraphina, Miss Robin, please forgive my rudeness. You two are mother and daughter, yet both have romantic relationships with the same person. Doesn't it feel awkward for you? Saber asked very directly, with pure curiosity in her emerald eyes, without the slightest hint of malice. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, and time itself appeared to stop. Robin's cheeks instantly turned even redder, like a fully ripened apple, and she then lowered her head in a bit of panic while her fingers unconsciously stirred the pool water. Seraphina, on the other hand, let out a soft giggle that carried the charm of a mature woman before reaching out and pulling her daughter into her arms, the gesture natural and intimate. Artoria really is straightforward, isn't she? Seraphina said while glancing at her daughter, her gaze open and gentle, before shifting to Saber. At the beginning, yes, it was a little awkward, I admit. After all, a relationship like this does look strange to most people, doesn't it? Robin chimed in, leaning against her mother and nodding lightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. At first, it was kind of weird and uncomfortable, but Seraphina shifted her tone, sounding relaxed. Habit is a scary thing, After some time, it actually starts to feel pretty nice and natural, the whole family together, lively and warm. In the next moment, she reached out and pinched her daughter's cheek. Now, our little bird is loosened up too, right? Robin was shy, but she still gave a small response, agreeing with her mother's words. And honestly, I kind of hope we can have a few more sisters in the family. As if she had just thought of something, Seraphina suddenly lowered her voice slightly as she spoke, a teasing note creeping into her tone. Why? Saber asked with her brows raised, not quite catching her meaning. Because Lucian, he's just too impressive, Seraphina replied, shooting her a look that clearly said, her smile growing even more seductive, though her voice carried a hint of genuine complaint. Truth be told, with just me and Robin, sometimes it's really a bit too much to handle. As she spoke, she deliberately emphasized the words too much to handle. Saber blinked in confusion at first, failing to grasp what Seraphina was implying. But soon enough, images immediately surfaced in her mind. Lucian scolding the mother and daughter pair with a cold expression while cracking a whip. My master, does he abuse you? Does he force you to do things you don't want to do? Saber asked seriously, her brows knitting together. No, that won't do. As a knight, I cannot allow such behavior. I must go and persuade him. Her hand even clenched into a fist instinctively, as if she were ready at any moment to fight to protect this fragile mother and daughter duo. Seraphina and Robin froze at the same time. Abuse? Who was talking about abuse? In the next instant, Seraphina burst into laughter, laughing so hard that her body shook, nearly slipping into the water. Robin, also unable to help herself, covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter, her face turning even redder. Ha ha, Artoria, you're just too adorable sometimes, Seraphina said as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, finally managing to stop laughing. What I meant by too much to handle isn't that. It's not abuse. Not abuse. Saber questioned with a frown, still looking puzzled. What is it then? Suppressing her laughter, Seraphina leaned close to Saber's ear and whispered two words in a breath that only the two of them could hear. It's sex. Hearing this, Saber subconsciously repeated the words in her mind, and then, as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body suddenly stiffened. At this moment, Her beautiful face, always so righteous and dignified, flushed visibly at an alarming speed, red spreading from her ears all the way down her neck, while her emerald eyes went wide, filled with sheer disbelief and overwhelming embarrassment. Even the golden ahogue atop her head seemed to droop a little, her lips tightly shut, unable to utter a single word. In the next moment, Saber abruptly lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. Now, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't help but feel that the pool water seemed to grow 10 degrees hotter in an instant, leaving her completely ill at ease. Seeing Saber's mortified reaction, Seraphina laughed again, but this time even harder. Robin, on the other hand, was so shy that she buried her face in the water, leaving only a pair of watery eyes peeking out. Lucian, sitting on a pool lounger by the poolside, naturally heard their conversation perfectly clearly. When he heard Seraphina praising how impressive he was to Saber, his back straightened unconsciously. What she said was simply the truth. With his physical strength, as an emanator of both the abundance and the elation, ordinary women really had no way of contending with his stamina. Every time they spent time together, the one who gave out first was always his wives. No doubt, having a mature wife like Seraphina really is great. She even knows to expand the lineup when needed. Lucian thought with a helpless smile. Saving the mama bird wasn't for nothing, huh? Tied up in knots? It was non-existent. Seraphina might have felt awkward and uncomfortable at first, but now, looking at her, she practically wanted to recruit more reinforcements, as shown by how she had already started subtly drawing Saber in. Lucian's gaze unconsciously fell on the silent and lone Acheron, gazing at the swimsuit that looked very good on her and carried a unique kind of charm. In that moment, Acheron slowly lifted her eyes from her own reflection in the water. Her gaze swept over the laughing Seraphina, the shy Robin, and the statue-like Saber, before a faint smile appeared on her face. "Miss Acheron, I've heard about what you went through." Seraphina noticed Acheron's gaze and slightly reined in her smile, speaking with tentative concern in a gentle tone. "Wandering alone through the cosmos must have been very hard, right? Actually, have you ever considered joining us? I mean, becoming a real family with us. At the very least, you could feel some warmth." Hearing Seraphina's genuinely caring words, Acheron calmly met Seraphina's gaze, her eyes hollow like a bottomless, frozen abyss. "Miss Seraphina, there is no need to test me." Acheron responded in a completely flat voice, as if she were stating something entirely unrelated to herself. In that instant, the poolside fell completely silent. Even Saber lifted her head from her embarrassment and looked at Acheron. "I lack emotions. I lack memories. Even the meaning of my existence is being eroded little by the nihility. As for matters between men and women, I feel nothing, and I have no interest in them whatsoever." Acheron paused slightly, her gaze passing over Seraphina and Robin before continuing in a decisive tone. "I remain here only because I have a deal with Lucian, that's all. Between him and me, there will absolutely be no relationship of the kind you are imagining." Not worthy of happiness, Acheron averted her gaze and looked back at her own blurred reflection on the water's surface. Someone like a self-annihilator bound with the curse of nihility has no right to be loved, Acheron said expressionlessly, her voice lowered slightly, carrying a bone-deep detachment and a sense of self-abandonment. "Besides, I never have any expectation of it, nor do I need anyone's affection." Her words swept through the warm pool like a cold gust of wind, bringing a brief silence in their wake. In that instant, the smile on Seraphina's face faded, replaced by a complicated expression. However, while there was sympathy in her expression, there was also a trace of something difficult to notice. Challenge? Apparently, she did not fully believe in Acheron's apparent resolve. Robin, on the other hand, looked at Acheron's lonely profile with concern. Saber, too, forgot her shyness, her emerald eyes now filled with confusion at the heavy sense of loneliness that radiated from Acheron, along with a quiet hint of respect. "So that's how it is." Seraphina let out a soft sigh and did not press the matter further. Then, Miss Acheron, just do what feels comfortable for you. No matter what, this place will always welcome you. Acheron gave a slight nod in response, and then fell back into silence, as if that brief moment of confession had never happened at all. Just like that, the water in the pool rippled gently, its surface reflecting four women, each one lost in her own thoughts. Lucian, who had quietly listened to their conversation from the poolside, was not surprised by this outcome. Flirting with a straight, beautiful woman? Easy. Flirting with a lesbian? A little troublesome, but there was still a chance. However, trying to flirt with a self-annihilator who lacked desires and emotions altogether, it was extremely difficult. Even though Acheron still possessed basic emotions, enough to allow her to communicate with others and even show a gentle side when she wished, if she were to go deeper into the nihility, that small fragment of gentleness would probably be worn away as well. Really makes me want to see what she was like back in her days as Raiden Bosamori May. I bet she must have been a perfect waifu. As the night grew deeper, the neon lights of Penacony shone through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting colorful shadows along the corridors of Lucian's cozy house. After exchanging goodnights, the four women returned to their respective bedrooms. Serfina's bedroom was luxurious-looking, filled with a mature, alluring atmosphere. Right after taking a scented bath, she sat at her vanity, wrapped in a silky robe, unhurriedly applying her expensive skincare products. Her captivating face was reflected in the mirror, though her gaze seemed slightly unfocused, as if lost in thought. Lucian, Serafina muttered longingly. After hearing all that by the pool today, tonight held definitely. A confident smile slowly curled at the corner of her lips as she paused, and then her fingers unconsciously traced along the smooth line of her neck, making her appear somewhat sensual. Just me and the little bird won't be enough to satisfy that. Hungry wolf, Serafina muttered quietly, then recalled Saber's shocked and blushing expression, finding it quietly amusing. Still, Artoria's reaction was way too innocent. After a few moments of silence, Serafina glanced at the time and saw that it was still early. It'll wait until it's late, until Acheron and Artoria are asleep, then go for a nighttime ambush. Having made up her mind, Serafina, in a good mood, hummed softly as she brushed her long, silky silver hair in front of the mirror, patiently waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, beside Serafina's bedroom stood Robin's bedroom. But unlike Serafina's, Robin's was filled with a cute, girlish atmosphere. At this moment, she wore a soft white nightdress, hugging a feather pillow as she tossed and turned restlessly on her bed. What Mother said by the pool today, Lucian definitely heard it, remembering her mother's blunt too much to handle and the word sex directed at Saber. Robin's cheeks grew hot, and she hurriedly buried her face into the pillow. Mother, seriously, shall say anything anywhere, even though she complained about it. A faint sense of anticipation and longing quietly rose within Robin's heart. Lucian's warm, strong embrace, his low, magnetic voice. Those heart-pounding, body-melting, intimate moments, just thinking about them, made her body feel faintly heated, a subtle warmth spreading through her body. Especially in her lower abdomen, it felt fluttery and somewhat damp. I really want to go find him, Robin murmured softly, wriggling like a shy kitten in her nest. After wriggling for a while, she suddenly stood up, walked over to the wall, pressed her ear against it, and listened toward her mother's bedroom next door, hearing that there didn't seem to be any movement at all. Mother should be asleep, right? Robin muttered, feeling hesitant. If I wait a bit longer, when it's really late and quiet, should I sneak over and give Lucian a surprise? As this sudden idea crossed her mind, her heart began to race, filling her with nervousness and a gentle sweetness at the same time. In the end, she lay back on the bed, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, forced her eyes shut, and began counting Charmony doves, quietly waiting for the night to grow deeper. At the same time, at the very end of the hallway, in a dimly lit corner, stood the door to Acheron's bedroom. Unlike the bird mother and daughter pair, Acheron's bedroom was so simple that it was almost empty. There was only a bed with plain sheets, two nightstands with lamps, and a single meditation cushion. Acheron, not yet asleep, was sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, attempting to grasp a trace of clarity within the nihility. During this meditation, she suddenly recalled Serfina's words by the pool earlier, Saber's innocent yet awkward reaction, and Robin's shy yet happy expression. In that instant, those memories, like stones thrown into a deep abyss, stirred a faint, barely perceptible ripple within her usually hollow and unchanging heart. Join this family? Suddenly, this somewhat absurd thought flashed through her mind, which Acheron immediately brushed aside like flicking away a speck of dust. No, this is already enough. Any deeper relationship would be meaningless and would only bring trouble. Yet immediately after thinking this, another, more distant thought quietly surfaced. If I weren't from Izumo, if I hadn't gone through all of that, would I have fallen in love and had children like an ordinary woman? As this thought emerged, it caused a faint tremor in Acheron's heart, even for a self-annihilator like her. In the next instant, she tried to refocus and return to meditation, but the thought refused to fade, stubbornly poking its head out from the darkness of the nihility. Fall in love? For Acheron, the term was as empty as a meaningless symbol. Have children? Her reason for existing was to stand guard on the path leading into the abyss of the nihility, to watch over those unwilling to fall into the nihility, and even a hope that one day she could sever the nihility itself. Such a path was destined never to give rise to new life. A devoted wife and mother, a stable home, a place to belong. For Acheron, all these ideas were so foreign and distant, like mirages from another universe. Deep within the cold lake of her heart, there seemed to be a trace of warmth one even she herself failed to notice, that tried to struggle and stir when it brushed against those mirages, only to be instantly swallowed by something far greater, coldness and emptiness. Huffed, an almost inaudible sigh, filled with endless self-mockery and desolation, echoed in Acheron's heart before she slowly opened her eyes. In the darkness, her violet pupils held no light at all, only the dead silence of the nihility. What a pity! Acheron looked at her pale, cold hands, completely devoid of any warmth. A self-annihilator like me is not worthy of happiness. With this thought in mind, Acheron closed her eyes again, forcefully pressing all stray thoughts along with that absurd, lingering trace of warmth deep into the boundless abyss of nihility. Only death-like silence remained in the room, completely out of place when contrasted with the bustling nightscape of Penacony outside the window. Only she herself knew that the words "not worthy of happiness" were more like a cold, unyielding wall, sealing off a corner of her heart that she herself did not dare to touch. In this still, long night, 3 bedrooms, 3 different states of mind, all waiting for time to pass. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom that belonged to Lucian, everything remained quiet, as he, too, seemed lost in his own thoughts, mainly because the thing he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ding! Script cooldown complete. You can now activate the script again. Script 1 activate. 7th script. Unlike usual, Lucian was alone tonight. Not because of any serious reason, such as having quarrels with his women and the like, but simply because he knew that the script would likely finish cooling down tonight. So he decided to remain alone for now. Lucian pondered for a while after receiving the message from the system that the script had finished cooling down, and then took out his phone. Lucian, hey, want to see Noose now? Lucian sent a message to Herta in case she wanted to meet Noose again. Given that his ultimate escape technique, the script, was available once more. Herta, no. I'm making a cake for Juan May, no time. Lucian, oh, so you're basically blowing up the kitchen? Herta, nonsense. Are you questioning a genius? It's just making a cake. What's so difficult about that for a genius like me? Lucian, let's do a video call. I want to see. After Lucian sent this response, Herta did not reply until several seconds later. Herta, no time. Not talking to you. Lucian, just like I thought. You're really blowing the kitchen up. Erda, however, did not reply again. Clearly, she had really blown the kitchen up, but as always, she was too stubborn to admit it. Lucian chuckled, put away his phone, and finally responded to the system. System, activate the script. Random character script starting. Acheron, randomly drawing a conceptual ability. Law of calamity. Any life form that harbors ill intent or engages in ill action toward you or toward your relatives will be affected by the law of calamity and will thereby suffer various misfortunes. It is a passive ability, and the severity of the resulting misfortune varies according to the intensity of the ill intent or the ill action. A passive ability? Lucian muttered in surprise as he learned about his new conceptual ability. So, it will stay active in the background? Not bad. But any life form, huh? Does that mean even the Ians could trigger it? If it hits with the same force Noose used to calculate me, does that mean they might suffer a misfortune on the level of Land's arrow or something? He already liked this conceptual ability, since with it, he could tell who held ill intent simply by seeing who ran into misfortune. As for Acheron being the script's protagonist, he had more or less already anticipated it, considering that most past script protagonists were, more or less, individuals who had mingled with him in some way or those who would benefit him in his current situation. Just as Lucian was thinking about Acheron, his vision suddenly contracted sharply before his body vanished from the room. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom at the end of the hallway, Acheron had just entered meditation when a strange force suddenly yanked her back to reality. Am I getting drowsy? It should be noted that after becoming a self-annihilator, one's body would no longer require sleep, so the sensation of drowsiness was something Acheron had not experienced for a very long time. However, if that were truly the case, why was she suddenly feeling drowsy now? Acheron felt it was highly suspicious and attempted to resist the unknown drowsiness, but no matter how she struggled against it, the result was poor. She could not resist it at all. Really strange, Acheron muttered in a daze, then collapsed onto the bed, her eyelids growing unbearably heavy, finally shutting and unable to open, ultimately falling into a state beyond conscious choice. Just before her consciousness was fully drawn into dreamland, she sensed that she was dreaming, yet it did not quite feel like an ordinary dream. Rather than a dream, it felt as though she had returned to the day she became a guardian of her homeland, Izumo. In the nameless star system, two planets were entwined in each other's tragic fate, dancing an eternal waltz around a black sun, which was in truth a shadow of 9. At first, one of the two planets gave birth to people, and then those people bowed, naming the land beneath them Izumo. Eventually, when the people of Izumo looked up and saw the other planet that also circled the black sun alongside theirs, they called the planet above Takamagara. Once, they dreamed of one day visiting Takamagara, of developing a friendly relationship with its inhabitants, and even of establishing a home there. However, under the Black Sun's influence, Takamagara soon spawned demonic beasts that senselessly slaughtered the people of Izumo. Izumo Kingdom, Wagatsuma. In the corner of a small city known as Wagatsuma stood a beautiful and cozy natural hot spring bath. Inside this hot spring, natural rocks surrounded the pool. The steam was thick and sulfurous, and, at this moment, it was unusually quiet and peaceful because only one person was currently using it. It was a beautiful and tall woman with long black hair that reached her thighs, bright violet eyes lined with red eyeliner, and two red horns rising from her head. Naked, without any fabric covering her beautiful body, she buried herself in the scalding water, leaving only her head exposed, and this caused her shoulders and everything below the surface to turn red from the heat, while the tense and sore muscles throughout her body gradually relaxed, at least a little. Raiden Bosamori, May was her name. She was the wielder of the sentinel known as Howl and one of the Izumo Kingdom's guardians. Even though it sounded impressive, Howl, the purple-black long sword that lay beside the pool atop a pile of her clothes, was a heavy reminder of how terrible this world truly was. Because of the existence of a kami, In the eyes of Izumo's inhabitants, they were the evil gods that came from Takamagara, invading demonic beasts that had gnawed the land of Izumo into festering sores for more than 100 years. For now, only this hot spring offered her a rare breath of relief in this grim and desperate world. Mai's mind slowly went blank as she closed her eyes, thinking of her future as well as Izumo's, when the dense steam above suddenly collapsed inward. Swish! It was not a whisper of wind, but as if the space itself had been pierced. In the next second, without any warning, a man appeared from the void above his position, eerily precise, directly above Mai's head, a mere 10 centimeters from her scalp. Mai hadn't fully opened her eyes, yet when the light dimmed, and a heavy, unfamiliar aura crashed down upon her. Splash! Ugh! Unprepared, the impact slammed Mai hard enough that her vision went dark, her back thudding against the pool's rocky wall with a muted grunt of pain, causing the scalding water to splash wildly. In that chaotic moment, a warm, slightly crisp sensation suddenly pressed firmly against her lips, making her eyes widen in shock. Before her eyes, a man's face right there, so close that she could clearly see his golden pupils, was gazing back at her. Sharp features, a high nose, eyes as piercing as blades. Who else could it be but Lucian? Lucian himself hadn't expected such lucky timing. Just as his gaze cleared, what he saw was the epitome of a beautiful Asian woman, a Yamato, not a Shiko. And by sheer coincidence, she was directly beneath him, and somehow their lips had actually met. Not anticipating landing on a human cushion, Lucian's hands instinctively pressed against the pool walls beside the woman, preventing his full weight from bearing down on her. Even for an emanator like him, the hot water, the unfamiliar body heat, and the sudden, distinct wet contact of lips still left him somewhat stunned. Lucian inevitably recalled the moment when he had just entered Castrus's script. This incident was more or less the same as when he had first met her, though this time it was clearly far worse than that. Deadly silence filled the bath. Only the sound of water dripping and their suddenly heavy breaths echoed within this silent atmosphere. A fraction of a second passed before Mai snapped out of it and immediately pushed Lucian away. "Get off!" Mai's sharp shout exploded as lightning flared in her eyes, while her right elbow shot toward Lucian's chest like a cannonball, followed by her left palm, which slashed toward his neck. Years of fighting had honed her body into instinctive reactions. In her eyes, a pervert who had just stolen her first kiss deserved to die. Wait! Lucian braced himself against the pool wall, his body bending backward like a water snake as he narrowly avoided Mai's elbow strike, while her palm only grazed the skin of his neck and ultimately caused no harm. He couldn't help but curse the system for the absurd script entrance. Thanks to it, Acheron's first impression of him had been that of a pervert peeping on a woman bathing, and even worse, stealing a kiss. It was truly ridiculous. As for why he believed the woman before him was Acheron, it was simply because this emotional, black-haired beauty was actually Acheron in her youth, though now her name was Raiden Bosamori Mai. Seeing that her 2 strikes had both missed, Mai, already covering her body with a white towel at her side, felt her rage flare. Bang! Mai kicked off the pool floor hard, propelling her body upward before her right leg lashed out like a steel whip, slicing through the air with a spray of water toward Lucian's head. Seeing this, Lucian's eyes flickered with slight surprise, but his reflexes were absurdly fast. His right hand had already left the pool wall, and with a kick against the pool floor, his body slid backward. Whoosh! Mai's whip leg brushed Lucian's hair as it passed. Water splashed. Figures blurred her. 3 consecutive strikes were dodged by the slightest margin. Bastard! Mai, realizing her opponent actually had skill, finally understood why he dared to peep on the bathing wielder of Howl. Nevertheless, since her bare hands couldn't subdue this wild pervert, she would do it the hard way. Swish! Mai's left hand flashed toward Howl on the pool side, and in that instant, the purple-black sword's cold sheath met her fingertips. However, just as she was about to grip the hilt and unsheath the blade, Lucian's hand moved faster. Predictably precise, Lucian's hand covered Mai's hand with astonishing force, his 5 fingers clamping like iron and locking her hand down instantly. In that instant, Mai's entire arm was pinned, unable to move, as Lucian's domineering hand pried her fingers off Howl's hilt. "Let go!" Mai shouted and struggled, her other hand punching toward Lucian's abdomen. "Calm the hell down." Lucian frowned slightly, flipping Mai's right wrist and pressing it down with unyielding, calculated force as he twisted her body half a turn in the water until she ended up with her back against him, facing the pool wall, his free left hand then snatching her other wrist and forcing both her arms to bend behind her. Now locked in place, Mai had no leverage left. If an outsider came in and saw their current awkward and ambiguous position, it would be impossible to explain. Note, because the lore behind Izumo and Acheron's life, as Mai is still ambiguous and has not been revealed in detail. Their lore in this fanfic will not fully follow the canon and may contain many inconsistencies with it, as it will mainly be an original story. "Kami invasion, let go." Mai shouted and struggled, her other hand punching toward Lucian's abdomen. "Calm hell down." Lucian frowned slightly, flipping Mai's right wrist and pressing it down with unyielding, calculated force as he twisted her body half a turn in the water until she ended up with her back against him, facing the pool wall, his free left hand then snatching her other wrist and forcing both her arms to bend behind her. Now locked in place, Mai had no leverage left. If an outsider came in and saw their current awkward and ambiguous position, it would be impossible to explain. However, compared to their current position in the pool, what was worse was soon to come. Splash! Following the splashing sound, Mai's last piece of modesty, the white towel that wrapped her body, finally gave way in her violent struggle as it slipped down her smooth back, spreading ripples in the hot water before sinking to the bottom. Now, her upper body was exposed to the warm air and the man's gaze behind her, thanks to the water that only reached her waist. In that instant, Mai's body froze like stone, while blood surged to her head and froze in place. A chilling sensation, unlike anything she had ever felt, an overwhelming mix of humiliation and blazing rage shot from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. You, how can you dash?" Mai's teeth ground together with a sharp clatter, each word dripping with venom. Her veered dash, her hoarse scream echoed through the hot spring. Then her body shook violently with rage as she struggled against the reverse grip, yet the iron clamps remained immovable. Lucian's gaze inevitably swept over the trembling, snow-white expanse of her back, causing him to pause, a flicker of something passing through the depths of his eyes as he saw skin so white, a waist so slender, and buttocks so supple and smooth. "Calm down. It's a misunderstanding," Lucian reasoned in a calm tone, tightening his grip on Mai's wrists. "Can you hear me out first before accusing me like that?" Unfortunately for him, his question was like pouring oil onto a blazing fire. Mai's teeth itched with anger, while her whole body trembled as she struggled with all her might. Misunderstanding? Sneaking a peek at her while she bathes was a misunderstanding? Snatching her first kiss out of nowhere was a misunderstanding? And now, locking her in this humiliating position, removing her towel, and seeing her completely naked was a misunderstanding? He dared to call this a misunderstanding? Sadly, no matter how much she complained, Mai realized that she simply could not defeat this man. In both hand-to-hand combat and reflexes, she was completely outmatched, crushed under his skill. However, this made her confused. Someone so formidable, yet a rogue pervert? Wouldn't he be better suited to fight the Kami? Bastard. Let W-O dash. Woo dash. Woo dash. Just as Mai wanted to curse Lucian, it was abruptly cut off by a piercing alarm that tore through the night, which was none other than the highest-level Kami invasion alert. In that instant, the urgency and destructive aura of the alarm froze the entire city, making the air icy, while all of my struggles and rage came to a sudden halt. Her reverse-gripped hands were no longer futile. her body tense like a coiled leopard. At this moment, the shame and anger in her eyes were instantly replaced by pure, cold resolve as the responsibility of a guardian guarding the Izumo kingdom took over her mind. "It's the Kami invasion. Let go of me," Mei shouted again with a sharp and deep voice while twisting sharply, her violet eyes flashing like lightning as they fixed on Lucian's face, her anger forcibly restrained by a sense of duty. "I won't argue with you anymore. Just let me go." Seeing her defiant gaze and hearing her words, Lucian ultimately loosened his grip slightly, while a faint, almost thoughtful glimmer passed through his bottomless golden eyes. Saying nothing, he made a slight flick of his wrist, and a supple yet irresistible force immediately flowed out. In an instant, Mei felt her hands lighten, while the restraints that had held her body vanished, her instinct outpacing her thoughts. Mei quickly lunged forward like a startled white fish, breaking free from Lucian's reach and causing water to splash everywhere. No longer caring about her naked body being seen by him, Mei, her wet hair clinging to her back while droplets rolled down, scrambled to the poolside and snatched up her white kimono, a red obi, and her okobo sandals, putting them on so fast it was almost ghost-like, completely ignoring Lucian in the pool. In just a few seconds, she was fully dressed, with her dripping black hair casually tied up. Grasping Howl, its icy sheath in hand, she banished all distractions, leaving only her intent to slay the Kami. Mei calmly turned to Lucian, her gaze sharp as a blade. "You'll remember this grudge. I won't let you off." Leaving these words behind, Mei's body became a shadow, crashing through the heavy, sliding wooden doors and into the chaos of darkness that was torn apart by the alarm. As the door rattled shut, the hot spring was left to Lucian alone, with the steam thinning and the wailing alarm echoing from outside. Lucian stood silently, the scalding water reaching his waist, then looked down at his right hand. The same hand that had just restrained the enraged female leopard and had brushed against her warm, water-slick skin. Gotta admit, the current Acheron is really full of emotion and warmer. Indeed, Mei was unlike the future Acheron, whose hands and heart were cold and somewhat emotionless. She was basically like a different person. Lucian sighed, then stepped out of the pool, shaking off the water. Now what should he do? Even though the beginning had given him considerable benefits, like tasting Mei's first kiss, she had already branded him a pervert. Once seen through that lens, everything he did would be interpreted by her as lecherous intent. If I don't stir up some action, I'm really going to get branded a pervert forever in her mind. Lucian muttered helplessly, a wry smile adorning his handsome face. He might as well go see those so-called Kami, those so-called demonic beasts of Takamagara, and see what Acheron's homeland, Izumo, was truly like. New to the area, familiarizing himself with the environment wouldn't hurt. Lucian quickly followed Mei's path, and soon, as he arrived at the city walls, it had become a grinding scene of flesh and blood, where the thick and suffocating stench of blood mingled with rotting entrails. Flames shot into the sky, painting the twisted gray sky red. Shoddy wooden barricades lay in ruin, burning fiercely. On the ground, severed limbs, broken blades, and scorched soil churned into a hellish porridge. "Hold the line. Don't let them through. Civilians are behind us." A bloodied soldier captain wearing samurai armor and helmet roared, his voice splitting the night. In the next moment, gripping his gap blade with both hands, he cut down a leaping, skinless, hound-like Kami. Yet more Kami poured in like a black tide through the breaches, immediately replacing the fallen hound-like Kami. Before the malevolent and far stronger Kami, whose bodies were at least as massive as hills, began their slaughter, the smaller and weaker Kami, whose numbers were countless beyond measure, always came first, advancing as the vanguard. Unlike the hound-like Kami, this time they were twisted and grotesque bloated masses of flesh covered in claws, resembling human-sized centipede horrors formed from countless arms that hissed, squirmed, and writhed as they charged relentlessly toward the walls. Wagatsuma's wooden barricades, and stone walls began to waver and falter, constantly torn open by new and ever-spreading breaches, while desperate screams and the sound of cracking bones never ceased, echoing without end. "Captain, left. Our left wall has collapsed." A young soldier, his arm shredded to the bone by claws, cried out in despair, causing the captain to look toward the left side with mounting distress. Just as the young soldier had said, the left wall had collapsed, overrun by several giant, lizard-like kami covered in slimy black scales. One of them, the size of a small hill, ignored the heat and fire unleashed by the people beneath it, stomping relentlessly toward the city behind the wall, a shelter crowded with the elderly, the women, and children. In just a few seconds, it reached the mass of civilians, its enormous shadow looming over their terrified faces. Stook Dash, seeing the scene before him. The captain roared in despair, his eyes bulging. He tried to charge forward, but was entangled by 3 centipede-like kami. Forced to watch helplessly as the giant lizard-like kami raised its massive arm of writhing tendrils, brimming with destructive force, preparing to smash the terrified civilians. Time stretched, as if slowed into a cinematic moment, as the shelter where the people gathered erupted in heart-wrenching screams. As the arm was about to fall, boom! A blinding, violent purple lightning tore through the chaotic battlefield and bloodied air without warning. Raiden Bosamori Mei, the wielder of Howl Boom. A blinding, violent purple lightning tore through the chaotic battlefield and bloodied air without warning. It was so blinding that it instantly overwhelmed all flames, illuminating every grotesque shadow in stark black. In an instant, the lightning struck like the whip of divine punishment, lashing precisely against the massive arm of the lizard-like kami. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as blinding arcs of lightning detonated wildly against flesh, scattering charred fragments of tendrils and spraying a stench-filled liquid like a torrential downpour. Roar Dash, having its arm destroyed. The kami emitted a deafening roar of agony, its massive body staggering backward under the force of the lightning, carving deep furrows into the ground. Everyone on the battlefield froze in awe at this display of divine might. In the next instant, a sleek purple silhouette shot toward them from the wall like lightning itself, tearing through the night. It was none other than Mei. Leaping high, the purple-black long sword in her hand had already been drawn, releasing purple arcs of electricity that danced violently along its edge, emitting a deep, imposing hum. Biribaribiri Dash. As the air crackled with explosive energy, Mai's figure was bathed in purple lightning, her hair, now slightly purplish-black, whipping wildly in the turbulent air, while her gaze, as cold as millennia-old ice, was fixed unflinchingly on the injured kami. Reikadon, cold. Murderous intent crackled through Mai's voice as she shouted Howl's mantra. BZZZ Dash. In an instant, the purple lightning wrapped around Howl, surged violently, forming a massive blade of lightning capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Whoosh! It tore through the air, obliterating everything in its path as it descended with unstoppable force. Boom! As the massive blade of lightning hit the kami, it engulfed its massive body in an instant. The blinding light emitted by the impact and the shockwave unleashed by that violent collision forced every onlooker to shut their eyes. Rumble. Like an earthquake, the earth trembled as the terrifying lightning blew a charred pit into the ground, and the shockwave from the clash mixed with scalding winds and a foul stench sent nearby kami and debris flying. When the light faded, only smoke and scorched earth remained, while the giant lizard-like kami, along with the smaller, centipede-like kami caught in its wake, had been reduced to ash. In that instant, the battlefield fell into a brief, eerie silence. Protect. Protect the people. Lady Wagatsuma has arrived. Shouts of ecstatic relief suddenly rang out, tinged with sobs. Lady Wagatsuma. Kill. Follow Lady Wagatsuma. Exterminate the kami. Defend Izumo. Hope was ignited as the remaining soldiers, as if injected with pure adrenaline, roared and charged alongside the figure in a white kimono, who carved a purple thunderstorm through the waves of Kami and launched a fierce counterattack. Mei moved at lightning speed across the battlefield, every swing of her blade, accompanied by tearing arcs of purple lightning, precisely split Kami skulls or turned the smaller Kami into charred husks. Her movements were concise and deadly, stripped of all flair and focused purely on maximum efficiency. Where her blade pointed, lightning cleared the path, carving a channel of burning violet through the surging waves of Kami. At this moment, she had become the brightest center of the battlefield, the only beacon in the hearts of the resistors who gravitated toward her, forming a vengeful line of defense with her as the spearhead. Meanwhile, on a damaged watchtower at the edge of the wall, Lucian's figure silently appeared, standing high above as he looked down upon the battlefield of blood and lightning. His black coat flapped in the night wind. His sharply defined face betrayed no emotion, only his bottomless, golden, divine-like eyes fixed on the purple figure unleashing destructive lightning at the center of the battle. His gaze swept over the tide of demonic beasts torn apart by purple lightning, lingered on the purple figure's precise and efficient killings, and finally rested on the purple-black sword in her hands, each swing channeling the fury of heaven and earth. Channeling lightning, pure elemental distraction, Lucian whispered to himself, barely audible. What Mei wielded was unquestionably an Izumo-forged weapon mentioned in one of the game's trailers, created through the combined might of Izumo's inhabitants to slay the Kami, capable of tearing through the sky and delivering divine punishments. It was one of the Sentinels, able to summon lightning to rend the sky, while soaring meteors and thunder delivered divine justice howl. A Sentinel that controlled thunder and lightning, and the Raiden and Raiden Bosamori Mei, which meant thunder and lightning, the two were perfectly matched, practically made for each other. Could the other Sentinel wielders be alternate versions of people I know? Lucian, possessing little knowledge of Izumo, couldn't help but make such a wild guess. Because the game itself offered only sparse information on Izumo's background, he knew nothing beyond the general outline. Regardless, as long as he was strong enough, even if some unknown factors came his way, he would simply crush them. Lucian snapped out of his thoughts and suddenly raised his right hand, his fingertip aimed at a nearby Kami that resembled a massive toad spewing foul acid across the battlefield. He lightly raised his hand. Then pop! A faint, bursting sound like a soap bubble popping echoed as the toad-like Kami collapsed into a pulp. From what he remembered, every type of Kami had varying special abilities and unique names that took inspiration from Japan's mythology. Nonetheless, he didn't care what they were called or how special they were. As under-emanators, they were all ultimately no different than ants. Lucian calmly withdrew his finger, pristine as before. He remained silent for a while before his gaze returned to Mei at the center of the battlefield, watching as she swung Howl to summon another massive bolt of lightning, turning the giant scorpion-like Kami and the surrounding beasts into flying ashes. Lady Wagatsuma, we spotted 3 giant Kami to the right. Requesting support. Lady Wagatsuma, 4 giant Kami ahead are driving the other smaller Kami in a frontal assault. We're barely holding, because Mei stood guard over a city known as Wagatsuma. She was called Lady Wagatsuma by its people. In the Izumo Kingdom, there existed 12 guardians and 9 cities, consisting of a capital city that stood at the center, with 8 cities surrounding it. 8 guardians each guarded one of the 8 cities, while 4 guardians were stationed in the capital city for rapid support of the other cities. Realizing it would take time for the other guardians to arrive, Mei, wearing a stern expression, acted at once. All forces hold the right side. Once I finish with the 4 giant Kami ahead, we'll suppress the rest immediately. Mei organized the formation and charged toward the incoming Kami without hesitation. Ever since she inherited Howl and became a guardian, today marked her first solo fight against a massive horde of Kami on this scale, so she must treat this situation carefully without making any mistakes. A while later, just as May cleared the last blocking cami and opened the path to the wall's gap, her razor-sharp violet eyes, piercing through the smoke and chaos of the battlefield, accidentally caught sight of a figure clad in black atop a damaged watchtower. Across the mountain of corpses and flames, their eyes met. What was that pervert doing there? May could not yet discern the black-clad young man's intentions. From his perverted actions earlier, he was clearly not a kami in disguise, given that those demonic beasts killed for pleasure, invading Izumo solely to slaughter its inhabitants, with no other desire at all. Not to mention, a kami would never peep at her bathing, nor would it steal her first kiss. As she remembered that embarrassing moment, May felt her teeth itch, and she quickly rubbed her lips hard with her left hand, as if trying to erase that faint, lingering feeling. Lucian, with his sharp eyes, caught her small motion and couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. One should know that many women longed for his kiss without any chance whatsoever, yet May treated it as something utterly disgusting. "Umph, I'll settle this with you later," May muttered while glaring at Lucian, then spun around and jumped away, completely ignoring him. Boom! Purple lightning flared again, violently splitting the path ahead. From the damaged watchtower, Lucian watched as the resolute purple lightning vanished into the darkness beyond the city wall. Feeling the night wind intensify, he slowly withdrew his gaze and glanced toward three massive black shadows looming to the right. Kami, ho? A pack of disgusting mongrels, daring to call themselves gods? Note, in Japanese, kami means god. A familiar face boom. May struck through the horde of kami like a bolt of purple lightning. Howl seemed alive in her hands, each swing unleashing a thunderous purple flash. Reikudan, shouting the mantra, a massive blade of lightning descended once again, cleanly cleaving a giant kami that looked like a crab magnified hundreds of times straight in two. Boom! Charred chunks of flesh flew in all directions, sparks of lightning scattering as they knocked down a swarm of smaller kami and made the air reek of burnt flesh. As May fought relentlessly on the left side, she caught a glimpse of the sky over the right side, where it seemed to flash for a brief moment, not the familiar light of lightning, but a different, faint glow that disappeared almost instantly. Seeing that strange phenomenon, she couldn't ignore it and knew the pressure on that side was immense, but sadly, she was still occupied and couldn't go there right away. At this moment, on the right side, the wall was on the verge of collapse as three massive snake-like kami, whose bodies exuded bubbling green pus, attacked it together. Facing the soldiers who fearlessly attacked its body, one of them suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a torrent of deadly, venomous fluid, drenching everything like rain. PSSS. In that instant, dozens of soldiers in front didn't even have an opportunity to scream as their bodies began to smoke, and in the blink of an eye, only their scattered skeletons remained on the ground. Hold the line. Support from the other Guardians is on its way. Seeing his comrades die so miserably, the captain guarding the right wall had his eyes red and his throat hoarse, knowing that they wouldn't be able to hold much longer. Just as the captain and the rest of the soldiers fell into despair, they suddenly felt a ripple in the air, and a young man clad in black appeared. Lucian, who had previously been atop a damaged watchtower, had now appeared on a small patch of open ground in front of the wall, positioned directly before the defending soldiers, with his back facing them. He seemed to be merely passing by and didn't even glance toward the three fluid-spewing kami in front of him, casually lifting his hand as he did so, extending his index finger toward them. Pop! A soft sound, like a soap bubble bursting, echoed as the three mountain-sized, snake-like kami and the 20 or so smaller kami surrounding them vanished instantly. Not bursting, just gone, without a trace, as if they had never existed. In a single instant, the crisis on the right side was over. Time seemed to stop in that instant. All the soldiers were dumbfounded, mouths agape, eyes wide, weapons clanging onto the bloodied ground. Reinforcement. Finally, we're saved. My hands are numb. I thought we wouldn't make it back today. Thank the Guardian. As expected, only the power of the Sentinel can easily counter the Kami. In the next moment, however, they realized that the young man in black was not any of the 12 Guardians. "Excuse me, may I know your name, sir?" Dragging his weary body, the captain approached Lucian and asked respectfully. Meanwhile, May had finally cleared all Kami on the left and center. Dragging her heavy steps, coated in smoke and blood, she advanced toward the right side. But upon arriving, Lady Wagatsuma, the right side is holding. Seeing May, the captain guarding the right side ran over, scrambling and breathless, so excited he could barely speak. It's that man in black. He's called Lucian, with just a single gesture. All the Kami are gone, completely wiped out. Upon hearing this, May froze, her violet eyes wide with shock. What? A man in black? May thought speechlessly, hardly able to believe her ears. Isn't that the pervert from the hot spring? He did that. How could a pervert who doesn't even have a sentinel instantly kill a horde of Kami? Yes, she admitted that he was physically strong in hand-to-hand combat, but when it came to the Kami, things were entirely different. In all of Izumo, only the power of sentinels could slay the Kami. No one had ever slain a Kami without one, let alone wiped out an entire horde in a single instant. In other words, either the captain was hallucinating or that pervert came from somewhere else, somewhere beyond Izumo. A while later, under the captain's guidance, May found Lucian standing at the edge of the shelter. He was leaning against an intact stone with his eyes closed, quietly basking in the starlight, with not a single drop of blood or speck of dust touching him. May took a deep breath to calm herself, then approached him, her emotions tangled and unsettled. Yet as she looked at his calm profile, she inevitably recalled the hot spring incident, and the memory made her cheeks warm and left her feeling a little flustered. Regardless, as she finally stood before him, she forced herself to speak. "Hey, about the hot spring, how do you explain that?" May asked, her voice slightly weaker and softer than before. Lucian opened his eyes, revealing a nonchalant gaze, as if nothing at all had happened. "Willing to hear me out now?" Lucian said calmly, his gaze remaining relaxed and detached. "As I said before, it was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding, you say?" May said with a frown. "You barged in and did that to me, and you call a misunderstanding?" "Yeah, it's really a misunderstanding." Lucian nodded seriously, then made up a reasonable explanation on the spot. "When I first got here, I ran into this really ugly monster you people call a Kami and killed it. But before it died, its spatial ability accidentally teleported me right above you." Hearing this reasoning, May froze, her thoughts racing. Teleportation? Kami indeed had various abilities, and many of them were spatial ones. According to the witnesses, Lucian was absurdly strong, so instantly killing the Kami was plausible. Accidentally ending up in the hot spring seems reasonable. As this thought crossed her mind, May looked seriously at Lucian's face, both handsome and innocent, remembering how he had saved the right side. Felt her anger quietly fade. Even though it was still slightly awkward, just like he said, it really did seem to be a misunderstanding. "All right, next time you fight a Kami, be more careful." May finally forced out the words, her cheeks tinged with red, subconsciously recalling the thick steam in the hot spring. Given that there was thick steam in the hot spring bath, maybe he truly didn't see her naked? As the misunderstanding was clarified, May, feeling slightly better, shifted her gaze and observed the many soldiers mourning the dead and tending to the wounded, while the civilians huddled together, shivering in fear. Seeing the scene before her, her heart instantly felt heavy. May sighed quietly, then walked straight in front of Lucian, her expression serious as she slightly bowed her head. "In any case, thank you for your help," May said in a grateful and sincere tone. "If you hadn't intervened, the soldiers and the civilians, I don't even want to imagine the outcome." "No need for thanks. I'm just doing my part," Lucian replied, letting out a faint smile. "I mean, those Kami were in my way and pissed me off." Fortunately for him, the current May was still inexperienced, easily fooled. If she had been her future version, Acheron, His bullshit would have been seen through instantly. Just as Lucian's words fell, a blinding golden light, like a meteor, crashed down with a thunderous sound, slamming into the ground a short distance ahead of them and shaking the earth as it raised clouds of dust. Before the dust could settle, a tall figure walked out from it, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield. It was a beautiful woman with golden hair tied in a sleek high ponytail, her body clad in fitted black armor with golden accents, sleek in design. With two uniquely shaped swords hanging from her waist, one black sword and the other a white sword, each of their hilts engraved with a distinctive emblem of a Japanese character that read Fate. Like Mei, she also had two horns rising from her head. The right horn was pure white, while the left horn was pure black. Her eyes scanned the surroundings until they fell on Mei, confirming that she was unharmed, then paused as her gaze shifted to Lucian. Finding nothing out of the ordinary aside from his unusually handsome face, the woman ultimately moved her gaze back to Mei before approaching. "Mei, is the battle over?" Standing before Mei, the golden-haired woman asked in a clear, commanding voice. "Bianca." Mei smiled and nodded gently. The battle is over. All the invading kami have been eliminated." Lucian, gazing at the sharply defined and slightly familiar face of the golden-haired woman, felt a meaningful smile tug at the corner of his mouth. Well, there's Duda's counterpart here. Lucian thought amusedly to himself. Now that she's here, the other Sentinel wielders probably also have familiar faces, right? Apparently, his earlier wild guess was not so wild after all. Izumos, 12 Guardians, deepening sense of despair by the way. Who is he? Your friend? Bianca shifted her gaze back to Lucian and asked Mei with curiosity. Mei immediately explained some of Lucian's deeds to Bianca. But of course, she skipped over the awkward and embarrassing first meeting at the hot spring. Izumo doesn't have anyone as strong as you, Bianca said with a smile. You must be from outside then. Being able to break through the barrier created by Sky, that's impressive. Well, yeah, I come from far away. Lucian replied with a nod, keeping a friendly smile on his face and giving off the aura of a harmless, good-natured man. My name is Bianca Duran, by the way. Just call me Bianca. Bianca nodded in response, then drew the white sword from her waist. If you have time, you have to tell me later what it's like outside. Is it the same as Izumo, or different? Now, I need to go help the wounded. With that, she turned and headed toward the injured people gathered nearby. Lucian's gaze lingered on Bianca's white sword, trying to recall memories from his original world. If he remembered correctly, the Sentinel Fate in Bianca's possession took the form of two swords, one black and one white, with the former bearing the power of death and the latter bearing the power of life. And the white sword she had just drawn was clearly being used to heal injuries. As someone who once played Honkai Impact 3rd, it reminded him of one of the divine keys known as Abyss Flower. You've been staring at her so intensely because she's pretty, haven't you? Mei suddenly spoke into Lucian's ear, giving him a look full of implication. Lucian shifted his gaze to her, and when he saw her face, he could tell that she was clearly hinting at his pervert label. So he merely smiled and replied calmly, "Yeah, she's pretty, but not as pretty as you." Lucian's sudden flirtation left Mei momentarily dumbfounded. Years of combat and training had never prepared her for words like that, especially when they came from a man with an unnaturally handsome appearance. It was deadly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Mei immediately turned and walked away, pretending she had something to do, but in that very moment, the alarm suddenly blared again. Woo dash! Woo dash! Woo dash! However, this round of alarm not only rang out in Wagatsuma, but also rang out across the other cities. No way. The other cities are being invaded by Kami too. Mei, looking at the small device in her hand that alerted her to the Kami invasion, shouted in disbelief, causing everyone to tense once more. I don't know why, but it looks like the Kami are suddenly planning a full-scale invasion. Bianca approached and spoke with a hint of gloom. Be prepared, this will cost more lives than before. Every battle against the Kami always brought countless sacrifices, and sadly, there was no way to prevent that. Never ending, like a swarm of flies, Lucian commented lightly. You're right. May not in agreement. Izumo's resistance has lasted over 1,000 years without pause, but the kami are like maggots in the bone, impossible to eradicate. Then meeting me must be a blessing earned over your 8 lifetimes. Narcissist. You. May glanced at Lucian with a faint smile, wanting to retort, but before she could finish her words, Lucian began stepping into the air, one step at a time. Seeing this, everyone on the ground was stunned. Hey, what are you going to do? May called out anxiously. What else? Exterminating all those flies, of course, Lucian responded calmly, not even turning back. Just like Bianca had said, for some unknown reason, the kami had suddenly launched a full-scale invasion. He didn't know whether this was originally meant to happen like this, or if it was because of his arrival, but no matter what, to ensure this script completed smoothly, he needed to destroy them all. As the desperate alarms echoed across 9 cities, above them the gloomy sky of Izumo was torn open, forming countless rifts from which kami poured out like a black flood, attacking the cities simultaneously. Each city's distress alarm sounded like a death wail, echoing continuously across the Izumo kingdom and causing all the guardians to rush into battle. In the central capital city, known as Amitsukuni, there stood a tall red building resembling a Japanese castle at the heart of the city, serving as the headquarters and government building of the Izumo kingdom. Called the Shuten Castle. In the command room of the Shuten Castle, the wielder of the Sentinel Truth coordinated the entire situation, commanding the other guardians from the back. Her name was Hureiji Kyusyu, a noble young woman with long dark purple hair, dressed in a sharp military officer's uniform with an open coat draped over her shoulders and a monocle on her right eye. Unlike May and Bianca, she didn't have horns, but when one looked carefully, both pupils of her eyes were surprisingly not those of humans, but those of reptiles, flaring with a sky blue hue. As she heard reports coming in from all cities, where dense swarms of kami poured in like ants, her face tensed as she realized that a massive sense of crisis, the worst crisis that had ever happened, had enveloped Izumo. Don't know how much we'll have to pay this time to fend off a kami invasion this big. In Sukyu, a city surrounded by mountains where the most rifts had appeared, a young woman with long, bright purple hair flowing behind her back, with 2 dark purple horns rising from her head, and wearing an elegant white and purple kimono, already stood ready atop a mountain. Her name was Serin, one of the 12 guardians, the wielder of the Sentinel Sky, and also the one who had erected the barrier surrounding Izumo. Come at me and die. With an arrogant gaze, Serin exclaimed as she released her Sentinel's power, shooting countless golden spears of light that pierced the incoming kami like birds being shot down. Unfortunately, such continuous release of light spears drained her energy quickly, and gradually her breathing grew heavy while her movements steadily slowed. In Wagatsuma, a while after Lucian disappeared into the sky, May had just finished cutting down a horde of kami when another horde suddenly descended from rifts in the sky. TCH, seeing yet another horde of kami invading the city she guarded, May clicked her tongue in irritation before quickly advancing with a crackling howl, slashing kami after kami with her purple lightning. Wendy Amore, a short, black-greenish-haired young woman clad in a white dress, with glowing green horns rising from her head, was the wielder of the Sentinel Mist, and she was the one who guarded Kazutani, a city surrounded by a vast valley. Troublesome. I need to take it seriously this time. Even though she looked somewhat listless in both her tone and expression, her attack was deadly and powerful as she unleashed invisible, giant wind blade from afar that easily cut countless kami to pieces, while those approaching her were cut to pieces by the storm that protected her. As time passed, however, the storm that was circling her body began to shrink, while the wind blades she unleashed grew fewer and smaller. Realizing her weakening power, Wendy's forehead began to grow slick with sweat. Imskate, Anna Mistiltine, a young woman with long, soft ecru hair that trailed into white at the tips and icy blue horns on her forehead, wearing a white dress and brown fur coat, was the wielder of the Sentinel Frost, a guardian who protected the snowbound city known as Hufu. from her appearance and demeanor. One's impression of her would be that of a noble, sheltered woman, timid in nature, yet her gaze, as she faced the horde of kami, was unwavering and determined. As the kami approached the city she guarded, she raised frost without hesitation and chanted a mantra, creating a massive ice dome that not only covered the entire city, but also froze many kami that were caught in its path. Unfortunately, the combined assault of the countless, ever-increasing kami quickly cracked the ice dome, weakening the cold that sustained it. "No, too many. I can't hold them alone," Anna complained in distress and gripped her sentinel anxiously. Bianca Duran, the wielder of the sentinel fate, had drawn the black sword of death from her waist, and any kami struck by it evaporated instantly without even having the chance to scream. "Where'd he go?" As she slashed one kami after another while running and jumping from one building to another, Bianca couldn't help but wonder as she glanced up at the gloomy sky from time to time. Akabane Himiko, the wielder of the sentinel flare, guarded the volcanic mining city called Shakugan. Aside from her quite different-sounding name compared to the nameless Himiko, Himiko's features truly looked remarkably alike except that Himiko looked slightly younger. Adding to that, unlike the ladylike Himiko, Himiko not only had a fiery temper and a brazen nature, but she also styled her long crimson hair in a ponytail, which made her appear heroic and valiant rather than possessing Himiko's refined elegance. Like May, Himiko also had two red horns rising from her head, though her horns looked slightly distorted and brighter due to the extreme heat they emitted. Whenever Himiko swung flare, the ground erupted in flames, forcing the kami that were struck to roar in agony. Unfortunately, while the flames caused by flare were powerful and could kill the kami easily, maintaining such a wide area attack repeatedly against their never-ending numbers still exhausted her, as shown by how she was now panting hard like a set of bellows. Damn it, a bunch of pests. Bring it on." Cindy, a slender young woman dressed in a stylish black and white sleeveless kimono, with two gray horns rising from her head and ashen long hair that flowed in soft, moonlit waves like twilight caught in motion, was now guarding Amit's Sukuni with her sentinel, Thought. Unlike the other guardians who fought quite straightforwardly, however, her way of fighting involved creating illusions of light and shadow with her sentinel, making the kami fight among themselves. Unfortunately, the stronger kami could see through her tricks, forcing her to change tactics and leaving her brain, which was not good at thinking, exhausted. "You worthless trash!" Dodging left and right, Cindy yelled angrily while giving the horde of kami the middle finger. Asta Ishit, the wielder of the sentinel root, guarded the city surrounded by rocky terrains called Iwayama. Unlike the other guardians, who looked like high schoolers or young women in their 20s, she looked like a middle schooler. Asta had short, light brown hair that reached her neck, with two little brown horns poking out from her head. Her body was short and slender, and she was clad in a white dress with a dark brown scarf covering her neck, which made her look quite delicate. Despite her delicate appearance, however, her power was anything but delicate, since her sentinel allowed her to control rocks, move mountains, and even reshape the terrain with just a wave of her hands. Even so, with the seemingly never-ending and numerous kami, this was undoubtedly not a long-term solution. When will this end? Xian Yuan, the wielder of the sentinel form, was the guardian of Mizunaji, a port city built near a massive river crossing where countless streams converged. Her small body, clad in a black armored kimono, along with a single black horn on her forehead, made her look intimidating, especially when combined with the dark aura that now covered her body. Among the 12 guardians, she would easily rank within the top 3 in terms of combat power, thanks to her sentinel, which could steal the Kami's divine abilities. At this moment, she wielded more than 10 different abilities, making her an especially troublesome opponent to deal with. Such annoying nuisances. Teresa, the wielder of the sentinel bind, was a white-haired girl with 2 golden horns on her head and a body so short that her sentinel stood even taller than she did, making her the shortest and the youngest looking among the 12 guardians. Of course, this was only in terms of appearance, not age. At this moment, she was guarding Amitsukuni like Seni, running through the streets while waving bind, which spewed countless chains that allowed her to bind the kami and nullify their abilities, reducing them to powerless, ordinary beasts before she slashed them down with the blade of her sentinel. Yae Sakura, the wielder of the sentinel maw, guarded the city surrounded by forest, known as Jakusei. She was a young woman with pink hair styled in a bun, and instead of having horns like the others, she had a pair of long fox ears poking out atop her head. Her body was clad in a white kimono laced with crimson and gold, with several red armor plates covering the vital parts of her body, while her face was covered by a white fox mask, making her presence exude an air of mystery. Jumping from one tree branch to another, she silently swung maw like an assassin, felling kami left and right and draining them until they decayed. Still, just like the struggles faced by the other guardians, the kami she faced were too many and were pouring in too fast, causing her to have a hard time keeping up. It was only a matter of time before she got exhausted and got swarmed by the kami. On different battlefields, the roars of kami, the cries of soldiers, and the collapse of buildings filled the air of the Izumo kingdom. Every guardian gave their all, yet the kami were endless, surging like an endless tide, for no matter how many were slain, another would always replace them. In just several minutes, some of the guardians began to feel fatigue, while the kami not only showed no reduction in their numbers, but instead seemed to increase even further, making the guardians unable to help but feel a deepening sense of despair. As a shadow of despair began to hang over all of the Izumo kingdom, and as the majority of people thought today was the end, those on the ground began to notice a black-clad young man high in the gloomy sky, walking among the horde of kami and reaching toward the biggest rift in the sky. Hey, who's that? How can he stand in the sky? I don't know. What is he trying to do? Crushing all the kami, destroying Takamagura when the commotion caused by some soldiers and civilians echoed across the battlefield. The rest looked up at the sky and saw a solitary figure ascending against the massive horde of kami. However, the way he strolled casually through the air suggested he paid no mind to the kami, radiating an invincible aura, as though he looked down on the world itself. In the next moment, the communication devices of the Guardians connected to the group call. Kyushu, who's in the sky? Does anyone know? Seni, I don't know, and I don't have time to find out. May, he's someone I just met, a friend. He helped me slay a lot of kami, and I heard he wants to eliminate all of them. Himiko, what? Take on that many kami alone by himself? Is he nuts? Sarin, he just passed in front of me. I can't tell how strong he really is. Xianyuan, interesting. Is he strong? Sakura, all of you, focus on your own battles. Now's not the time to discuss an outsider. Teresa, Sakura's right. Watch your own safety. Wendy, why can he fly in the sky like me? What sentinel does he have? Bianca, no idea. May and I have only just met him. We don't know much. Asta, he's going to die. From the beginning, humanity on Izumo had been slaughtered by the kami like chicks. It was not until later, when the entire planet's inhabitants combined their strength to kill one particularly powerful kami and then turn its corpse into a weapon, which became the first sentinel, that they could finally fight back. Relying on the power of the sentinel, they gradually slew more kami to light up their uncivilized world of darkness, ultimately creating the strongest 12 sentinels that the Guardians now wielded, establishing cities, and then a kingdom that was illuminated by dazzling neon lights. Even so, every battle with the kami always led to the loss of countless lives. Victory was possible, but the price was always steep. Today, the situation was even more dire than any kami invasion they had faced before, as all the cities were being attacked. Needless to say, it was the full-scale kami invasion that could never be held off by one person alone. According to Kyusi's calculations, this invasion would claim around 100,000 lives before the kami could be repelled, so a single person alone could not possibly affect the outcome unless a true god descended. Lucian, who was none other than the talked-about young man, nonchalantly ascended into the high sky, approaching the biggest rift while observing the many cities attacked by the kami from above as if he were strolling in a park. Seeing a human approach, the kami that had just gotten out of the rifts immediately surged toward him like a giant tide. Saving Izumo is one of the script's completion conditions, right? Lucian muttered to himself while gazing at the distant planet, then shifted his gaze to the approaching kami. But Takamagara is outside my scope, so... In the next moment, he bent his knees slightly, forming a strange stance, then lifted his two hands before slowly drawing them to his side palms cupped, fingers splayed as if cradling a fragile flame. Well, now that I have the power, I always want to try this at least once. As these words fell, the energies of the path of abundance and the path of elation moved simultaneously toward his hands. Ka! Shortly after this whisper sounded, the power of the two paths intertwined, coalescing into a faint glow that began to pulse between his palms. Me, Zing. Little by little, the glow intensified, swirling into a brilliant sphere of golden light. Huh! Along with his whisper, his arms trembled, not from strain, but from the sheer force gathering in his grasp. Me. Lucian thrust his hands forward in one fluid motion, the energy exploding outward in a roaring golden beam of light. HAA! Whoosh! In an instant, the beam of light tore through the battlefield like a comet, illuminating the gloomy sky with its fury. Lucian stood firm, arms extended, the wind whipping around him as the beam surged forth unstoppable, radiant, and pure. Like a laser cannon, the beam tore through the dark sky and pierced the distant planet, now turned pitch black. Roar dash! All the kami along its path were instantly reduced to dust. Even those nearby were completely obliterated by the overwhelming shockwave unleashed by the beam. A few seconds later, the people of Izumo clearly saw that Takamagura, the sister planet of Izumo, was struck directly by the beam, then began to crack before violently exploding, emitting a red glow and appearing like a giant ball of red light. In that instant, the entire battlefield froze. Kyushu gaped, her mouth wide open, unable to utter even a single word. Mei looked up at the distant Takamagura, which had been suspended for countless ages, now blown apart like an ordinary rock before her very eyes. Bianca, on the other hand, was so shocked that she nearly forgot to breathe. Did he just destroy Takamagara? Sarin, normally cocky and arrogant, was chilled to the bone by Lucian's planetary-level attack. Whoosh! Just then, the terrifying shockwave caused by the explosion of Takamagara finally reached the nearby Izumo, breaking through the clouds and striking the barrier erected by Sarin's sky. Kacha! Cracks suddenly appeared in the barrier and began to spread. Such a powerful shockwave, even the Guardians would be obliterated, let alone ordinary humans. Are you kidding me? Sky can't hold it, as Sarin complained helplessly, pushing Sky to its limits to the point where her chanting of its mantra nearly began to distort. Lucian quietly raised his right hand and then clenched it. In an instant, an invisible force erupted soundlessly in the sky, and the shockwave from Takamagura's explosion was swiftly halted before vanishing completely. Seeing the now calm sky, Lucian glanced toward the ground and then pressed his raised right hand downward. Boom! 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 Countless bursting sounds resounded one after another as all the kami beneath Lucian were crushed on the spot, reduced to black sludge that seeped into the ground. In one moment, the entire planet of Izumo was filled with bestial roars and screams, but in the next moment, it suddenly fell into absolute silence, appearing like a desolate planet. Only the empty land, the ruined wreckage, and a group of stunned guardians, soldiers, and civilians remained. Izumo fell into complete, absolute silence, and time itself seemed to stop as everyone froze as if under a petrification spell, unable to move, even forgetting to breathe. Several seconds later, Someone gasped sharply. They gone? All of them? A soldier stared at the empty wasteland, his sword clanging to the ground. It's him. It's Lord Lucian. Another soldier, who had seen Lucian instantly erase the kami in Wagatsuma earlier, excitedly pointed upward and shouted with reverence. A god! A god has descended to save us. Among the civilians, one of them dropped to his knees, kowtowing in Lucian's direction while shouting fervently. A god has finally answered our prayers. More and more people realized what had happened, screaming, crying, and laughing in exhilaration. We survived. Oh, dash! Cheers quickly spread like wildfire from one city to another, engulfing the entire Izumo kingdom as people clung to each other, crying tears of relief and celebrating this unbelievable victory. All 12 Guardians witnessed this reality-defying scene with stunned expressions on their faces, still looking completely shaken to their core. In the command room of Shuten Castle, Kyushu stared at Lucian's blurred figure on the large screen before her, then at the empty battlefields on the other screens, the decorative monocle on her right, eye unable to hide the horror in her eyes. It's absolutely not the power of a sentinel. Kyushu muttered, her eyes trembling. Such power. Even the kami crushed helplessly beneath it. No doubt about it. He must be the savior of light I've been waiting for. At the peak of the highest mountain in Sukyu, Serin's arrogance vanished completely, her mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. And she even forgot to pick up the sky that she had reflexively dropped. What the hell? Serin exclaimed in disbelief as she looked up at the sky. He destroyed Takamagara with just one move, and then blocked the shockwave that almost killed me with just a wave of his hand. Mai! With Howl still crackling with purple lightning, froze in place, her mind blank. Yes, she knew Lucian was strong, but not to this absurd degree. In her eyes, this level of strength was unimaginable, bordering on the divine, clearly not something wielded by a mortal. Suspended in the sky. When he kept her eyes closed and held both her hands before her face to defend against the incoming shockwave unleashed by the destroyed Takamagara. But moments later, feeling that nothing was happening at all, she slowly opened her eyes and carefully lowered her hands. Seeing the usual gloomy, reddish sky, she blinked her eyes in confusion, then realized that the shockwave had somehow vanished. Good grief, Wendy muttered tiredly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Finally over. Inside the crumbling ice dome, Anna stared at the crushed kami outside the dome. Then at the frozen remains of the kami for a moment before her legs gave out and she collapsed onto the snowy ground. Thank goodness it's over. Atop the city wall of Wagatsuma, Bianca's ice-blue eyes were fixed on Lucian in the sky above, brimming with utter shock and incomprehension. What kind of power is that? Huh? Himiko, still maintaining her battle stance with her flames not yet extinguished, looked at the empty ground of lava, her burning gaze turning bewildered as she looked left and right. Where the hell are my prey? Great! Someone can finally carry Izumo. Senni sheathed thought and grinned toward the sky. Seeing the endless horde of kami finally stop, bursting like balloons, Asta's taut nerves slowly relaxed. He's strong. Asta shifted her gaze to the black-clad figure in the sky, her face filled with shock and awe. Xinyuan stood on the water, her usually composed and imposing expression finally showing intense emotion as she fixed her gaze on the small screen of the device in her hand, which showed a young man standing in the sky. With just a hand wave, all the kami died. Xinyuan muttered absent-mindedly, I must get his power. No, Purimekan. That's wrong. Teresa, seeing all the kami bound by the chains of bind being crushed to death, sighed in relief, her body shaking slightly under the weight of bind. Just now, was that him? Her small and youthful face was filled with confusion and overwhelming shock as she muttered absent-mindedly. On the outskirts of Jakusei, Sakura slowly emerged from the shadows of the woods. Remaining silent, her eyes behind her fox mask stared intently at the figure on the screen of the device she held in her hand, her fingers gripping Ma's hilt unconsciously tightening and turning white. As the guardians in various locations harbored mixed thoughts about Lucian, they soon received a single order from their leader, Lucian. Return to the castle. We will hold a meeting. May and Bianca, however, received an additional order. May Bianca bring back the savior of light at all costs. Beg, entangle. Do whatever it takes, make sure His Excellency returns with you, no matter what. Plea and hope. While after the devastating battle with the Kami had ended, the emergency conference hall within Shuten Castle was brightly lit. Around a massive round table, all 12 guardians of Izumo had gathered, and most of them still bore the marks left by combat. Stains of blood, scorch marks, tattered clothing, and faces etched with exhaustion. Yet in each of their eyes flickered a mix of intense emotions such as shock, excitement, disbelief, and a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. In the quiet hall, the atmosphere was heavy enough to feel almost tangible, with all eyes naturally focused on the person seated opposite the head seat of the round table Lucian. He had changed into a clean black kimono, his expression calm, as if the person who had just erased Takamagara had not been him at all. At this moment, Lucian finally saw the full lineup of Izumo's 12 guardians. Going down the line, each face looked familiar, faces from Hoyoverse that were popping up everywhere and were frequently reused across many of their games. If Welt were here, seeing these familiar faces, especially the faces of the Herschers he had confronted in the past, he would probably have cursed. All familiar faces, but their appearances are quite different. I wonder if their personalities differ too? Lucian honestly didn't care much, since in Hoyoverse, it was normal for a character to have different variants with distinct appearances and personalities, such as Bronya, Seal, and even Acheron, who differed from their variants in Honkai Impact 3rd. Maybe the only thing he found odd was that all the Sentinel wielders present were, in fact, female. Could it be that in Izumo, only women could wield the Sentinels? Lucian's mind buzzed with questions. Judging by the attire of the leader, Hureiji Kyushu, she appeared to be a serious woman, exuding a mature, commanding presence. Seeing Lucian glance at her and continue observing her, Kyushu took a deep breath, then spoke up, breaking the silence. Everyone, we have won. In the 1,000-year war against Takamagara, Izumo has sacrificed countless lives. Kyushu stood up, clenching her fists. We have prayed countless times, begging the gods to save us, to deliver us from darkness, and finally, today, a god has answered us. Right after saying this, she abruptly stretched out her hand and pointed at Lucian. His Excellency is the god who saves Izumo, our savior of light. All eyes immediately fell on Lucian, being suddenly watched so intensely by 12 unordinary beauties made Lucian, unusually, feel slightly awkward, especially when he heard the cringy savior of light. All right. Lucian suddenly remembered that Izumo was a planet shrouded by a black sun, which was actually a shadow of 9, with no actual sun and no moon. All sources of light in Izumo were created by humans through years of research on the Kami's corpses. Given that, seeing him who could casually unleash a giant beam of light and even destroy Takamagara made him appear godlike in these women's eyes. Kyushu slowly approached Lucian, her demeanor solemn and reverent, as if she were about to say something of utmost importance. As she stood one step away from him, under the astonished yet newly enlightened gazes of all present, she bent her right knee without hesitation and knelt on one knee. Hureiji Kyushu, on behalf of all people of Izumo and myself, humbly ask your Excellency to be Izumo's protector, Kyushu stated solemnly, her voice slightly hoarse from fatigue, yet still clear and resolute. Your Excellency's arrival brings hope to Izumo. You are our light of salvation. We wish to follow by your side. Her words struck like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples through everyone's hearts. Immediately after, Anna clumsily followed Kyushu and knelt on one knee. Anna Mistiltine begs your Excellency to stay, Anna said nervously, bowing her head deeply. If Izumo loses more people, there will be no one left. Xianyuan respectfully requests Lord God's aid. Xianyuan chimed in. calmly rising and performing an ancient gesture of subordination toward Lucian. Please stay in Izumo. Well, that's what I was thinking too. Himiko said energetically, standing up without much formality, her voice loud and clear. I'm convinced. Please stay, sir. When he blinked her eyes, then giggled softly before hopping up and kneeling on one knee. Please stay. Even though she begged seriously, the lazy smile on her face made Winnie seem almost as if she were joking. Do we really have to kneel and beg? Cindy pursed her lips, complaining quietly under her breath, but under the watchful eyes of May and Bianca, she reluctantly stood, then knelt briefly. I also think you're super amazing, Cindy said rapidly, forcing a smile. Stay and protect Izumo, okay? Seeing even the unscrupulous Senni kneeling, Teresa straightened her small body as best as she could, knelt on one knee, and raised her face, trying to make her voice sound firm. Teresa also begs you. Please stay, Teresa exclaimed, her face flushed red with embarrassment and earnest pleading. We need your excellency. We really need someone like your excellency as our pillar and hope for the people. Seeing her companions, who were just like her own sisters, begging, Serin, who remained seated, felt her expression slowly shift. Except toward Kyushu, she had always been a proud woman, defiant toward everyone. But upon seeing the sheer power Lucian wielded in a single motion, a power that rendered all her pride ridiculous, and watching her companions kneel one by one, begging him, she began to struggle internally. In the end, respect for his overwhelming power and the desire to survive outweighed her pride. Serin said nothing, did not kneel like the others, and only stood up, pressed her lips together, and slightly lowered her ever-proud head. Even though she didn't kneel, this silent bow was her final act of stubbornness and her greatest acknowledgement of Lucian. Even those who saw this were surprised. Sakura sighed softly, then rose gracefully, as gentle as a feather. Like Serin, she said nothing and simply bowed deeply toward Lucian, performing an ancient ceremonial gesture filled with complex emotions. Even though the fox mask she wore hid her expression, the depth of her bow spoke volumes. Asta followed right after, kneeling down and lowering her head without saying a word. Seeing the scene, May and Bianca exchanged a silent glance, then stood up in unison. Who would have thought that the one who had taken her first kiss was the hero who saved Izumo? May couldn't help but feel that the kiss didn't seem so bad. Bianca, her ice blue eyes now free of any previous wariness and filled solely with recognition and plea, took a deep breath before stepping forward. Her right fist pressed heavily against her armored chest like a loyal knight pledging allegiance, then knelt on one knee. Bianca Duran humbly requests that you stay, Bianca said solemnly, her voice ringing out with conviction. Let us and carve a future for Izumo. At this point, except for Lucian, no one remained seated. All 12 guardians, representing Izumo's highest combat strength and authority, lowered their heads in their own ways, offering Lucian their dignity and their plea. Outside the conference hall, on the vast plaza before Shuten Castle, citizens listening via broadcast also knelt toward the castle. Please, Lord God, stay. Please protect Izumo. Please stay. We will do anything. Countless voices from the citizens merged into a torrent, faintly audible through the conference hall's walls. Lucian calmly looked at the kneeling guardians before him and listened to the deafening pleas from outside. Scenes like this were nothing new to him, which was why his expression remained largely unchanged. Ultimately, after remaining silent for a few seconds, he glanced at the glowing light sources outside the conference hall's large window, at the gloomy, reddish sky, then swept his gaze over the scarred, yet hopeful faces before him. Firstly, there's one thing I need to clarify. I'm not a god. I am far from godhood, Lucian admitted calmly, his gaze falling on May, who stood closest to him, before shifting to the leader of the Guardians, Kyushu. But while I'm not a god, I do have the ability to protect this world and give you true sunlight, so it'll give you a chance to choose again. Do you want someone who isn't a god to watch over Izumo? Hearing this, the 11 guardians turned to Kyushu, seemingly leaving the decision to her. Not a god, but capable of destroying Takamagara and granting sunlight? Kyushu thought inwardly, glancing at Lucian skeptically. How is that any different from a god? Although confused, she decided not to dwell on it, since what mattered most was not whether he was a god, but his absolute strength to protect and lead Izumo, becoming its hope and pillar. Kyushu took a deep breath, then responded, "Even if your excellency is not a god, you are undeniably still the savior of light. On behalf of Izumo, I once again request your excellency's protection." Lucian felt slightly awkward at the over-the-top title, but even so, to complete the script, he had no choice but to accept this perfect opportunity. "As you wish, I will protect Izumo," Lucian replied calmly, nodding softly. "And by the way, that savior of light thingy is way too cheesy. From now on, just call me boss, or call me directly by my name, Lucian." Izumo's history, relocating Izumo. Ever since Sentinels existed, the government of the Izumo Kingdom had been controlled by the Guardians. Izumo had always been chaotic and lawless. So whoever was strongest, whoever could protect the weak, held the authority to speak. Now, Lucian, with his overwhelming power, had conquered all of humanity in Izumo, becoming the strongest, standing above the Guardians. When he obliterated the innumerable horde of Kami and Takamagara with his giant beam of light that erased the darkness covering Izumo, those who witnessed it bore an indelible mark on their hearts, sparking a wave of worship. At this moment, Lucian sat at the main seat in the conference hall of the Shuten Castle, reviewing the reports sent by Kyushu. A day had passed since he agreed to be Izumo's leader and pillar, and now he had gained some understanding of its history and national foundation. Hundreds of years ago, people from other civilizations had mistakenly wandered here, and some of them were killed by the Kami.